The sky churned with thick clouds, dark and restless, as though an ancient force stirred within them. A sudden crack of lightning illuminated the vast plains of early China, where tribes gathered under the canopy of stars. Beneath the flickering light of their fires, they whispered tales of a creature both feared and revered, a shape that defied the mortal world, a dragon. It wasn't just a creature of imagination, but something they felt in their bones, a force that seemed to weave itself into the fabric of their lives. In those early days, long before ink met paper, the earth itself seemed alive with symbols. Along the Yellow River, where fertile lands birthed the seeds of civilization, ancient artisans etched serpentine forms into stone and bone. These were no ordinary snakes or lizards. Their bodies twisted in graceful curves, their mouths open as if commanding the heavens, their scales shimmering like waves frozen in time. These carvings weren't merely decorative, they were voices from a world where humans and the forces of nature were inseparably bound. The villagers would tell of a time when the rains refused to fall and the crops withered under an unrelenting sun. Desperation clung to their hearts as tightly as the dust to their skin. Then, one fateful night, a woman named Jiai stood at the river's edge, tears streaming down her face. She called out to the spirits, offering prayers woven with the threads of hope and despair. As if in answer, the waters of the river began to ripple, though there was no wind. Slowly, from beneath the surface, an immense figure emerged, a serpentine creature with antlers like a stag, whiskers like flowing silk, and eyes that glowed with an ancient knowing. The villagers believed this was no ordinary spirit, but a divine dragon, Shenlong, the controller of rain. Jiai fell to her knees, trembling not with fear but with awe. The creature arched its sinuous body, its scales catching the moonlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors, and rose into the air. The heavens opened, releasing rain in torrents, saving the land and its people. From that day on, the dragon became more than a symbol. It was a protector, a guide, and a reminder that even in despair, there could be salvation. These stories weren't confined to the imagination, they lived in the artifacts left behind. Archaeologists have unearthed jade pendants from the Liangzhu culture, delicate yet powerful in their design. One pendant, carved with extraordinary precision, depicted a dragon coiled in an eternal dance. It was more than art, it was a talisman, an object of reverence carried by those who believed it could connect them to forces far beyond their comprehension. The dragon's form began to evolve, shifting like water flowing into new vessels. Its body grew longer, its limbs more defined, blending the features of creatures revered for their strength, grace, and mystery. It carried the head of a camel, the horns of a deer, the claws of an eagle, and the scales of a fish. It was a chimera born not of chaos but of harmony, a reflection of a world where balance was everything. Legend spoke of how the dragon was not merely a creature but a bridge between heaven and earth. It was said that dragons held the power to ascend to the skies and dive into the seas, traversing realms that humans could only dream of. This duality made them both accessible and untouchable, guardians of the boundaries that separated mortals from the divine. One story passed down through generations spoke of a boy named Hao. Orphaned by a sudden flood, he wandered aimlessly through the mountains, consumed by grief. One day, as he rested by a crystal-clear spring, he noticed the rippling water take on a life of its own. The image of a dragon appeared, shimmering like an illusion, its gaze piercing yet kind. Hao felt an overwhelming urge to bow, his tears falling into the spring. The dragon didn't speak, yet Hao felt its presence like a warm embrace. When he rose, he found himself filled with a strength he had never known, a resolve to protect the land and its people from the forces that had taken his family. These tales weren't just about the dragons themselves, they were about the people who interacted with them, about how their lives intertwined with forces they could not see but could feel. Dragons represented hope in the face of calamity, wisdom in the chaos of ignorance, and power tempered by compassion. Even in times of peace, the dragon's influence was felt. Farmers would carve small dragon figurines to place in their fields, hoping to invoke its blessing for rain and bountiful harvests. Warriors painted dragon motifs on their shields, believing they carried the creature's indomitable spirit into battle. Kings wore dragon-emblazoned robes, proclaiming themselves chosen by the heavens to rule with justice and strength. One hauntingly beautiful relic from the Shang dynasty, a bronze vessel, depicted a dragon entwined with clouds, its mouth open in a silent roar. Historians theorized that these vessels were used in rituals, offerings made to honor the dragon and ensure harmony between the elements. The craftsmanship was exquisite, but what stood out was the raw emotion etched into every curve, as though the artist had poured their soul into capturing the essence of something they could only partially understand. Even as time passed and dynasties rose and fell, the dragon's essence remained constant. It became a thread woven into the vast tapestry of Chinese culture, a symbol that endured because it resonated with something primal. When people gazed at the heavens and saw the twisting dance of clouds, or stood by the river and watched its currents flow, they felt the dragon's presence. It wasn't a creature of scales and flesh, but of energy and spirit, a force that defied logic yet felt undeniably real. In the distant echoes of those early fireside tales and the reverence carved into ancient jade, the dragons of Chinese mythology were born, not merely as fantastical beasts, but as reflections of the human spirit, capable of rising above adversity, commanding respect, and uniting the earth and sky. And so, the dragon lived on, not just in the heavens or the rivers, but in the hearts of those who told its story. A storm was brewing, but not in the sky. It churned in the hearts of the people, a mixture of awe, reverence, and an unshakable sense of purpose. Standing at the base of a towering mountain, a small group of elders gathered around a stone altar. The carved figure of a dragon loomed above them, its eyes shimmering as if alive. Each elder bowed deeply, their faces marked with lines not just of age, but of stories that whispered of a creature unlike any other. This dragon was no beast of chaos or destruction, but a force of power, wisdom, and fortune that shaped their world in ways they could barely comprehend. Dragons were more than protectors or benefactors, they were the heartbeat of existence. In ancient times, when the winds howled and rivers surged with unchecked fury, people didn't see these as mere natural forces. They felt the pulse of something greater. Dragons, they believed, were the unseen architects of harmony. Their coils wrapped around the elements, balancing fire, water, earth, wood, and metal. A farmer praying for rain didn't plead with the sky, he whispered to the dragon Shenlong, knowing it governed the clouds with a single flick of its tail. A boy named Liang grew up with this belief etched into his soul. His family tended rice paddies, their livelihood depended on the whims of the heavens. One fateful year, the rain stopped altogether. The fields cracked under the unrelenting sun, and despair seeped into every corner of their lives. Liang's father, too proud to show his fear, placed a small wooden dragon statue at the edge of their field. He whispered words too soft for Liang to hear, but the boy knew it was a prayer. That night, as Liang lay awake, a distant rumble filled the air. It wasn't thunder. It was a roar, low, steady, and filled with an ancient, unshakable power. By morning, dark clouds had gathered, and rain fell in sheets, soaking the fields and washing away the despair. Liang's father said nothing, but his eyes glistened with gratitude. In other lands, dragons were seen differently, monsters to be slain, villains to be vanquished. Stories from the West often spoke of fire-breathing serpents hoarding gold in dark caves, their presence a curse rather than a blessing. Knights would brandish their swords and ride into battle, their purpose clear, to destroy. But in China, a dragon was never an enemy. It was a teacher, a protector, a giver of life. Where others saw something to fear, the people of China saw something to honor. A story was told of a fisherman who ventured far from his village, chasing a glimmering light that danced across the waves. As he rowed closer, he realized it wasn't a light but the scales of a massive dragon rising from the sea. Its gaze was steady, and its form radiated strength, yet it exuded no malice. The fisherman, trembling, knelt in his tiny boat, his hands clasped in respect. The dragon spoke, its voice as deep as the ocean. "You seek fish, but your nets tear the balance of the waters. Mend your ways, and the sea will provide." The fisherman returned to his village, spreading the dragon's message. From that day forward, they fished only what they needed, and the waters remained bountiful for generations. The wisdom of dragons wasn't just in their words, but in what they represented. They were creatures of duality, both fierce and gentle, powerful yet wise. They carried the strength to shape mountains and rivers, but used it with restraint. Emperors adopted the dragon as their symbol, not merely as a sign of authority, but as a reminder of the responsibility that came with power. The dragon throne wasn't just a seat, it was a declaration that the ruler must govern with balance and justice, mirroring the dragon's way. There was a legend of an emperor who, during a great drought, climbed a sacred mountain to pray. Alone at the summit, he found a stone carved into the likeness of a dragon. Kneeling before it, he offered his crown and robes, humbling himself not as a ruler but as a mortal. The wind began to swirl, and rain fell gently, soaking the parched earth below. When the emperor returned, he spoke of the dragon's message: lead with compassion, for power without kindness turns to ash. The fortune dragons brought wasn't limited to gold or treasure. Their gifts were prosperity, health, and harmony. A dragon's appearance in the clouds was a sign of blessing, its coiled form seen as a celestial dance of protection and abundance. In times of celebration, families would create great dragon puppets, their movements mimicking the creature's flowing grace. As they danced through the streets, children and elders alike felt a surge of joy, as though the dragon's spirit had descended to join them. Even as the world changed, the dragon's significance endured. It wasn't confined to temples or altars, but lived in the everyday symbols people carried. The dragon's curved form adorned pottery, its fierce yet serene face painted on walls, its mighty presence woven into the silk of imperial robes. Each depiction told a story, not just of the creature but of the people's enduring belief in its power to guide, protect, and inspire. Through the centuries, dragons remained a reminder of something greater than themselves, a force that connected the earth to the heavens, the present to the eternal. Whether whispering prayers at the edge of a drought-stricken field or raising their eyes to a dragon-shaped cloud in the sky, people felt the dragon's presence like a steady hand resting on their shoulders. It wasn't just a creature to them, it was a symbol of what they aspired to be: wise, strong, and kind, moving through the world with the grace of a creature born to rule the winds and ride the tides. The Dragon King sat atop his throne of glistening jade, the vast ocean swirling around him like a living tapestry. His eyes, ancient and knowing, scanned the chamber as his 9 sons stood before him. Each of them bore his blood, yet each was as different as the rivers and mountains that crisscrossed the mortal world. The room pulsed with energy, a quiet tension that hummed like the deep currents of the sea. The king's voice, low and resonant, echoed through the watery halls. The world above calls for us. You must take your places, for each of you holds a power that must be shared. There was no need for further explanation. The 9 sons knew their father's words carried the weight of destiny. Each stepped forward, one by one, their distinct forms and personalities as vivid as the waves crashing above their underwater kingdom. The first son, Bishi, was massive, his body as solid as a mountain. His shell gleamed with an otherworldly luster, its ridges etched with ancient patterns that seemed to hold the secrets of the earth itself. Though quiet and steady, there was a depth to his gaze that spoke of unyielding strength. Mortals would one day carve his likeness onto monumental stones and tablets, relying on his enduring spirit to guard the weight of their history. Next came Chiwen, his slender form coiling upward like the graceful smoke of incense. His eyes were sharp and curious, constantly scanning the horizon as though searching for something just out of reach. When he opened his mouth, a deep, melodic roar spilled forth, echoing through the chamber. He was drawn to rooftops and high places, where his keen sight and protective nature would ward against misfortune. The third son, Paleo, stepped forward with an energy that seemed to vibrate in the very water around him. He was smaller than his brothers, but his roar could shake the heavens. His body rippled with lean muscle, and he carried himself with a confidence that bordered on mischief. Mortals would soon come to carve his image onto their bells, hoping his thundering cries would fill the air with harmony and drive away evil spirits. Bayan followed, his broad chest puffed with pride, his scales reflecting 1,000 hues. His face bore an expression of resolute authority, and his movements were precise, as though weighed carefully before each step. His presence alone could quell disputes, his strength and demeanor making him a natural guardian of justice. It was said that his image would eventually adorn the gates of prisons and courts, standing as a reminder of fairness and order. The fifth son, Tao Tai, moved forward hesitantly, his large, glowing eyes darting nervously. His form was both beautiful and unsettling, his gaping mouth filled with sharp teeth. He had a voracious appetite, not just for food but for life's indulgences. There was a bittersweet sadness in his expression, as though he knew his desires would often lead him astray. Mortals would etch his image onto their cooking vessels and feasting halls, a symbol of abundance but also a cautionary tale of unchecked greed. Basha came next, his long, sinuous body coiling with the grace of a river winding through the land. His voice was calm, almost meditative, and his love for water was evident in every movement. Streams, rivers, and lakes called to him like a mother's song. Mortals would carve his form onto bridges and waterworks, trusting his guidance to keep their waterways safe and flowing. The seventh son, Yazi, strode forward with a fierceness that could not be ignored. His eyes burned with intensity, and his claws clicked against the stone floor with purpose. He thrived on battle, his heart yearning for the clash of steel and the thrill of combat. Though his temperament was fiery, his loyalty to his family was unshakable. Mortals would engrave his likeness onto weapons and armor, hoping his strength would make them invincible in their struggles. The eighth son, Swanni, was a stark contrast to Yazi. His movements were measured and elegant, his golden mane framing a face of serene wisdom. His presence radiated warmth, like the gentle glow of an evening fire. Though he was as strong as any of his brothers, he preferred peace, finding joy in quiet contemplation and the beauty of the world. Mortals would sculpt his form on incense burners, his calm spirit bringing tranquility to their rituals. Finally, there was Jiaotu, the youngest and perhaps the most enigmatic. He was shy, his form curling tightly as if to protect himself from the world. Yet there was an undeniable strength in his silence, a quiet determination that set him apart. He was the guardian of thresholds, the silent watcher who ensured that what was precious remained safe. Mortals would honor him on their doors, trusting his vigilance to protect their homes. As the Dragon King's sons stood before him, their individual powers and personalities seemed to swirl together like a mighty river joining the ocean. The king gazed at them with a mixture of pride and sadness, for he knew that their paths would take them far from each other. Yet he also knew that their unique gifts would shape the mortal world in ways neither he nor they could fully understand. One by one, the sons departed, their forms dissolving into currents that carried them to their destined domains. Mortals above would feel their presence not as distant gods, but as protectors, guides, and symbols of the forces that shaped their lives. The roar of a dragon bell, the steady flow of a river, the solid strength of a stone tablet, all these carried the essence of the Dragon King's 9 sons, each a reflection of the mysteries and wonders of the world they now watched over. Beneath a night sky painted with stars, the air seemed to hum with a rhythm older than time. A farmer stood by the edge of a vast river, his eyes searching the heavens. The breeze carried whispers of ancient tales, and the gentle current lapped at the shore as if in agreement. Above, the constellations shimmered, forming patterns that mortals interpreted as gods, animals, and mythical beings. But one figure dominated them all, a dragon, its serpentine body coiling through the stars, its breath believed to stir the winds and its tail to churn the seas. Dragons were not mere symbols to the farmer. They were the unseen hands guiding every element of his world. When the rains came to bless his fields, he thanked the celestial dragon that danced through the clouds, carrying the life-giving water in its claws. When the rivers surged with power, carving new paths through the land, he imagined the earth dragon shifting in its slumber, its body shaping the terrain. When the tides rose and fell, he thought of the dragon swimming through the seas, commanding the waves with its grace. These were not coincidences, but the movements of forces as old as the cosmos itself. Dragons were the essence of balance, their presence tied to the harmony of yin and yang. In the stillness of the farmer's thoughts, he could feel this balance. The gentle ripples of the river beside him spoke of yin, soft, yielding, and cool. Yet the towering mountains in the distance, their peaks shrouded in mist, exuded yang, strong, assertive, and warm. Together, they formed a perfect whole, and the dragon's spirit flowed between them, weaving the threads of existence. It was said that the celestial dragon lived in the heavens, its body entwined with the winds and the stars. When storms brewed and lightning lit up the sky, people whispered of its power, knowing it was not wrath but renewal. The lightning cleansed the air, and the rains revived the earth. Even the most violent tempest was a reminder that destruction was followed by rebirth, just as night always gave way to dawn. But the dragon's influence was not confined to the heavens. Beneath the soil, where roots twisted and rivers carved hidden paths, the earth dragon slumbered. Its breath was the shifting of tectonic plates, its dreams the patterns of growth and decay. Farmers like the one standing by the river knew that the soil's fertility was the dragon's blessing. The very act of planting seeds was a quiet prayer to this unseen force, a hope that the balance between life and death would tilt toward abundance. The seas, vast and untamed, were the dragon's playground. Fishermen told tales of spotting its shimmering scales beneath the waves, a flash of gold and green before it disappeared into the depths. They believed the tides were the dragon's heartbeat, steady and unrelenting. When storms churned the waters, they spoke not of fear but respect. The dragon reminded them that the sea was both a giver and a taker, its bounty and its wrath two sides of the same coin. The five elements, wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, were the dragon's tools, each one connected to its endless dance. When a tree bent gracefully in the wind, it was the dragon channeling the strength of wood, its roots anchoring it while its branches reached for the sky. The flicker of a flame was not just fire, but the dragon's fierce energy, a spark that could warm or consume. The solidity of a mountain was earth, a testament to the dragon's patience and endurance. Metal, with its cool shine and unyielding strength, was the dragon's precision and clarity. And water, ever-shifting and life-sustaining, was the dragon's fluid grace, its ability to adapt and endure. The farmer, still gazing at the heavens, recalled a story his grandmother once told him. Long ago, during a time of chaos, the elements were in turmoil. Fires raged uncontrollably, rivers dried up, and the winds howled without end. Crops failed, and the people despaired. It was said that the dragons of heaven, earth, and sea came together, their combined strength restoring balance to the world. The celestial dragon roared, summoning the rains to quench the fires. The earth dragon stirred, calming the quaking ground and reviving the rivers. And the sea dragon swam through the oceans, soothing the waves and bringing fish back to the shores. The story ended with a simple lesson: harmony is not the absence of conflict, but the presence of balance. As the stars shifted and the farmer's eyes grew heavy, he thought of how the dragon's spirit lived in all things. It wasn't just in the grand gestures, the storms, the mountains, the tides, but in the quiet moments too. The way a seed sprouted in spring, the way the wind carried the scent of blossoms, the way the river reflected the moon's gentle light, all of it bore the dragon's touch. A soft rumble echoed in the distance, the promise of rain on the horizon. The farmer smiled, his heart swelling with gratitude. Somewhere, he was certain, the celestial dragon was coiling through the clouds, its breath shaping the winds that would soon bring water to his fields. And in the quiet, he felt a connection not just to the dragon but to the endless dance of the elements, the balance that kept the world turning, and the eternal harmony that bound everything together. The child crouched low, his tiny hands brushing away the earth with a gentleness learned from years of tending the soil. His grandfather had said the ground held stories, ancient whispers of ancestors long gone. Today, those whispers were louder, more insistent, as though calling to him. He dug deeper, his heart racing, until his fingers grazed something cool and smooth. Carefully, he lifted it from the soil, a jade carving, glinting in the sunlight. The shape was unmistakable, a serpent with the body of a dragon, coiled in an eternal dance. Though he didn't yet understand its meaning, he felt its weight, not just in his hands, but in his spirit. Thousands of years before words were etched into paper, people like the boy's ancestors carved their beliefs into stone and jade. They lived in a world where every shadow, gust of wind, and rush of water carried significance. Dragons were not distant deities, but ever-present forces, shaping the land and the skies. In Neolithic China, their form emerged in ways that bridged the tangible and the mystical. The Lianzhu people, whose villages sprawled near marshy rivers, were among the first to bring these creatures to life. They carved dragons into jade with meticulous precision, each stroke of their tools imbued with reverence. The jade itself, cool and unyielding, was more than a material, it was sacred, a gift from the earth. These carvings were no mere ornaments. They were offerings, guardians, and symbols of a connection to the heavens. In their coils and curves, the people saw a harmony between chaos and order. One such artifact, unearthed thousands of years later, told its story in silence. Its jade surface bore the marks of skilled hands and patient hearts. The dragon's long body twisted elegantly, its head raised as if it were about to roar. The scholars who found it marveled at its artistry, but its makers had likely cared little for admiration. To them, it was a talisman, a link to forces they could feel but never fully grasp. In the Hongshan culture, farther to the north, dragons took a different shape. Here, the land was vast and open, with winds that howled across the plains. The people's imagination soared with the same wild energy, and their dragons reflected that. Made of jade or clay, their forms were bold yet abstract, with flowing lines that spoke of movement and power. A particularly striking artifact was shaped like a coiled dragon, its head wide and flat, its body curving as if caught mid-flight. When held, it seemed to vibrate with life, as though it carried the spirit of the dragon itself. Generations came and went, and the people of Neolithic China left more than their carvings in the earth. They left stories, silent but enduring, embedded in their artifacts. At times, these stories were found in burial sites, where dragon shapes lay alongside the dead, protecting them on their journey to the afterlife. To the living, these dragons symbolized not just power but the promise of renewal. The earth, after all, was a place of cycles, seasons turned, rivers carved paths, and life gave way to death, only to be reborn. As the child's village elders gathered around the jade carving he had uncovered, their faces lit with a mix of awe and recognition. They spoke of dragons that swam through the rivers, bringing life to the fields. They told tales of dragons in the skies, whose breath carried the rains. Though their words wove fantastical images, the truth beneath them was simple: dragons were guardians of balance. Their form, serpentine and flowing, reflected the rivers they drank from and the clouds they prayed to. The boy listened, clutching the jade dragon to his chest, feeling its ridges press against his skin. In that moment, he understood that this was no ordinary artifact. It was a piece of something far greater, a connection to a world his ancestors had built with their hands and hearts. When the elders finished their stories, the boy's grandfather knelt beside him, placing a calloused hand on his shoulder. "This," the old man said, pointing to the carving, "is the spirit of all we are and all we hope to be." Elsewhere, buried deeper beneath the earth, lay more treasures, waiting for their time to resurface. In one place, an intricately carved jade disc depicted a dragon coiling around the sun, its body etched with lines that mirrored the flow of water. In another, a ceramic vessel bore the faint image of a dragon wrapped in flames, a testament to humanity's early understanding of fire and its dual nature as a destroyer and a giver of life. These artifacts whispered of a belief system that saw dragons as more than creatures. They were bridges between the elements, uniting fire, water, earth, and air in an eternal dance. In the stillness of the Neolithic world, where night fell without the interruption of city lights and the stars seemed close enough to touch, people looked to dragons to make sense of the chaos and beauty around them. Their coils became a way to explain the river's winding paths. Their scales mirrored the mountain's jagged peaks. And their breath, unseen but ever-present, was the wind that carried seeds across the fields. As the child grew older, he often returned to the spot where he had found the jade carving. He would hold it up to the sky, tracing its curves against the clouds. In its shape, he saw the movements of the rivers, the flow of the wind, and the shifting of the earth beneath his feet. He saw not just a dragon but the spirit of a people who had carved their beliefs into stone so that even centuries later, their whispers would be heard. In the end, the dragons of Neolithic China were not simply artifacts or symbols, they were a language. Through their forms, the people spoke to the earth and sky, to each other, and to those who would come after them. They carved their hopes and fears, their gratitude and wonder, into jade and clay, leaving behind a legacy that would one day resurface, as timeless and enduring as the dragons themselves. The emperor stood at the edge of the ceremonial platform, his robes heavy with the weight of golden thread and embroidered dragons. The rising sun bathed the silken light, making the dragons seem to writhe and come alive. Behind him, the court watched in hushed reverence, their breath caught as if they, too, feared the dragons would leap from the fabric and take flight. In that moment, the line between mortal and divine blurred, for the emperor was not just a man but a living bridge to the heavens. The dragon on his robe said so. In the Xia dynasty, long before written histories claimed their place, the dragon's image held more than artistic beauty. It was a force that legitimized rulers, a mark of their connection to heaven's will. In bronzes unearthed from ancient burial sites, dragons coiled around ceremonial vessels, their bodies elongated and sinuous, as if caught mid-dance. These vessels, used in rituals, bore testimony to the belief that the ruler was chosen not by men but by the cosmos, with dragons as the messengers of that divine decree. A bronze bell, weathered by centuries, told its story in silence. The bell's surface bore the image of a dragon twined with a phoenix, their forms locked in a graceful struggle. Scholars would later say this pairing symbolized the balance of power, the emperor's strength as the dragon, tempered by wisdom and harmony represented by the phoenix. To those who had cast the bell, its ringing voice had likely been a call to the heavens, a plea for stability and prosperity. The dragon was not just an image, it was a force that sang in bronze and echoed through the courts of the Xia. By the time of the Shang dynasty, the dragon had found its place not just in ceremony but in warfare. Weapons carried into battle bore dragon motifs, their snarling faces carved into dagger handles and axe heads. A warrior clutching such a weapon felt the power of the dragon coursing through him, a ferocity that could not be quelled. On oracle bones, pieces of tortoise shell and ox scapula used to divine the will of the gods, the dragon's image often appeared alongside inscriptions. When cracks formed under the heat of fire, priests interpreted the patterns as messages from the dragons, guiding the Shang rulers in decisions of war and peace. In the Zhou dynasty, the dragon's role expanded further. Here, the dragon did not merely legitimize the ruler or sanctify rituals, it became a symbol of moral order. The mandate of heaven, an idea born during this era, claimed that rulers governed by divine right but could lose their throne if they failed to uphold virtue and justice. Dragons, woven into banners and carved onto ceremonial objects, became reminders of this mandate. They were not just companions of kings, they were their judges. One artifact from the Zhou period, a jade tablet adorned with a dragon motif, spoke of this duality. The dragon carved onto its surface was both majestic and watchful, its eyes wide and unblinking. Such tablets were carried by envoys, their purpose both symbolic and practical. They marked the bearer as a representative of the king's authority, a living embodiment of the ruler's connection to heaven. But the tablet also carried a quiet warning: authority was a gift, not a right, and the dragon's gaze was always watching. Among the artifacts left behind, one stood out for its haunting beauty, a bronze ritual vessel inlaid with turquoise, its body encircled by a dragon. The dragon's scales were crafted with such precision that they seemed to ripple in the flickering firelight. This vessel had once held offerings to the gods, its presence a silent prayer for the continued favor of the heavens. Those who had knelt before it had felt the weight of the dragon's gaze, a reminder of the delicate balance between human ambition and divine will. As dynasties rose and fell, the dragon endured, its presence weaving through the lives of rulers and common folk alike. It roared in the clang of Shang war chariots, whispered in the jade ornaments of Zhou envoys, and coiled in the sacred vessels of Xia temples. It was never just a decoration. To those who had carved, cast, and worn its image, the dragon was life itself, power, balance, and the unyielding reminder of humanity's place in the vast dance of the cosmos. The storm had raged for 3 days. The winds howled, tearing through the palace gardens, uprooting centuries-old trees. The emperor stood alone in the grand hall, the weight of his crown pressing down on him as heavily as the silence that followed each thunderclap. Outside, the people whispered in fear. They believed such storms were not mere weather, they were messages sent by the dragons who governed the heavens. If the emperor's heart faltered, if his rule wavered from righteousness, the dragons would strip him of the mandate of heaven. The mandate of heaven. It was more than words. It was the bond between the ruler and the cosmos, a thread woven so tightly into the fabric of rule that to break it was to unravel an entire dynasty. And at the center of that bond stood the dragon, an eternal guardian and enforcer, its fiery breath both a warning and a blessing. The first emperor to claim the mandate was said to have been chosen during a time of chaos. The earth cracked under the weight of human greed, rivers overflowed, swallowing villages whole, and the sky withheld its rain. The people cried out to the heavens for salvation. One night, under the full moon, a farmer named Yu saw a vision. In the rushing waters of a mighty river, a dragon rose, its scales shimmering like molten gold. The dragon spoke not in words, but in thunderous roars that shook you to his core. In its presence, you felt his fear fall away, replaced by a clarity that burned brighter than any flame. The dragon's gaze was unyielding, as if piercing through his soul to weigh his intentions. When you awoke, the vision was gone, but the command was clear. He would restore order, not for his own glory, but for the people. Legends say the dragon guided him, its massive body carving paths through unruly rivers, its breath-quelling floods. By the time you ascended to rule, the land was healed, and the people called him emperor. Yet you himself declared that the true ruler was the dragon. His throne, he said, was only borrowed, for it was the dragon who granted him the right to reign. As centuries passed, the link between the emperor and the dragon deepened. The emperor was called the Son of Heaven, a mortal vessel chosen to channel the divine. The dragon, with its celestial power, became the symbol of that legitimacy. In grand palaces, walls were adorned with murals of dragons swirling amidst clouds, their forms winding like the rivers that gave life to the land. Thrones were carved with dragon motifs, their talons clutching orbs said to represent the balance of the universe. Even the emperor's robes bore golden dragons, their presence a silent but undeniable declaration: this man was chosen by heaven itself. But the mandate of heaven was not a gift that could be taken lightly. It was not given unconditionally. If the emperor strayed, if greed overtook justice or ambition crushed the needs of the people, the dragon would turn its gaze away. Natural disasters became warnings. A drought might signal that the emperor's heart had hardened, while earthquakes were seen as the heavens themselves shaking in disapproval. The people watched the skies, the rivers, and the mountains for signs, for they believed the dragon spoke through the very fabric of the world. One emperor, filled with arrogance, once declared himself equal to the dragons. He ordered a statue to be built, taller than any temple, with his own image seated upon a dragon's back. He wore robes adorned with 10 dragons instead of the traditional 9, a deliberate challenge to the sacred order. For a time, his rule seemed secure, and his court feared him more than they revered the heavens. But one night, the skies turned blood red, and a comet streaked across the horizon. The rivers that had fed his lands began to dry, and rebellion spread like wildfire. By the time the emperor realized his folly, it was too late. His dynasty crumbled, and his name became a cautionary tale etched into history. In contrast, an emperor who ruled with humility and wisdom found his reign blessed by the dragons. His name was One, and though he was born into the palace, he often walked among the farmers and craftsmen, listening to their needs. When a great flood threatened his kingdom, One was said to have prayed to the dragons, not with demands, but with sincerity. According to legend, a dragon appeared in the night sky, its form glowing against the stars, and the waters receded the next morning. One's people thrived, and the dragons were said to coil protectively around his throne, invisible but ever-present. Even the dragon's form became sacred. Its body, a harmonious blend of various creatures, serpent, fish, tiger, and eagle, symbolized balance. Just as the emperor was expected to balance the needs of heaven and earth, the dragon embodied the perfect unity of opposing forces. To lose that balance was to lose the mandate. In the great halls of the imperial palace, a mural stretched across the ceiling. It depicted a dragon ascending through clouds, its golden scales radiating light. Beneath it, the emperor conducted his duties, each decision weighed as though the dragon itself might descend from the heavens to judge him. In moments of doubt, he would look up, tracing the dragon's form with his eyes, reminding himself of the trust bestowed upon him. It was not the weight of the crown he feared, but the gaze of the unseen dragon, its presence felt in every whisper of the wind and every ripple of the water. When the emperor faltered, when decisions became clouded by personal gain or fear, the court's ministers would not hesitate to remind him of his role. "You are but a man," one elder once said to a young emperor whose arrogance threatened to overshadow his wisdom. "The dragon may lift you to the heavens, but it can also cast you down." The storm outside the grand hall began to ease. The emperor, still standing beneath the mural of the dragon, closed his eyes. He breathed deeply, his chest rising and falling like the tide. In the stillness that followed, he understood the weight of his role. It was not just power, it was responsibility, carried with the knowledge that the dragon's favor was not eternal. It had to be earned, day by day, choice by choice. The old sage sat cross-legged at the edge of a tranquil pond, the surface of the water so still it mirrored the sky above. Clouds drifted slowly, their shapes stretching into forms that teased the imagination, mountains, rivers, and, unmistakably, a dragon coiling through the heavens. A young student knelt before the sage, eyes wide with awe and a heart full of questions. "Master," the student began hesitantly, "why does the dragon always face the heavens, yet never forgets the earth?" The sage opened his eyes, their depths reflecting a wisdom that seemed to stretch beyond time. He gestured to the water, where the image of the dragon lingered in the ripples. "Because the dragon is both," he replied. "It dances in the clouds, yet its breath stirs the rivers. It is the bond between the infinite and the tangible. Look closely, and you will see it everywhere." Taoism taught that life was a flow, a ceaseless movement of energies shaping all that exists. The dragon was its purest expression, a creature of the winds and waters, shifting forms like the Tao itself. It was not bound by the limits of men or the laws of nature, it transcended them, an eternal symbol of balance and harmony. One night, a fisherman stood by the edge of a river, the lantern on his boat casting a golden glow across the dark waters. The tide had been unusual, rising and falling with no pattern he could understand. As he watched, a low mist began to gather. From the depths of the river, a soft hum arose, a vibration so low it was felt more than heard. And then, with a rush of water and light, the dragon appeared. Its scales shimmered like liquid jade, its form twisting as if born from the currents themselves. The fisherman dropped to his knees, overwhelmed by the sheer presence of the creature. The dragon turned its gaze toward him, eyes like pools of molten gold, and in that gaze, the fisherman felt his own place in the vastness of existence. He did not need words to understand. The dragon's presence was a reminder that all life was connected. The river fed the fields fed the people, and the people offered their gratitude back to the heavens. The dragon's breath, cool and laden with moisture, was the promise of rain to come, a gift from the skies to the earth below. Confucianism, on the other hand, sought order in the chaos of life. Its teachings emphasized hierarchy, harmony, and the sacredness of duty. The dragon, ever majestic, became its symbol of rightful authority. But this was not an authority born of might, it was an authority rooted in moral integrity, in the ability to unite the world above with the world below. A ruler, much like the dragon, was expected to guide with wisdom and justice, to bridge the heavens' decree with the needs of the people. A legend tells of a young prince named Jian who ascended the throne after the sudden death of his father. Unprepared and burdened by doubt, Jian retreated to the royal garden one night, seeking solace. As he walked among the ancient trees, he came upon an old shrine. Its walls were adorned with carvings of dragons, each one a masterpiece of power and grace. But one dragon was different. It bore a missing claw, its face etched with sorrow instead of triumph. Jian stared at the carving, its story unknown but its meaning clear. Greatness came not from perfection but from struggle. The wind picked up, and for a fleeting moment, Jian thought he saw the dragon move, its head lifting toward the heavens. In that instant, he understood. The dragon's power came not from the throne it occupied, but from the balance it maintained. It honored the heavens above, but never abandoned the earth below. The prince returned to the palace with renewed purpose, determined to rule as the dragon ruled, not as a master, but as a servant of both sky and soil. The teachings of Taoism and Confucianism intertwined, each offering its own wisdom but meeting in the symbol of the dragon. To the Taoist, the dragon was a force of nature, flowing freely yet always in harmony with the greater whole. To the Confucian, it was the ideal ruler, a bridge between realms, uniting the celestial and the terrestrial with dignity and care. In the great hall of the temple, a grand tapestry hung, depicting a dragon ascending through a swirling storm. Its head pierced the clouds, its claws stretched toward the ground, and its tail vanished into a rushing river below. Beneath it stood the emperor, robed in gold, addressing his court. "The dragon reminds us," he said, "that power without humility is chaos, and humility without strength is despair. We are entrusted to walk the middle path, to honor both the heavens that guide us and the earth that sustains us." The words carried weight, for the court knew the price of imbalance. There were tales of rulers who claimed the heavens but forgot their people, who gazed too long at the stars and let the rivers run dry. Such rulers lost the favor of the dragon, their reigns marked by famine and rebellion. But there were also tales of those who ruled with the dragon's wisdom, whose lands flourished under their care. These rulers left behind not only kingdoms but legacies, their names whispered with reverence long after their mortal forms had faded. The student by the pond watched the sage closely, his heart pounding as the old man's words sank in. "Master," he said softly, "if the dragon is both heaven and earth, then what are we?" The sage smiled, his gaze drifting to the water where the dragon's reflection still lingered. "We are the breath of the dragon," he replied, his voice steady. "We rise with the wind, we flow with the rivers, and in each of us is the power to bridge what is above with what is below. But remember, the dragon's strength lies not in its roar but in its balance. That is the lesson we must carry." The student nodded, his chest swelling with both awe and determination. He did not know if he would ever see a dragon, but in his heart, he felt its presence, a quiet, unyielding force, calling him to live with the grace of the skies and the steadfastness of the earth. The storm had rolled in without warning, a sudden cascade of rain drumming against the temple roof. A young monk knelt inside, his hands pressed together in silent prayer. His robes, damp from the hurried dash to shelter, clung to him as his breath steadied. Outside, the wind howled, carrying with it the voice of the mountains, a low, resonant hum that seemed alive. In the flickering light of the lanterns, an elder monk approached, his face serene despite the chaos outside. He carried an ancient scroll, its edges worn with age and reverence. Without a word, he unfurled it, revealing a magnificent dragon coiling through a sea of clouds, its eyes blazing with compassion rather than ferocity. "Master," the young monk whispered, "why does the dragon watch over us?" The elder sat beside him, his voice calm and deep, like the steady pulse of the earth. "Because the dragon is the guardian of wisdom," he said. "Its power is not destruction but protection. Its presence reminds us of the balance between strength and mercy, between the earthly and the divine." Buddhism had long embraced the dragon, weaving its essence into the teachings of enlightenment. The dragon was not a creature of fear but a symbol of the spiritual path, a being that could traverse realms, its wisdom as vast as the skies and its compassion as enduring as the mountains. In the early days of Buddhist teachings, when scriptures were carried across the seas and mountains, the dragon was said to have appeared as a protector. There is an old tale of a monk named Xuanzang who journeyed to India in search of sacred texts. His path was fraught with peril, treacherous rivers, steep cliffs, and the ever-looming threat of bandits. One evening, as he prepared to cross a wide and raging river, he paused to meditate, seeking clarity and strength. As the moon rose, casting its silver glow over the water, a great dragon emerged from the depths. Its scales shimmered with an otherworldly light, and its gaze carried a profound stillness. Xuanzang did not flinch. Instead, he bowed low, understanding that this was no ordinary encounter. The dragon lowered its massive body, forming a bridge of scales over the river. Xuanzang crossed safely, his heart filled with gratitude and resolve. He later recounted that the dragon was a manifestation of bodhisattva energy, a being that serves to guide and protect those on the path to enlightenment. Dragons in Buddhist lore were often seen as guardians of sacred spaces, treasures, and teachings. They were said to dwell in hidden realms, emerging when their wisdom or strength was needed most. In one story, a village plagued by drought turned to a nearby monastery for help. The monks, sensing the despair of the people, began a series of rituals to invoke the dragon's presence. Days passed without change, but one morning, as the villagers gathered in prayer, the sky darkened. A mighty roar echoed through the valley, and rain poured down in torrents. In the clouds, they glimpsed the shape of a dragon, its form rippling like the waves it had sent to quench the earth. The villagers believed the dragon had heeded their suffering, bringing life back to their parched lands. But the dragon was not merely a bringer of rain or guardian of treasures. It was a teacher, embodying the very essence of the middle way, the Buddhist ideal of balance. The dragon, with its ability to soar through the heavens and dive into the depths of the sea, reminded practitioners that enlightenment was not found in extremes but in harmony. Strength and gentleness, wisdom and humility, action and stillness, these were the lessons the dragon imparted. The young monk at the temple listened intently as the elder continued. "There is another story," the master said, his eyes shining in the dim light. "A dragon once sought enlightenment, tired of its endless roaming through the skies and waters. It approached the Buddha, humbling itself before the enlightened one. 'Teacher,' it asked, 'how may I find peace?' The Buddha gazed at the dragon with infinite compassion. 'You already have,' he replied. 'Your form is vast, yet you seek the smallest truths. Your power is immense, yet you bow before wisdom. Peace lies not in changing your nature but in understanding it.' The dragon wept, its tears filling the rivers and seas. It had spent lifetimes searching for what it already carried within. From that day forward, it vowed to protect and guide others, using its strength not for itself but for the benefit of all beings. The young monk felt a shiver pass through him. He thought of the storm outside, the wind howling as if searching for solace. 'Master,' he asked, 'do dragons still walk among us?' The elder smiled, his expression both gentle and mysterious. 'They are in the rains that nourish our crops, in the rivers that carve mountains, and in the fire that warms us. Dragons are not bound by form, they exist wherever wisdom and compassion meet.' The storm began to wane, the rain easing into a gentle patter. The young monk closed his eyes, letting the elder's words settle into his heart. In the silence, he thought he heard the faintest echo of a dragon's roar, a sound not of fury but of infinite grace, carrying the weight of ages and the promise of enlightenment. The wind howled through the ancient temples, its whispers carrying secrets from a distant age. Beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, a child stood at the gates of a celestial palace, the golden walls glowing faintly in the night. The palace was unlike any earthly structure, towers that stretched beyond the reach of the clouds, gardens that bloomed with flowers never seen by mortal eyes, and corridors filled with the sound of chimes that seemed to echo from the heavens themselves. The child was no ordinary visitor. Her name was May, and she had come seeking the favor of the heavenly dragon. Her journey had begun many months ago, when the dream first came to her, the dragon, with its scales as bright as the moon, calling her to the heavens. As she approached the gates, she could feel the air change, a heavy, expectant silence settling over the scene. It was as if the very atmosphere was holding its breath, waiting for something monumental to unfold. The gates creaked open slowly, revealing the vast expanse of the palace grounds, bathed in a soft, otherworldly light. There, in the center of the courtyard, stood the heavenly dragon. Unlike any creature May had ever seen, the dragon was a majestic being, its body coiled gracefully around the pillars of a jade temple. It had eyes that sparkled like the stars themselves, and its long, flowing mane shimmered like threads of silver silk. Its wings stretched wide, not to fly, but to shelter, as if it were embracing the entire cosmos in its vastness. May felt her heart race as she gazed at the creature. She had heard the stories of the heavenly dragon, the mighty guardian of the celestial palaces, the protector of the heavens, who watched over the gods themselves. It was said that this dragon, with its immense power and wisdom, was tasked with keeping the balance between heaven and earth, ensuring that the celestial order remained undisturbed. The dragon lowered its head, and May knelt before it, feeling the weight of its presence press down on her. For a moment, everything seemed still. The dragon's eyes, bright and wise, locked onto hers. And then, as if it had been waiting for her all along, the dragon spoke. "Why do you come, child of the earth?" Its voice was like thunder, but there was no malice in it, only the deep, resounding tone of someone who had seen the rise and fall of worlds. May swallowed her fear, her voice trembling. "I have come to seek your blessing, mighty dragon. I have seen the state of the world below, and I wish to help bring balance. I wish to be a bridge between the heavens and the earth, to restore harmony." The dragon's gaze softened, and it unfurled its wings, sending a wave of energy through the air. "Many have come before you, seeking the same. But balance cannot be restored with mere wishes. It requires strength, patience, and a deep understanding of the forces that govern both the heavens and the earth." May nodded, understanding that this was no ordinary quest. The heavenly dragon, as the guardian of the celestial realms, was a being of great responsibility. It did not simply protect the palaces, it was the keeper of the cosmic order, the embodiment of harmony between the divine and the mortal. Its very existence ensured that the celestial forces, the stars, the planets, and all that lay beyond, moved in perfect sync. Without it, chaos would reign. As May stood there, feeling the weight of the dragon's words settle upon her, the dragon lifted its tail, coiling it around a nearby pillar. "The heavens are not without their trials, child," the dragon continued. "There are forces at work that seek to disturb the peace, to tear apart the threads that bind us all. And I, as the guardian of this place, cannot stop them alone." May looked up at the dragon, her heart pounding. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice steady now, filled with determination. The dragon's eyes narrowed, and it let out a low, rumbling growl. "You must learn the ways of the heavens. You must understand the eternal dance of light and shadow, of creation and destruction. Only then can you become a true protector." For a moment, May was lost in the enormity of the task ahead. The dragon was not asking for something simple. It was asking for her to become one with the celestial order, to understand not just the balance between the heavens and the earth, but the very forces that shaped the world itself. Suddenly, the dragon's wings unfurled, casting a vast shadow across the courtyard. A storm began to swirl around them, thunder crashing and lightning striking the ground. May felt a surge of energy, raw and untamed, coursing through the air. The dragon let out a deafening roar, and the earth beneath them shook. "The time has come," the dragon said, its voice now filled with power. "The balance is shifting, and the forces of chaos are stirring. If you wish to protect the celestial realms, you must first prove your worth." May took a step forward, her eyes blazing with newfound resolve. She had no idea what trials awaited her, but she knew that this was the path she had chosen. The dragon had given her a choice, not to fight with strength, but to fight with wisdom, patience, and understanding. The storm intensified, and the dragon's form seemed to grow larger, its body stretching into the very skies. The celestial palace behind it shimmered, as if responding to the dragon's call. The winds howled, and May stood firm, knowing that this moment would shape the rest of her life. In the silence that followed, the dragon lowered its head once more, its golden eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a guardian," it said. "But remember this, guardians of the celestial realms must always act with compassion. Power alone will not protect the heavens. It is love, understanding, and balance that will." And with that, the heavenly dragon spread its wings wide, and the storm began to subside. The palace stood in calm once more, its golden walls reflecting the light of the stars. May stood tall, knowing that the dragon had given her more than just a blessing. It had given her a purpose, one that would echo through the ages, as she became a bridge between the heavens and the earth, just as the dragon had always done. The child, now a protector of the celestial realms, gazed up at the vast, endless sky, knowing that the balance had been restored once more. And in the distance, the whisper of the dragon's roar echoed through the heavens, a reminder that the guardians of the celestial palaces would always stand watch, no matter the storm. The sky had been quiet for days. The crops, once green and thriving, now stood brittle under the relentless heat. Farmers wiped their brows, casting helpless glances at the horizon. The river, which had once carried water in abundance, was reduced to a slow, shallow trickle. The air, heavy with the stillness of drought, seemed to suffocate everything it touched. In the hearts of the people, a silent desperation grew. On the edge of a small village, an old man sat beneath the shade of a willow tree. His name was Masterly, and his age was unknown to anyone, for he had lived through many lifetimes of hardship and blessing alike. The villagers respected him not just for his wisdom, but for his knowledge of the spirits, the unseen forces that shaped the world. He was known to be a man who could call upon the elements themselves. One evening, as the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the earth, Masterly stood, his gnarled hands pressed together in a quiet prayer. The people watched from their homes, hopeful, yet uncertain. They had heard the old tales of dragons that controlled the rain, wind, and weather. But the stories had long been forgotten, dismissed as superstition. Now, in their time of need, they clung to those fading myths with a fragile hope. Without a word, Masterly walked to the village's highest point, where the wind carried a faint whisper of something ancient. His eyes closed, and his voice rose, low and steady, into the sky. He spoke the words that had been passed down through generations, words that were meant for the ears of the heavens, for the ancient spirits that governed the elements. "Shenlong," he whispered, his breath barely a murmur against the growing evening wind. "I call to you, guardian of the weather, bringer of rain. We are in need. Our fields cry for water. The earth thirsts for your mercy. Come, release your grace." For a long moment, there was nothing but silence. The air was thick with tension, as if the world itself held its breath. Then, suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the village, carrying with it a faint rumble of thunder from far off. The villagers looked to the sky, their hearts pounding with a mixture of hope and fear. Masterly did not flinch. His eyes remained closed, his hands still folded in prayer. And then, as if responding to the call, the sky above began to stir. Dark clouds, heavy with promise, rolled in from the distant mountains. The wind began to swirl, first gently, then with increasing force, as if the very atmosphere were alive. A deep rumble shook the ground beneath them, and the first drop of rain fell, slow, deliberate, like a blessing. The people gasped, their eyes wide in disbelief. The rain began to pour, soft at first, then heavier, a steady downpour that soaked the earth and breathed new life into the withered crops. The river, long dormant, began to rise, fed by the life-giving water. It was as if the very breath of the earth had returned. And high above, in the swirling clouds, the dragon watched. Shenlong, the spiritual dragon, had heard the call. It was said that Shenlong was a being of the skies, a mighty creature that could command the winds, summon the rain, and shape the weather as it pleased. Unlike the fearsome dragons of legend, this dragon was a protector, a giver of life, whose presence was felt in every gust of wind and every drop of rain. For centuries, Shenlong had been called upon in times of drought, famine, and imbalance. Its role was clear: to restore harmony between the heavens and the earth, to ensure that the flow of nature continued without interruption. When the skies became too dry, when the winds turned cold and harsh, the dragon would listen, and with a wave of its great tail, it would bring relief. As the rain fell, the villagers gathered in the streets, their faces lit with astonishment and gratitude. The old man stood alone on the hill, his hands still clasped in prayer, his voice soft now, like a whisper carried on the wind. "Thank you," he murmured. "Thank you, Shenlong." And above, high in the clouds, the dragon's form could be seen. Its long, sinuous body coiled through the sky, its scales glittering like raindrops themselves. Its wings, immense and powerful, caught the wind and guided the storm. The dragon moved gracefully through the heavens, as if dancing with the storm itself, its eyes glowing with the wisdom of ages. But this was no ordinary rainstorm. This was Shenlong's work, a gentle but determined hand at play, restoring balance to the earth. The dragon's power was not born from violence or destruction, but from understanding. Shenlong understood the earth's needs, the pull of the seasons, the delicate balance between life and death. The dragon's weather was neither punishing nor erratic, it was a force of nurturing, a gift to the world. For the people of the village, this moment would live in their hearts forever. They knew that they had been touched by something greater than themselves, something ancient and powerful. The rain, the wind, the storm, they were all a part of Shenlong's eternal dance. The dragon did not control the elements to show strength or domination. No, Shenlong was a steward of the earth, a keeper of the balance that sustained life. As the rain continued to fall, the village came alive again. The crops swayed gently in the wind, their once withered leaves now rich and green. The air, fresh and clean, seemed to hum with vitality. Even the river, swollen with new life, sang a song of renewal. Master Li stood for a long time, watching as the storm subsided and the sky cleared. His heart, too, felt lighter. The dragon had heard their cry, and the earth had been healed once more. In the distance, the clouds parted, revealing a sliver of moonlight. Shenlong, its great form now hidden among the stars, had done its work. The dragon did not seek praise or adoration. It simply existed, ever watchful, ever present, a reminder that the elements were never truly under the control of man. They were forces beyond their understanding, forces that could only be balanced by respect, by prayer, and by the wisdom of the ancient dragons. And so, as the rain began to fade into a soft mist, the villagers knew that they were not alone. The earth was still alive, and in the sky, Shenlong soared, forever guarding the winds, the rain, and the weather. The people had been given a glimpse of something eternal, something sacred, the quiet, powerful presence of the spiritual dragon, the keeper of balance between heaven and earth. The earth had always whispered its secrets to those willing to listen. But in the valley that ran between the mountains, a secret far older than the land itself stirred. The river that twisted through the valley, once a mere stream of water, had always been the lifeblood of the people. The villagers depended on it for their survival, its waters nourishing their crops and quenching their thirst. Yet, they were unaware of the creature that watched over it, a guardian whose power was tied to the very depths of the earth itself. It had been years since the river had run dry, and the people had grown complacent. They forgot the old stories, the ones that spoke of dragons who ruled not just the heavens and skies, but also the earth beneath their feet. They laughed and lived their lives, never knowing that a dragon, deep within the waters, held the power to shape the land itself. One day, the sky darkened suddenly. The wind shifted, and a strange stillness settled over the village. The river, which had once flowed with ease, now murmured with a restless energy. The villagers looked up in confusion, sensing that something was wrong, but not understanding why. As the days passed, the river began to rise, its waters turning murky and turbulent, as though it were alive, thrashing in anger. In the heart of the village stood an old woman named May, whose wrinkled hands held the knowledge of ancient times. She was one of the few who still remembered the stories, the tales passed down from generation to generation of the earthly dragon, Dilong, who ruled over rivers, lakes, and the treasures hidden deep beneath the earth. May had heard the warning bells and the whispers of the wind, the calls of birds that flew erratically, and the restless stirrings of the river. She knew that the earthly dragon was waking. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, May stood by the riverbank, her heart heavy with the weight of the past. The water swelled, churning with an energy that she knew all too well. She closed her eyes and let her thoughts wander to the old stories of Dilong, the mighty dragon whose domain stretched far beyond the river's banks. It was said that Dilong was the keeper of the earth's treasures, gems that shone like stars, metals that gleamed like silver, and the minerals hidden deep within the ground. But these treasures were not simply of gold or jade, they were the very essence of the earth, the heartbeat of the land itself. And now, May felt the dragon's presence. The wind picked up, rustling the trees around her. In the distance, thunder rumbled, though the sky was clear. The ground beneath her feet seemed to pulse, as though the earth itself was breathing. A soft, low growl echoed from the river, reverberating through the valley, sending chills down her spine. May had heard this sound before, long ago, when she was a young girl and the earth had trembled beneath the weight of Dilong's awakening. In that moment, the river surged forward, its waters swirling violently as a shape began to rise from its depths. At first, it was only a ripple in the water, a shifting of the current, but then, the surface broke. The massive, serpentine body of the earthly dragon emerged, its scales glistening with an otherworldly shimmer. Dilong's eyes glowed with the colors of the earth, deep green, rich brown, and the soft gold of buried treasures. The villagers, drawn by the growing disturbance, gathered at the river's edge. They gasped in awe and fear as the dragon's immense form coiled through the water, its body winding through the river like a serpent through a forest of trees. Its long tail lashed the banks, causing the ground to tremble. May stepped forward, her old bones creaking with the weight of time, yet her spirit was strong. She stood tall, unafraid, her voice rising above the roar of the river. "Dilong," she called, her voice steady and clear. "We honor you. We know that you guard the earth, and we have forgotten your power. Please, show us mercy." The dragon's head rose from the water, its eyes locking with May's. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. The villagers held their breath, their hearts pounding in their chests. May's hands trembled, but she did not look away. The dragon's gaze was ancient, as if it had seen the rise and fall of countless generations, its wisdom carried in the very soil beneath their feet. Dilong's voice was a rumble, a sound that resonated deep within their bones. "You have forgotten," the dragon said, its voice like the rustle of leaves in a storm. "You have forgotten the bond between the earth and sky. You have taken without giving, and now the earth stirs in anger." May bowed her head. "We are sorry. We have forgotten the old ways. We have forgotten you." The dragon's gaze softened, and the waters began to calm. The churning of the river slowed, the turbulence easing as Dilong settled back into the depths. The earth seemed to sigh, the tension in the valley lifting, but the villagers knew the truth. Dilong was not just a creature of power, it was the keeper of balance. The dragon was the guardian of all that the earth held, its rivers, lakes, treasures, and the very essence of life itself. As the night fell, the villagers began to return to their homes, their hearts lighter but filled with a new understanding. The river flowed gently once again, but they would never take its waters for granted again. They knew that the earthly dragon, Dilong, would watch over them, but they had to respect the earth, honor the balance, and remember the treasures hidden deep beneath the ground, the ones that were not made of gold, but of wisdom, respect, and harmony. And so, the river flowed on, its waters now calm and steady. Dilong had returned to its domain, guarding the treasures of the earth, ruling over the land with quiet strength. It was a reminder to all that the earth held mysteries beyond their understanding, treasures that could never be bought or sold, but only earned through respect and reverence. May sat quietly by the river, a small smile playing on her lips. She knew that the earth had its own way of healing, its own rhythm. And as long as the earthly dragon watched over them, they would remember the importance of the land beneath their feet and the treasures that lay within it. The sun had long set, and the moon hung low in the sky, casting a pale glow over the ancient forest that sprawled beneath the mountains. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, the trees whispering secrets that had been buried for centuries. In this forest, untouched by time, there lay a hidden cave, its entrance concealed by thick vines and shadows so deep that even the bravest of men hesitated before stepping inside. They said that the cave held treasures beyond imagination, that the riches hidden within its dark, silent walls were enough to make kings weep with greed. Jewels the size of a fist, gold bars stacked to the ceiling, and artifacts from lost civilizations, all of it buried, waiting to be found. But there was one thing that no one ever dared speak of, the dragon. The treasure-guarding dragon, Fukenglong. It had been centuries since anyone had entered the cave. The stories told of the dragon's wrath, of those who ventured too far and were never seen again. The dragon's name alone was enough to send shivers down the spine of even the most hardened warrior. They said Fukenglong was more than just a guardian of riches, it was the keeper of secrets. The dragon didn't just protect the treasure, it protected the very knowledge of what lay beneath the earth, the lost wisdom that could change the course of empires. One evening, a lone traveler arrived at the edge of the forest, his boots worn from a long journey, his face determined but weary. His name was Lien, and he had heard the rumors, the whispers of treasure so great that it could solve every problem, answer every prayer, and grant every desire. For years, he had searched for the fabled cave, driven by a hunger that he could no longer ignore. His village had been ravaged by droughts, his people starving. Lien believed that if he could just find the treasure, he could save them all. He didn't care about the dragon. What was a dragon when faced with the lives of his people? As he pushed through the thick underbrush and made his way toward the hidden cave, the air seemed to grow colder, the moonlight dimmer. The trees whispered around him, but the words were soft and fleeting, like the breath of spirits long forgotten. He stepped carefully, his heart racing with a mix of excitement and fear. There was no turning back now. When Lien finally reached the entrance of the cave, he paused. The opening was small, almost as if it were meant to be missed by anyone who wasn't looking carefully enough. He could feel the weight of the earth around him, the pressure of ancient knowledge pressing down. But something in the back of his mind urged him forward. There was no time to waste. The treasure was within reach. He stepped inside. The cave was vast, its walls smooth and dark, stretching up into an abyss of shadows. As Lien's eyes adjusted to the dim light, he could make out shapes that glistened in the darkness like the reflection of stars. Gold, silver, jewels, a fortune beyond imagination. His breath caught in his throat as he moved forward, his heart pounding in his chest. But then, as if the earth itself had sighed, a low, rumbling growl filled the cave. Lien froze. The air seemed to thicken, heavy with an ancient power, and the temperature dropped. He wasn't alone. A shape began to emerge from the depths of the cave. First, a flicker of light, a glint of something shiny. Then, a dark silhouette, coiling and shifting in the shadows. Lien's heart skipped a beat. The dragon. The Fukanglong. The creature moved silently, its massive body winding through the treasure like a serpent through water. Its scales glowed faintly, a shimmering gold that seemed to draw the light from the air itself. Its eyes, deep and ancient, gleamed with the knowledge of centuries, watching Lien with an intensity that seemed to pierce straight through him. The dragon's breath was hot, the smell of ancient earth and fire mingling in the air. It was clear that Fukanglong was not just a guardian, it was a force of nature, one that had been asleep for eons, only to be disturbed by the intrusion of a mere mortal. Lien, despite his fear, stood tall. "I've come for the treasure," he said, his voice steady but trembling. "My people are dying. I need this." The dragon's gaze softened, but only for a moment. Then, with a flick of its tail, it sent a gust of wind crashing into Lien, pushing him back. The ground beneath him shook, and the sound of shifting earth echoed in the cave. The dragon's voice, deep and rumbling like thunder, filled the air. "The treasure you seek is not for the taking," Fukanglong said. Its voice was a mixture of fire and stone, old and wise. "The riches of the earth are not given freely. You seek them out of desperation, but do you understand the cost? Do you understand the knowledge you would unleash?" Lien's breath caught. The word struck him like a physical blow. He had only thought of the treasure as a way to save his people. But now, in the presence of this ancient creature, he realized that he had never truly considered what it might mean to disturb the delicate balance of the earth. The dragon wasn't just guarding gold, it was guarding something far more dangerous. Secrets. Powers that could change the world. The dragon's eyes glowed brighter now, and Lien could feel the weight of its gaze on him. "Many have come before you," Fukanglong continued, "and many have failed. They sought the treasure with greed, and they paid the price. Do not think that your motives will shield you from the consequences." Lien's heart pounded in his chest, the urgency of his mission still fresh in his mind. But as the dragon spoke, he began to understand. The treasure was not a simple gift, it was a challenge. A test. and the secrets it guarded were far more profound than he had ever imagined. The dragon leaned closer, its breath warm against Lian's face. The earth is not a gift to be claimed by the desperate. The true treasure lies not in gold or jewels, but in wisdom. You must prove that you can wield this power with respect, or it will consume you. Lian, his body shaking, nodded slowly. He had come for the treasure out of desperation, but now he realized that it was not just wealth that he sought, it was understanding. He dropped to his knees, his hands trembling, his mind filled with both awe and fear. Fu Kanglong watched him, its eyes flickering with something like approval. Then, with a final, reverberating growl, the dragon vanished into the shadows, leaving the treasure untouched. Lian stayed there, in the silence of the cave, his heart racing. He had not claimed the treasure. But something far greater had been given to him, a new understanding of the earth, of the balance between all things, and of the price that must always be paid when one seeks the secrets of the world. The wind was sharp, slicing through the mist that clung to the waves like a living thing. The sea, vast and endless, stretched into the horizon, a dark, rolling expanse of water that seemed to swallow everything whole. At the heart of it all, four great dragons watched over their domains, the dragon kings of the four seas. They were ancient, powerful, and as untamed as the very oceans they ruled. In the east, the dragon king of the East Sea, Ao Guang, sat upon a throne made of coral and pearl, his long serpentine body coiling around the great pillars of his palace beneath the waves. His scales shimmered in the dim light of the deep ocean, iridescent like the sun breaking through the surface of the sea. His eyes were the color of the ocean at twilight, dark and endless, filled with ancient wisdom and fierce authority. He had seen the rise and fall of empires, the changing tides of history, and the endless cycles of nature. But his reign was not without its trials. There were always storms on the horizon, both in the skies and in the hearts of men. Ao Guang ruled over the East Sea, the waters known for their powerful currents and unpredictable tempests. To the fishermen and sailors of the land, he was both protector and judge, a figure of immense power whose mood could change with the weather. A fierce storm could mean that Ao Guang was angry, while a calm, gentle breeze was a sign that he favored them. Yet, those who sought the wisdom of the East knew better. They understood that Ao Guang's heart was not driven by wrath, but by balance. He sought the harmony of the sea, a balance between peace and chaos, creation and destruction. To the south, the Dragon King of the South Sea, Ao Qin, ruled over waters as warm and turbulent as his nature. His domain stretched from the lush tropical islands to the vast expanse of the southern oceans. His palace was built into the cliffs of a volcanic island, surrounded by hot springs and geysers. Ao Qin's scales were a vibrant red, like molten lava, and his fiery breath could scorch the very skies. His kingdom was one of passion and strength, a place where the sun beat down mercilessly on the waters, making the sea sparkle like burning embers. He was known for his fierce protection of his realm, and none who dared disturb the South Sea went without consequence. But Ao Qin's strength was more than physical, it was the strength of will and desire. He was a dragon of ambition, of unyielding drive, and the waters he ruled reflected that, wild, unpredictable, and full of life. The currents of the South Sea were like a storm that could not be tamed, much like Ao Qin's heart. To those who approached him with reverence and respect, he granted great favor. But to those who dared to challenge him, the South Sea would become a hellish tempest, a reflection of the fire that burned inside him. In the west, the Dragon King of the West Sea, Ao Ming, reigned over waters that were calm and deep, peaceful yet mysterious. His palace lay in the darkest depths of the ocean, surrounded by forgotten shipwrecks and treasures lost to time. His scales were a deep, rich blue, like the night sky just before the stars appeared. He was a dragon of contemplation, of quiet wisdom, and of patience. The West Sea was a place where the water flowed slowly and deliberately, like the passage of time itself. There were no violent storms or sudden shifts here, just the steady rhythm of the waves, like the heartbeat of the earth. Ao Ming was the most elusive of the four dragon kings. He spoke rarely, and when he did, his words were like the whispers of the ocean, carried on the winds to those who truly sought to listen. His realm was one of reflection, a place where one could find peace and clarity. Sailors who were lost in their thoughts often found themselves drawn to the West Sea, hoping to find solace in its tranquil depths. And some did. But Ao Ming demanded one thing, that those who entered his waters come with open hearts and minds, for the West Sea was not a place for the arrogant or the restless. Finally, in the north, there was Ao Shun, the Dragon King of the North Sea. His kingdom was the coldest of the four seas, a place where the waters were as icy as his demeanor. His palace was built upon a vast ice floe, glittering like diamonds in the pale light of the northern sky. Ao Shun's scales were as white as snow, and his eyes glowed with the cold fire of the Arctic winds. He ruled over the frozen waters with an iron fist, a dragon of unyielding control and order. The North Sea was a place of silence, of stillness, where the waves barely stirred and the air was sharp and clear. It was here that the harshest of the storms were born, and yet, it was also here that the most beautiful and delicate of creatures swam beneath the ice. Ao Shun was a dragon of structure and discipline, of unrelenting clarity. He saw the world in black and white, with no room for compromise. The North Sea, under his rule, was a place of certainty. There were no chaotic tempests or swirling tides here, only the steady flow of ice and the calm, crisp air. To approach Ao Shun was to approach a being of ultimate purpose, a creature who understood that everything in the world had a place, a role to play. His realm reflected this belief, a frozen landscape of perfection and order. Those who sought the North Sea were often those who sought stability and purpose in their lives, knowing that Ao Shun would offer them neither warmth nor mercy. The Dragon Kings were not mere myths or legends, they were forces that shaped the very essence of the earth and the sea. Each one ruled over his domain with a power that was both majestic and terrifying. They were the embodiment of the oceans themselves, vast, mysterious, and capable of both creating and destroying. Sailors feared them, worshipped them, and sometimes even prayed to them when the waves grew too wild and the storms too fierce. But for all their power, the Dragon Kings were also bound by a deep and ancient responsibility to protect their seas and to ensure the balance of the natural world was never broken. And so, they watched, silent and ever-present, from the deep waters of their kingdoms. Each dragon was as different as the sea he ruled, yet together, they formed a perfect harmony, each one playing his part in the eternal rhythm of the world. No one ever truly knew the full extent of their power, but all who sailed the seas knew one thing: the Dragon Kings were always watching, always waiting, ready to rise from the depths when the balance was threatened. It was said that one day, when the seas were in chaos and the world stood on the edge of ruin, the four Dragon Kings would come together, their mighty forms rising from the depths, to restore order and bring peace once again. But until that day, they remained where they had always been, watching, waiting, and ruling the vast, endless waters with an unwavering grip. A storm was brewing on the edge of the sky. The winds howled as the clouds churned, darkening the heavens with a power that could only come from ancient forces. On the ground, the earth trembled in response, as if it too felt the disturbance in the natural order. Beneath the tumultuous sky, a figure rose, a dragon, smaller than the mighty kings of the seas and skies, but no less formidable. It was a minor dragon, born from the mysteries of the earth and sky, a creature whose purpose had long been whispered about in the corners of the world. This was a dragon like no other, a being whose form seemed to blur between the realms of myth and reality. Its scales, dark as midnight, flickered with hints of gold, like the embers of a dying fire. It was a hybrid, a creature that was neither wholly dragon nor entirely something else. Its breath didn't burn with fire, but instead radiated a chilling, otherworldly frost that could freeze the very air. It was a product of forces, natural and supernatural, that had come together in a dance of chaos and creation. The minor dragons, those lesser siblings of the great Dragon Kings, were creatures of complexity. They were not bound to one single element, but rather, their essence was woven from the threads of many. Some controlled the winds, others the rains, while still others took dominion over the earth's deepest secrets. They could be as gentle as a spring breeze or as fierce as a thunderclap, depending on the nature of their blood and the ancient magic that coursed through their veins. But it was not only other dragons these hybrids interacted with. The worlds of the dragon and other mythical creatures often collided in strange and wondrous ways. In the great forests, where the trees whispered of forgotten secrets, one might encounter the Qilin, an ethereal creature that was half deer, half dragon, its body covered in golden scales that shimmered like the first rays of dawn. With eyes that seemed to carry the wisdom of the ages, the Qilin was a guardian of peace, its steps leaving flowers in bloom wherever it trod. The Qilin and the minor dragons often crossed paths, each respecting the other's role in the balance of nature, yet neither fully understanding the other's purpose. One fateful day, deep in the heart of a mist-laden valley, a Qilin and a minor dragon met beneath the shadow of an ancient tree. The air was thick with the scent of rain and earth, the ground soft and slick beneath their feet. The Qilin stood still, its golden hooves barely making a sound, while the dragon hovered nearby, its wings flapping with a soft yet powerful rhythm. The two creatures locked eyes, and for a moment, time seemed to hold its breath. The Qilin's gaze was calm, knowing, as if it could see the very soul of the dragon before it. The dragon, in turn, regarded the Qilin with a quiet curiosity, its sharp eyes glinting with a hint of mischief and mystery. Neither spoke, for there was no need. Their meeting was an exchange of energies, of understanding that went beyond words. The Qilin, with its pure heart and gentle spirit, knew that the dragon, though powerful, was bound by a different set of rules, ones that often clashed with the Qilin's belief in harmony and balance. Yet, despite their differences, there was a deep, unspoken respect between them. The Qilin dipped its head, as if acknowledging the dragon's role in the cosmic dance. The dragon responded with a slow, graceful nod, its powerful wings stirring the mist around them. And then, without a sound, they parted ways, each continuing its journey along the paths laid out before them. In their brief encounter, they had found understanding, and in that understanding, there was peace. It was not always so serene, however. In the skies above, another encounter was unfolding, one that was more dramatic, more intense, than the quiet meeting of the Qilin and the dragon below. The phoenix, a creature of flame and rebirth, soared across the heavens, its fiery tail trailing behind it like a comet in the night sky. The phoenix was as old as time itself, a being of unyielding power that represented immortality and transformation. It was a creature that burned with the intensity of the sun, its feathers glowing like molten gold. The dragon, with its shape-shifting body and magical prowess, was drawn to the phoenix as if by fate. The two creatures met in a burst of fiery light, a clash of power and beauty that filled the heavens with a blinding radiance. The phoenix sang a song of rebirth, a melody that echoed through the air, while the dragon's roar rang out like thunder, its wings beating with the force of 1,000 storms. They circled each other, their powers intertwining in a dazzling display of light and shadow, fire and water, earth and sky. For a moment, it seemed as though the world would be torn apart by the sheer force of their clash. The phoenix's flames licked the edges of the dragon's scales, while the dragon's icy breath sought to cool the burning fury of the phoenix. But just as the battle seemed poised to destroy everything in its path, a shift occurred. The phoenix, its feathers blackened from the heat of the dragon's breath, pulled back, its wings slowing. The dragon, recognizing the intensity of the battle and the danger it posed, folded its wings as well, hovering in midair. They were both tired, their energy spent. But there was no malice between them. They had fought, as creatures of fire and water often did, but there was an understanding now. The phoenix, with its endless cycle of rebirth, knew that it would rise again from the ashes, stronger than before. The dragon, though no less powerful, understood that the world was made of more than just force, it was made of balance, of cycles, of harmony. And so, they parted ways, the phoenix disappearing into the fiery clouds, the dragon gliding back down into the coolness of the earth. It was these interactions, between the dragons and the other mythical creatures, that wove the fabric of the world together. Each creature had its place, its purpose, and though their paths often crossed, they moved through the world in parallel, respecting one another's strengths and weaknesses. The minor dragons, hybrids of great power and untapped potential, played their part in these encounters, their roles sometimes unclear, but always significant. And though the stories of these creatures were told in whispers and songs, they were more than just legends. They were a reminder of the delicate balance that governed the world, a balance between fire and water, between chaos and harmony, between birth and death. They were a reminder that even the smallest creatures, even the most misunderstood hybrids, had a place in the grand story of the world. The air was thick with incense, the rich, resinous smoke curling in the golden light of the hall. At the far end of the grand chamber, raised high above a sea of trembling courtiers, stood a throne that seemed alive with power. This was no ordinary seat. Its arms coiled into dragon shapes, their jaws open in silent roars. Scales of jade and gold shimmered like rippling water, and the backrest bore the fierce visage of a dragon's head, its eyes set with precious gems that gleamed as if they were watching, judging. This was the dragon throne, the seat of the emperor, the embodiment of heaven's will. To sit upon it was not merely to govern, it was to channel the essence of the dragon itself. Every detail of the throne whispered a story, one of divine right and unyielding authority. To those who stood before it, the dragon throne was more than furniture, it was a living symbol of an emperor's mandate, a reminder of the power granted by the heavens above. Beneath the towering throne, the emperor himself sat motionless, robed in gold that seemed to capture the fire of the sun. His robe was a tapestry of dragon designs, each one meticulously embroidered with threads that caught the light in dazzling flashes. The dragons danced across his sleeves and coiled around his chest, their claws stretched out as if ready to seize the world. On his crown, a dragon head rose prominently, its horns curving backward as if echoing the peaks of distant mountains. The emperor was not a man alone. He was the dragon incarnate, his very presence commanding awe and submission. When he spoke, his voice was low, steady, and resonant, filling the vast chamber without effort. His words were law, carried on the authority of the dragon that encircled him. The courtiers listened, heads bowed, hands trembling as they clasped their ceremonial scrolls. They knew that this man, this figure wrapped in dragon motifs, was more than their ruler. He was their link to the heavens, their protector and judge, their source of order in a chaotic world. But beneath this grand display of imperial authority lay a deeper truth, a history entwined with dragons so tightly that one could not separate the two. Long ago, when the first emperor claimed the dragon as his symbol, it was not a decision made lightly. The dragon, as an icon, carried with it immense weight. It was a creature of power and balance, of strength tempered by wisdom, of ferocity harnessed for good. It was the bridge between the earthly realm and the divine. By aligning himself with the dragon, the emperor declared that his rule was not a matter of earthly conquest, but a mandate from the gods themselves. The robes of the emperor, known as dragon robes, were not merely garments. They were sacred objects, each stitch imbued with meaning. The dragons woven into the fabric were not random, their number, placement, and posture were carefully chosen. 9 dragons, the number of ultimate power, adorned the emperor's robe, each one facing a different direction as if guarding him from all sides. Their claws, sharp and menacing, clutched at the fabric as though they could leap into life at any moment. Their whiskers bristled with an energy that seemed to vibrate in the still air. To wear the dragon robe was to carry the weight of the empire. The emperor did not don it lightly. He would stand before the great mirrors of the palace, his attendants silently adjusting the heavy garment around him. As the layers settled, the transformation was complete. He was no longer a mere man. He was the Dragon Emperor, the living embodiment of balance and power, the axis upon which the heavens and earth revolved. There was a day, many years before, when a young prince first stood before the dragon throne. His father, the reigning emperor, sat above him, his face stern but not unkind. The boy had been dressed in ceremonial robes for the occasion, but they hung loosely on his slender frame, their weight dragging at his small shoulders. He had been told that he would one day ascend this throne, that he too would wear the dragon robe and bear the responsibility of the empire. As he knelt before his father, his eyes drawn to the fierce dragons carved into the throne, a single thought filled his mind: how could he ever be worthy? The dragons seemed to mock him, their unyielding powers so far beyond his reach. But his father had leaned forward, his voice quiet but firm. "The dragon does not choose the strongest, nor the fiercest," the emperor said. "It chooses the one who can carry its wisdom. You must learn to hear its voice, to understand its nature. Only then will you be ready." Years passed, and the boy grew into a man. When his father's reign ended, he ascended the dragon throne. The first time he wore the dragon robe, he felt the weight of it press into his shoulders, the embroidered dragons seeming to dig their claws into his skin. But he remembered his father's words, and he listened. Over time, he learned to move with the dragons, to let their power guide him rather than overwhelm him. He became a ruler not of fear but of balance, his decisions reflecting the harmony that the dragon represented. The dragon as a symbol of imperial authority was not merely an image of domination, it was an ideal. It demanded that the emperor rule with fairness, that he protect his people as fiercely as a dragon guards its treasures. The dragon's power was not for the emperor's benefit alone, but for the prosperity of the land and the harmony of the cosmos. Even as the centuries passed and dynasties rose and fell, the dragon throne and the dragon robes remained constant. Each emperor who ascended the throne carried with him the legacy of those who came before, the unbroken chain of dragon emperors who had ruled in the name of heaven. The throne, with its gleaming dragons, and the robes, with their dancing scales, stood as reminders of the sacred trust placed in the emperor's hands. And so, in the grand hall, beneath the golden light and the watchful eyes of the dragon throne, the emperor sat in quiet contemplation. He was not alone. The dragons were with him, their spirits woven into the very fabric of his robes and the wood of his throne. They surrounded him, not as masters but as guides, their presence a testament to the divine mandate that had brought him to this place. The air was still, the courtiers silent, as the emperor raised his hand, the dragon seeming to roar with approval. In that moment, the throne was more than a seat, the robes more than clothing. They were a promise, a bond between the heavens and the earth, carried by the dragon emperor who bore their weight. The sound of drums thundered through the air, their rhythm pulsing like the heartbeat of the earth. Children perched on their fathers' shoulders, craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the spectacle unfolding before them. The crowd swayed as one, murmurs of anticipation spreading like ripples across a pond. Then, as if born from the very rhythm of the drums, the dragon appeared. It was alive, or so it seemed. Its body shimmered with bright silk and glittering sequins, the sunlight dancing on its scales. Red, gold, and green flashed in a mesmerizing rhythm as it twisted and coiled, weaving through the crowd with serpentine grace. Carried by a team of dancers beneath its long frame, the dragon moved as if guided by a single will. Its eyes, large and round, blinked with a mischievous spark, and its jaw opened and closed, revealing sharp white teeth that gleamed with theatrical ferocity. The dragon dance had begun. Each step of the performers seemed imbued with purpose, their movements fluid yet deliberate. The dragon didn't merely perform, it roared, it leaped, it soared above the crowd. Every twist of its body, every snap of its head, felt like a dialogue with the heavens. The crowd erupted in cheers as the dragon's tail whipped through the air, a blur of color and energy. The elders, standing quietly at the edges of the crowd, watched with knowing eyes. To them, this was not just a performance, it was an ancient ritual, a plea to the heavens for blessings, for rain in times of drought, for prosperity in the coming harvest. The dragon was more than silk and wood, it was a messenger, a protector, a force that bridged the gap between the mortal and the divine. Not far from the dragon dance, the river shimmered in the morning light, its surface dotted with sleek, narrow boats. Each was painted with the vibrant likeness of a dragon, its head fierce and proud, its tail curling gracefully at the stern. The air buzzed with excitement as teams of rowers prepared for the dragon boat race. Their paddles, polished and gleaming, rested ready in their hands. The dragon boat race was more than a competition. It was a tribute, a ceremony to honor the spirits of the water and the memory of ancient heroes. The drummers on each boat began their rhythmic pounding, a steady cadence that echoed across the water. At the sound of the horn, the rowers plunged their paddles into the river, their movements synchronized and fierce. The boat surged forward, the dragon heads slicing through the water like arrows. On the shore, spectators shouted encouragement, their voices merging into a cacophony of excitement. Children ran along the edge of the river, trying to keep pace with the boats, their laughter ringing through the air. For a moment, it was as if time itself had stilled, the world holding its breath as the boats raced toward the finish line. When the winner was finally crowned, the crowd erupted into applause, their joy spilling over like the river itself. As dusk fell, lanterns shaped like dragons floated into the sky, their warm light a gentle contrast to the day's vibrant energy. Families gathered around tables piled high with food, their laughter mingling with the soft crackle of firecrackers. The dragon, now resting, seemed to linger in their hearts, its spirit woven into the fabric of the celebration. In these festivals, the dragon was everywhere, not just in the dances and the boats, but in the stories told around the fire, in the prayers whispered under the stars. It was a symbol of unity, bringing people together to celebrate their shared heritage. It was a guardian, watching over the festivities with a protective gaze. And it was a dream, a reminder of the connection between the earthly and the eternal. The dragon's presence lingered long after the festival ended. The children, tired but happy, fell asleep clutching tiny dragon figurines, their dreams filled with visions of soaring creatures and sparkling rivers. The elders, their hearts full, whispered their gratitude to the dragon as they drifted into slumber. And the river, now quiet, reflected the starlight, its surface as smooth and timeless as the myths that had inspired the day. Through the festivals and rituals, the dragon lived, its legacy carried forward by each generation. It was not just a symbol, not just a story. It was a heartbeat, a pulse of life that resonated through every dance, every race, every lantern sent into the night. It was the spirit of a people, eternal and unyielding, as enduring as the mountains, as flowing as the rivers, as boundless as the sky. Beneath a sky painted with the soft glow of twilight, a river stretched like a silver ribbon, calm yet alive with whispers of ancient tales. On one side stood the dragon, its form immense, coiled with scales that shimmered as if carved from the moon itself. Its eyes burned with an ageless wisdom, its breath stirring the wind into gentle waves upon the water. Across the river, the phoenix appeared, her feathers a blaze of scarlet and gold that rivaled the last rays of the setting sun. Her wings, outstretched, seemed to embrace the heavens, their edges trailing embers that danced in the cooling air. They watched each other in silence. Not with animosity, but with the understanding of kindred spirits who carried the weight of balance. The dragon and the phoenix, eternal opposites, were not enemies. They were partners in a cosmic dance, bound by forces that wove the fabric of existence itself. The villagers, hidden in the shadows of the trees, dared not make a sound as they observed the meeting. To see the dragon and the phoenix together was rare, almost sacred. They spoke of harmony, a unity that transcended words, a truth that only the heart could grasp. Tonight, under the indigo dome of the heavens, they would tell their story, not with speech, but with the language of presence. The dragon moved first, its long body undulating with a power that seemed to echo in the earth itself. The water rippled beneath it, mirroring the rhythm of its scales. It rose into the air, a sinuous arc that brought it closer to the phoenix. As it ascended, the sky grew darker, its stars brighter, as if bowing to the ancient being that ruled the storms and the seas. The phoenix, unshaken, lifted her head, her crown glimmering like a flame against the night. With a single beat of her wings, she too took flight, her movements light as a whisper yet imbued with a force that could birth new worlds. Where she soared, the sky blushed with hues of dawn, her essence a promise of renewal and life. The air between them seemed to shimmer, charged with a tension that was neither conflict nor peace, but something deeper. It was a tether, invisible yet unbreakable, forged in the beginnings of time. The dragon exhaled, and clouds began to gather, their bellies heavy with rain. The phoenix responded, her feathers igniting with heat, pushing back the encroaching storm. The two forces collided, but instead of destruction, they created a symphony. Rain fell, gentle and cleansing, kissed by the warmth of fire. The villagers, no longer hiding, stepped into the clearing to feel the rare balance of the elements upon their skin. Children pointed to the sky, their voices rising in awe. "Look," they cried. "The dragon carries the clouds, and the phoenix carries the sun." The elders nodded, their faces etched with a quiet reverence. They understood what the young ones could only marvel at. The dragon and the phoenix were not just creatures of legend. They were the embodiment of yin and yang, the dark and the light, the power that drives the cosmos itself. For every ferocity in the dragon, there was grace in the phoenix. For every roar, a song. The dragon held the wisdom of the ancients, the stability of the earth, and the endless depths of the seas. The phoenix, meanwhile, bore the essence of hope, the resilience of life reborn from ashes, the fire that warms and never fades. Together, they were the cycle of existence, the forces that kept the world turning. And yet, their bond was not without its struggles. Legend spoke of moments when the dragon's storms grew too fierce, threatening to drown the phoenix's flames. Other times, the phoenix's fire burned too brightly, searing the dragon's rivers into deserts. But they always returned to balance, drawn by the understanding that one could not exist without the other. When they clashed, it was not destruction, but creation. When they met, it was not competition, but unity. On this night, as the villagers watched, the dragon and the phoenix performed their ancient ritual. Their dance was not for the mortals, though its beauty gripped every heart. It was for the world itself. The dragon circled the sky, its shadow vast and comforting, while the phoenix traced arcs of light that painted the heavens with hope. Together, they created a harmony that soothed the very soul of the earth. The children asked their grandparents why the dragon and phoenix danced. "They are partners," the elders explained, their voices steady, filled with the wisdom of countless retellings. The dragon brings strength and protection, the phoenix brings renewal and beauty. Together, they make the world whole. As dawn began to edge over the horizon, the dance slowed. The phoenix descended first, her feathers glowing faintly in the early light, her fire dimmed but not extinguished. She landed on a tall tree, her gaze steady as the dragon coiled once more in the river, its body merging with the waters as if it had always been part of them. The villagers bowed in gratitude, their hearts full. They would carry this memory as a blessing, a reminder of the delicate balance that governed all things. As the dragon and the phoenix faded from sight, their presence lingered in the colors of the sky, in the coolness of the morning air, in the unity felt by those who had watched them. And so, the story of the dragon and the phoenix was passed down, not merely as a tale of wonder, but as a lesson of balance and unity. Their partnership was a promise that even in a world of opposites, harmony was possible. Their meeting was rare, but its meaning eternal, a testament to the power of connection, of opposites coming together to create something greater than themselves. The air in the dimly lit gallery was thick with silence, broken only by the whispers of visitors who moved like shadows past the ancient scrolls and painted panels. Among them hung a silk painting, centuries old, its colors still vibrant despite the passage of time. A dragon spiraled across the canvas, its form both ferocious and elegant, with scales that seemed to glimmer as though touched by the sun. Its eyes, alive with an intensity that pierced through the ages, seemed to follow every person who stopped to look. A child tugged at their parent's sleeve, pointing at the creature in awe. "Why does it look so alive?" they asked, their voice a mix of wonder and fear. The parent knelt, whispering softly. "Because it's not just a picture. It's a story. It carries the spirit of the artist who painted it." The dragon in the painting was no ordinary beast. Every stroke of ink told a tale, every curve of its body spoke of power and grace. The artist who created it had spent years studying the delicate balance between boldness and restraint, between myth and reality. In the soft waves beneath its claws, you could see the gentle persistence of rivers carving through mountains. In the fiery glow of its breath, you could feel the chaos of storms that once terrified sailors. Dragons had always been more than just symbols. They were woven into the very fabric of human imagination, immortalized in art that spoke louder than words ever could. They adorned ancient scrolls and temple walls, their forms shifting with the style of each era. Some were fierce and wild, with claws outstretched and jaws open wide, while others were serene and wise, coiled gracefully as though lost in thought. In one corner of the gallery stood a porcelain vase, its surface a swirl of blue and white. The dragon on its surface was smaller, more contained, yet no less alive. Its delicate form seemed to swim across the smooth glaze, its claws extended toward something unseen. This was a different kind of dragon, one that whispered rather than roared, its presence subtle but unyielding. It had guarded tea ceremonies, adorned imperial tables, and stood as a quiet reminder of the power that lay beneath still waters. Yet the dragon was not confined to ancient works. In another room, a modern painting hung on the wall, its colors bold and its lines sharp. This dragon was abstract, its form fragmented into geometric shapes that burst outward in a frenzy of motion. Its eyes were two circles of fire, its body a storm of red and black. It was not the calm guardian of rivers or the regal protector of emperors. It was chaos, energy, and change, a reflection of the modern world that had embraced it. A young artist stood before the painting, sketchbook in hand, their eyes wide with admiration. They didn't try to copy what they saw. Instead, they allowed the dragon's essence to flow through their pencil, creating something entirely their own. They knew that the dragon's spirit was not trapped in tradition. It was alive, evolving with every new generation that dared to reimagine it. But dragons weren't just painted. They roamed the pages of books, their scales shimmering through the words of poets and storytellers. In one display case lay a scroll, its calligraphy as precise as it was poetic. It told the story of a dragon that had risen from a quiet lake, its roar shaking the heavens as it ascended to the clouds. The words danced across the paper, their rhythm mimicking the rise and fall of the mythical creature they described. Nearby, a more modern book sat open, its pages filled with vibrant illustrations. This dragon was playful, its form smaller and its expressions less fierce. It leapt through forests and played with the children of the village, its laughter ringing through the pages. Though less intimidating, it was no less captivating, a reminder that dragons could be as gentle as they were powerful. The gallery's final room was dedicated to sculptures, where dragons rose from stone and metal as though they had been waiting to escape. One figure, carved from jade, coiled in perfect symmetry, its form so smooth it seemed to flow like water. Another, forged from iron, stood with wings spread wide, its surface dark and jagged. Both were dragons, yet each carried a different soul, a reflection of the hands that had shaped them. As the visitors moved between the sculptures, they couldn't help but feel a connection to these mythical creatures. They weren't just staring at relics or decorations, they were standing before centuries of human emotion, carved and painted into beings that transcended time. One elderly man paused before a wooden carving, its surface worn smooth by countless hands over the years. He reached out, his fingers brushing lightly against the dragon's curved back. His eyes glistened as he spoke to no one in particular. "When I was a boy, my grandmother told me that dragons live in our hearts. I never understood what she meant until now." A small girl standing nearby looked up at him, her brow furrowed in confusion. "In our hearts?" she asked. He smiled, turning to her. "Yes. They remind us of who we are. Strong when we need to be, calm when we must. Always moving forward, even when the world stands still." The girl nodded, though her expression suggested she was still thinking. She turned back to the sculpture, her small hand resting on the dragon's claw, as if trying to feel the truth of his words. And so, the dragon continued to live, not just in the works of art that adorned the gallery walls, but in the hearts and minds of those who gazed upon it. It roared in the pages of books, sang in the strokes of brushes, and whispered through the touch of hands upon ancient carvings. The dragon was not just a creature of myth. It was a bridge between the past and the present, a symbol of the endless creativity that flows through us all. The air buzzed with excitement as the village prepared for the celebration. Lanterns hummed from every doorframe, their red glow dancing in the twilight. Drums thundered in the distance, and children ran through the streets, their laughter rising above the chatter of vendors selling sweets and trinkets. This was no ordinary festival, it was the dawn of the year of the dragon. An elderly man, stooped with age but with a spark in his eyes, stood by the temple gate, watching the festivities. His granddaughter tugged at his sleeve, her tiny hands clutching a paper dragon kite. "Grandfather," she asked, her voice soft with curiosity, "why is the dragon so special?" He knelt down, his voice dropping to a whisper, as if sharing a sacred secret. "The dragon," he said, "is no ordinary creature. It's not just an animal in the zodiac. It's a symbol of power, strength, and destiny. People born in its year carry a spark of its magic. Her eyes widened. Does that mean they're like dragons? He chuckled, his face lighting up. In a way, yes. They're bold, ambitious, and full of life. But they're also fierce, sometimes too fierce, like a storm that doesn't know when to stop. As he spoke, the drums grew louder, signaling the start of the dragon dance. The crowd gathered, children perched on their parents' shoulders as the performers emerged. The dragon's body, made of shimmering silk and bamboo, twisted and turned, its movements alive with energy. The dancers beneath worked in perfect harmony, their steps synchronized as the dragon soared and dipped, its head snapping and its tail flowing like water. For the crowd, this was more than entertainment. It was a call to the dragon's spirit, a celebration of its role in their lives. The year of the dragon was considered a time of great potential, a year when fortunes could change and dreams could be realized. People born in this year were said to inherit the dragon's traits, a fiery determination, an unyielding spirit, and a natural charisma that drew others to them. Among the spectators was a young woman, her eyes fixed on the dragon's movements. She had always been told she was destined for greatness because she was born in the year of the dragon. But that weight of expectation had often felt like a burden rather than a gift. Watching the dance now, she felt a stirring in her chest, as if the dragon's energy was awakening something within her. Her mother's voice echoed in her mind, words spoken every year during the zodiac celebrations. "You are a dragon," she had said. "You have the strength to rise above any challenge, the courage to face any storm." The young woman had always nodded, unsure if she truly believed it. But tonight, as the dragon moved with unrelenting grace, she began to feel the truth of those words. In another corner of the village, an astrologer sat beneath a canopy, surrounded by scrolls and charts. People lined up to hear her predictions for the year of the dragon, hoping for a glimpse of what lay ahead. A farmer asked about his crops, a merchant about his business, and a young couple about their future together. The astrologer smiled, her hands moving deftly over the charts. "The dragon brings great energy," she said. "It can bring prosperity and success, but it also demands hard work and balance. If you harness its power wisely, it can take you far. But if you let it consume you, it can lead to chaos." Her words carried a quiet wisdom, a reminder that the dragon was not just a creature of fortune, but also one of responsibility. It represented the duality of life, the potential for greatness and the danger of excess. As the night wore on, the village came alive with stories. Elderly men and women gathered by the fire, recounting tales of dragons from ancient times. One spoke of a dragon that had once appeared in the sky during a great drought, bringing rain that saved the crops and the people. Another told of a dragon that had guided a lost emperor back to his kingdom, ensuring peace for generations. For the villagers, these stories were not just myths, they were reminders of the dragon's enduring presence in their lives. It was a force that could not be tamed, a symbol of the unpredictable yet wondrous nature of existence. Back at the temple, the old man and his granddaughter stood before a large statue of a dragon, its eyes gleaming in the flickering candlelight. The girl reached out, her fingers brushing against the cool stone. "Grandfather," she said, her voice full of wonder, "do you think the dragon is watching us?" He placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. "The dragon is always watching, little one. It watches over all of us, guiding us, challenging us, and reminding us of what we can become." As the festival reached its peak, fireworks lit up the sky, their colors reflecting in the eyes of the crowd below. The young woman who had doubted her destiny stood among them, her heart swelling with newfound determination. She wasn't just watching a celebration, she was stepping into her own power, ready to embrace the challenges and opportunities that the year of the dragon would bring. The night ended with a sense of renewal, a shared understanding that the dragon was not just a creature of legend, but a part of their lives, their culture, and their hearts. It was a reminder that even in the face of uncertainty, there was always the potential to rise, to soar, and to create something extraordinary. The emperor stood at the edge of the great river, his robes heavy with the weight of a nation's expectations. The sky above churned with clouds, restless and foreboding, as though the heavens themselves were uncertain of his quest. He had come seeking answers, driven by the cries of his people suffering under drought, famine, and the shadow of despair. The air was thick, the kind of stillness that made the world hold its breath. And then it began. A low rumble, not from the sky but from the earth itself, like the heartbeat of something ancient awakening. The emperor turned, his hand gripping the hilt of his ceremonial sword. The water before him shimmered, shifting unnaturally, rippling with a power that defied the laws of nature. A radiant light broke through the gloam, golden and warm, yet fierce as the sun. From the river, a figure emerged, not a man nor a beast, but something far greater. Scales that gleamed like molten gold, eyes deep as the cosmos, and horns that spiraled elegantly toward the heavens. The yellow dragon had arrived. The emperor fell to his knees, his breath stolen by the sight before him. The dragon's presence was overwhelming, its majesty both terrifying and awe-inspiring. It moved with an otherworldly grace, its sinuous body coiling above the water as though it commanded both the river and the air. The emperor dared not speak, but the dragon's gaze met his, and in that instant, he felt as though his soul had been laid bare. "You seek aid for your people," the dragon's voice resounded, though its mouth did not move. It was a voice that seemed to echo from the mountains, the rivers, and the very stars. The emperor nodded, unable to form words, his humility and desperation evident in his trembling form. The dragon regarded him for a moment, its golden eyes narrowing slightly. "Your cause is noble, but nobility alone does not save a kingdom. Wisdom and action must walk hand in hand." From the depths of the river, the yellow dragon raised a tablet inscribed with symbols that glowed faintly in the dim light. It was no ordinary artifact, it radiated an energy that seemed to pulse in harmony with the rhythm of the universe itself. The emperor reached out, his hands trembling, as the dragon placed the tablet in his grasp. "This," the dragon said, "is the foundation of all knowledge. Use it to guide your people, to bring balance to your land. But heed my warning, wisdom is a burden as much as it is a gift. Misuse it, and it will consume you." The emperor bowed deeply, his forehead touching the ground. "I swear to honor this gift," he whispered. The dragon's expression softened, its imposing presence shifting to something almost compassionate. With a final glance at the emperor, the yellow dragon began to ascend, its body spiraling into the sky. The clouds parted as it rose, revealing a brilliant sun that bathed the land in golden light. The drought ended that day, rain soon blessing the fields and rivers. But the emperor knew the dragon's true gift was not the rain, it was the knowledge that would shape his rule. The story of the yellow dragon did not end with that emperor. Generations later, during a time of strife when the land was again in turmoil, a sage wandered into the mountains, seeking the dragon's wisdom. The yellow dragon appeared to him, just as it had to the emperor, and offered guidance that would later form the foundation of teachings that united warring factions. Each encounter with the yellow dragon was a moment of transformation, a turning point where fate seemed to bend to its will. It was not a creature of destruction or chaos, but a harbinger of enlightenment, a being that bridged the mortal world and the divine. But its presence was not to be taken lightly. Legends whispered of those who sought the yellow dragon for selfish reasons, ambitious warlords, greedy merchants, and desperate alchemists. They were never heard from again, their fate sealed by their own hubris. The dragon's gifts were not for the unworthy, and its wisdom came with the unspoken rule of humility and responsibility. One tale told of a young scholar who, inspired by the legends, spent years studying the ancient texts that described the yellow dragon. His dedication was unmatched, his intentions pure. When he finally encountered the dragon, he asked not for power or riches but for the strength to uplift others. The dragon, moved by his sincerity, granted him the ability to bring harmony wherever he went. The scholar's teachings became a cornerstone of the nation's culture, a testament to the dragon's enduring legacy. The yellow dragon's image became a symbol of divine authority and benevolence, appearing on banners, coins, and the grand halls of emperors. But to those who truly understood its nature, it was more than a symbol. It was a reminder of the delicate balance between power and wisdom, of the responsibility that came with leadership, and of the eternal connection between humanity and the divine. And so, the legend lived on, not just in the annals of history, but in the hearts of those who believed in its message. Every time the clouds parted after a storm, or the sun broke through the mist at dawn, people looked to the sky, wondering if the yellow dragon still watched over them, ready to appear in their time of greatest need. The river surged with an unrelenting force, its waters roaring as they raced toward the horizon. Beneath the surface, a school of carp swam against the current, their bodies glinting like fragments of sunlight caught in a storm. They moved with determination, their golden and silver scales shimmering with the strain of their effort. The air around the river buzzed with whispers of a legend, an ancient tale etched into the hearts of those who dared to hope for the extraordinary. At the center of the legend stood the Dragon Gate, a mighty cascade of water that loomed like an insurmountable wall. It was said that this gate was no ordinary threshold but a bridge between two worlds. The carp that leaped over it would transform into dragons, shedding their earthly forms for the majesty of the celestial. Yet, few had ever seen such a miracle. The gate stood as a test, its power both feared and revered. Among the carp was a young one with scales the color of dawn, a soft blend of gold and pink that seemed to glow even in the river's shadows. It had grown up hearing stories of the Dragon Gate, of carp that dared to leap and failed, swept away by the merciless torrent. But these tales, though meant as warnings, only ignited a fire in its heart. This young carp refused to accept a life of mere existence. It dreamed of flight, of thunder in its veins and clouds beneath its claws. As the carp approached the gate, the sound of the waterfall grew deafening, a thunderous roar that drowned out all thought. The mist rising from the cascade formed ghostly shapes in the air, as if spirits were watching, waiting to see who would dare. The other carp hesitated, their courage faltering. Some turned back, their hearts too heavy with doubt. But the young carp pressed on, its eyes fixed on the surging water ahead. The first leap was clumsy, its small body barely clearing the frothing surface before it was hurled back down. Pain shot through its fins as it struck a rock, the force of the current dragging it under. For a moment, it was lost in the chaos, its vision blurred by silt and foam. But then it remembered the stories, not of failure, but of triumph, of carp who had become dragons and soared through the heavens. Gritting its teeth, it fought its way back to the surface, gasping for air. The young carp leaped again, and again, each attempt met with failure, each fall bruising its body and spirit. The other carp watched from a distance, some murmuring in pity, others in scorn. "It's impossible," they said. "No one can overcome the gate." But the young carp refused to listen. It was as if the roar of the waterfall drowned out not just sound, but doubt itself. Hours turned into days, and the carp's scales began to dull, its energy waning. But with each leap, it learned. It studied the current, the rhythm of the water, the way the spray arced in the air. It began to time its jumps, using the force of the river to propel itself higher. Its bruises became badges, its weariness a fuel that burned brighter with every failure. Then came the moment. The carp gathered all its strength, every ounce of resolve, and launched itself into the air. Time seemed to slow as it soared, the world falling silent save for the pounding of its heart. It reached the apex of its leap, the spray of the waterfall sparkling like stars around it. For a brief, agonizing instant, it hung in the air, caught between success and failure. And then, it cleared the gate. The transformation was immediate, a burst of light that lit up the sky like dawn breaking over the world. The carp's body elongated, its scales turning to armor that gleamed like molten gold. Horns sprouted from its head, and wings unfurled, vast and powerful. It was no longer bound by the river, it was a dragon, a creature of legend, its roar echoing across the mountains. The other carp watched in stunned silence as the dragon ascended, its form radiant against the fading sun. Some felt awe, others envy, but all were filled with a newfound belief. If one of them could achieve the impossible, perhaps they could too. The dragon circled above the waterfall, its gaze falling on the river that had been its home. Though it had left the life of a carp behind, it felt no distance from its kin. Instead, it roared again, not a sound of triumph, but of encouragement, a call to those who dared to dream. Then, with a final sweep of its wings, it disappeared into the clouds, leaving only the faintest trace of gold in the sky. The river returned to its restless rhythm, but it was forever changed. The legend of the Dragon Gate was no longer just a story. It was a truth, a promise, a challenge to all who swam its waters. And beneath the surface, among the shimmering scales and darting fins, another young carp looked toward the gate, its heart alight with the hope of transformation. The ocean trembled with a power that seemed eternal, waves rising and falling as if the very heart of the sea was alive and breathing. In its depths, four luminous shapes stirred, each exuding a radiance that turned the waters into a dance of colors: emerald, sapphire, gold, and crimson. These were no ordinary beings, but the Dragon Kings, sovereigns of the four seas. Their dominion stretched beyond what the eye could see, each one ruling over a vast and unique domain. The Eastern Sea's king, Ao Guang, was the eldest and most disciplined. His domain sparkled with a tranquility that masked the currents of unimaginable strength below. To the south, Ao Qing's waters shimmered with warmth, where coral reefs bloomed like underwater gardens and creatures swirled in harmonious patterns. The Western Sea belonged to Ao Run, where the waters were darker, a place of mystery and shadow, holding secrets that no mortal dared uncover. Finally, the Northern Sea's ruler, Ao Shun, presided over icy realms where glaciers floated like silent guardians of a frozen world. Though each king held dominion over their sea, they were bound by an unspoken oath. They would protect the balance of the oceans and the creatures that called them home. But the tides of destiny were restless, and the world above often sent ripples that reached even the deepest trenches of the seas. One fateful night, the winds howled across all four seas, carrying whispers of chaos. Ao Guang, ever vigilant, emerged from his palace of jade and pearl to find the moonlight fractured on the waters. The sky was torn with strange lights, and the stars themselves seemed uneasy. He felt it, a disturbance, faint but insistent, pulling at the edges of his power. Far to the south, Ao Qing watched as schools of fish darted erratically, their usual grace replaced by panic. Coral gardens began to wilt, their vibrant colors dimming. In the west, Ao Run emerged from the shadowy depths to find his waters thick with an unnatural stillness, as if the very soul of his sea had been stifled. And in the north, Ao Shun's icy realm quaked, the glaciers groaning as cracks spread across their ancient surfaces. One by one, they answered the silent call that bound them. As they rose from their respective seas, their magnificent forms shimmered in the moonlight. Ao Guang's emerald scales caught the light like polished jade, Ao Qing's golden mane burned with the intensity of the southern sun. Ao Run's crimson eyes pierced the darkness, and Ao Shun's icy breath turned the air to frost. Together, they gathered above the central sea, their vast forms coiling around the sky. Their voices resonated like thunder, each dragon speaking of the unrest in their domains. "The balance has been disturbed," Ao Guang said, his voice steady but edged with concern. "The currents speak of a force greater than any storm." "It is unnatural," Ao Qing added, his golden eyes narrowing. "Something ancient has awakened, something that does not belong. We must find its source," Ao Run growled, his crimson scales rippling with restrained fury. "Before it consumes us all." Ao Shun, ever the most contemplative, nodded. "But we cannot act alone. Our seas are connected. What affects one will affect all." And so, the Dragon Kings began their journey across the four seas, each one venturing into the other's realms, their unity a testament to their shared purpose. Ao Guang, who had never ventured beyond his calm eastern waters, marveled at the southern sea's vibrant life. But he saw the coral dimming, the once clear waters growing murky. He turned to Ao Qing, who wore a grim expression. "Even the strongest tides cannot cleanse this," Ao Qing admitted. "It is as if the sea itself mourns." In the Western Sea, Ao Run led the others through his shadowy domain. The waters here were dense with ancient secrets, the remnants of long-forgotten ships and treasures littering the ocean floor. Yet now, those secrets seemed to stir, as if disturbed by an unseen hand. Ao Guang and Ao Qing were uneasy, but Ao Shun lingered, his icy breath freezing a section of water. "Something has passed through here," he murmured, his voice like the crackle of breaking ice. "It moves toward the north." The northern sea greeted them with an eerie silence, the waters cold enough to bite even through their dragon scales. Ao Shun led them through the floating glaciers, his keen senses guiding them to a hidden cavern beneath the ice. There, in the stillness of the frozen depths, they found it, a shard of obsidian, pulsing faintly with a dark energy that sent shivers down their spines. "It is a fragment of chaos," Ao Run said, his voice low. "From a time before order ruled the seas." Ao Guang stepped closer, his emerald scales glowing as he examined the shard. "It seeks to disrupt the balance, to return the seas to a state of turmoil." Ao Qing's golden mane bristled. "Then we must destroy it." But as Ao Shun reached out to encase the shard in ice, the cavern trembled. The shard's pulse grew stronger, its dark energy rippling outward like a shockwave. The Dragon Kings recoiled, their mighty forms buffeted by the force. It was as if the shard resisted their power, feeding off their unity to grow stronger. Realizing they could not destroy it by force, Ao Guang raised his voice above the tumult. "We must combine our strengths, not as four rulers, but as one force. The balance of the seas depends on it." The others hesitated only a moment before nodding. They encircled the shard, their immense bodies creating a barrier of light, fire, shadow, and ice. Together, they unleashed their powers, not to destroy the shard but to contain it. Ao Guang's emerald light wove around Ao Qing's golden flames, while Ao Run's crimson aura merged with Ao Shun's icy breath. Their combined energy formed a vortex, sealing the shard in a sphere of pure elemental force. As the cavern fell silent once more, the Dragon Kings looked at each other, their exhaustion evident. They had succeeded, but they knew the shard was only a fragment of a greater force. The balance of the seas had been preserved, but their vigilance could never waver. Returning to their domains, they carried with them the memory of their shared struggle, a reminder that their seas were not separate but bound by threads stronger than any tide. And as the waves resumed their endless rhythm, the Dragon Kings watched over their realms, guardians of the oceans and all the life within them. In the quiet of a small village nestled between the mountains and the river, the air held an almost sacred stillness. By day, the farmers tilled their fields and children played in the shadows of ancient trees. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the landscape in hues of amber and violet, whispers of an old legend began to swirl among the villagers. The elders spoke of the river dragon, a protector that slumbered beneath the silver waters. Its scales, they said, shimmered like the moonlight on rippling waves, and its eyes glowed with an unearthly wisdom. This dragon was not merely a creature of scales and sinew, it was a being of immense power, tied to the very heartbeat of the land. Whenever the river overflowed, bringing fertile soil to the fields, or when it ran low, threatening drought, the villagers knew the dragon was at work, testing their harmony with the world it guarded. One summer, the rains failed. The fields, usually bursting with grain, turned brittle and brown. The river shrank, its song fading to a faint murmur. The villagers grew desperate. Offerings were left by the riverbank, baskets of rice, silk scarves dyed in vibrant hues, even trinkets of gold. But the dragon did not stir. The nights grew quieter, heavy with the weight of unanswered prayers. Among the villagers was a young boy named Liang. He had heard the stories of the river dragon all his life, sitting cross-legged by the hearth as his grandmother recounted them with a glimmer in her eyes. But Liang was restless, his heart too full of questions to be satisfied by tales. One night, unable to bear the sight of his family's withering crops, he crept out of the house and made his way to the riverbank. The moon was full, its light spilling over the water like molten silver. Liang knelt by the river, his small hands trembling as he cupped the cool water. "Dragon of the river," he whispered, his voice barely audible over the gentle lapping of the waves. "Why won't you help us? Have we angered you? Please, show me what to do." For a moment, all was still. Then, a soft ripple spread across the water. Liang's heart raced as the surface of the river began to glow. Slowly, a shape emerged, a long, sinuous form rising from the depths. The dragon was larger than Liang could have imagined, its scales reflecting the moonlight in a cascade of colors. Its eyes, luminous and piercing, seemed to see straight into his soul. "You are brave to call upon me," the dragon said, its voice like the deep tones of a gong. "But bravery alone cannot restore balance." Liang swallowed hard, his fear mingling with awe. "Tell me how I can help." The dragon's gaze softened. "The river has grown weak because the land has forgotten the harmony it once had with its guardians. The forest upstream, where my brethren dwelled, has been felled by greed. Without the trees, the rains do not come as they once did." Liang's heart sank. He had heard the elders speak of the logging upstream, but he never imagined it could harm something as mighty as the river dragon. "What can I do?" he asked. "You must awaken the spirit of the forest," the dragon replied. "But beware, the path is perilous, and you will need courage beyond measure." Without hesitation, Liang nodded. The dragon raised a claw and touched the boy's forehead, leaving a faint, shimmering mark. "This will guide you," it said. "Go now, and remember, the bond between land, water, and life is fragile. Protect it." The dragon sank back into the river, leaving Liang alone but determined. The next morning, he told his grandmother of his encounter. Though skeptical at first, she saw the mark on his forehead and nodded solemnly. "You must go," she said, handing him a small pouch of herbs for protection. Liang's journey to the forest was fraught with challenges. The once vibrant woods were now eerily silent, the air thick with the scent of sawdust and decay. He stumbled over roots and waded through streams that barely trickled. But the mark on his forehead glowed faintly, guiding him deeper into the forest. At the heart of the woods, he found an ancient tree, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like pleading hands. Liang knelt before it, sensing a presence within. "Spirit of the forest," he called. "The river dragon sent me to awaken you. The land is dying without your strength." The ground trembled beneath him, and a faint glow began to emanate from the tree. A voice, soft yet resonant, filled the air. "The guardians of the land have been wounded, their harmony broken. Will you, a mere mortal, take on their burden?" "I will," Liang said without hesitation. "Tell me what to do." The spirit instructed him to plant seeds around the forest, seeds infused with the last remnants of its power. Liang worked tirelessly, his small hands digging into the earth, scattering the seeds with care. Days turned into weeks, and though his body ached, his resolve never wavered. As the first saplings began to sprout, the forest seemed to come alive. Birds returned, their songs filling the air. Streams began to flow more freely, and the scent of new life replaced the stench of decay. When Liang returned to the village, the river had risen, its waters clear and strong once more. The villagers were overjoyed, but Liang knew it was not his efforts alone that had saved them. The river dragon, the forest spirit, and the fragile bond between them had been the true saviors. From that day on, the villagers treated the river and forest with reverence, their offerings not of gold or silk but of care and respect. And though Liang grew older, the mark on his forehead never faded, a reminder of the night he knelt by the river and called upon a legend. Every time he looked at the flowing waters, he could almost see the dragon's luminous eyes, watching over them all. The sky darkened as the wind began to howl, growing fiercer with every passing minute. The villagers watched in horror as dark clouds gathered above them, swirling like a terrible force pulling everything in its wake. The distant mountains seemed to tremble, their peaks hidden behind a curtain of rain that seemed to fall from the heavens themselves. The earth beneath their feet groaned, as if preparing for something vast and unstoppable. The river, once a gentle companion, had become a raging beast. It rose steadily, at first a few feet, then higher, until the banks began to crumble under its pressure. The trees along the river's edge creaked as the water pushed against them, their roots giving way, sending them tumbling into the churning depths. The villagers gathered on higher ground, clutching their children and elderly, their faces pale with fear. This was no ordinary storm, they knew. They had heard the stories, the old myths passed down by the elders, whispered on the wind, carried in the songs of the people. The Great Flood, they called it, a disaster not born of nature alone but of the fury of the heavens themselves. The elders spoke of a time long ago, when the world was young, and the balance of the land was kept by the mighty dragons who roamed the skies and the seas. These dragons were not merely creatures of legend, they were beings of immense power, tasked with maintaining the delicate order of the world. The seasons, the rains, the winds, each had its own dragon, a guardian that ensured the flow of life continued without interruption. The dragons were the keepers of harmony. But there was one dragon, the one that ruled over the waters, whose temper was known to be as wild as the tides themselves. His name was Longwei, the dragon of the Great Flood. His domain stretched from the deepest ocean trenches to the mighty rivers that carved through the land. Longwei was revered and feared in equal measure, for when he was content, the rains would fall gently, rivers would flow steadily, and the earth would be nourished. But when angered, his wrath could bring about floods that swallowed villages whole, drowned fields, and swept away entire cities. The villagers knew the signs. The rumbling of the earth, the unusual stillness in the air, the sudden silence of birds and animals, these were the omens that Longwei's anger was rising. And though the villagers did their best to appease the dragon, making offerings of fish, silk, and precious stones to the river and sea, they never truly understood what it was that might stir him. One summer, a terrible drought struck the land. The crops withered, the rivers dried up, and the animals began to starve. People begged for rain, pleaded with the heavens, but the skies remained empty, as if deaf to their cries. The fields cracked open, the earth itself breaking in despair. The villagers believed it was a sign that Longwei had fallen asleep, and the rivers had run dry as a result. But no one dared disturb the dragon's rest, for to awaken him was to risk his wrath. Then, one fateful night, the heavens cracked open with a roar. Longwei had been awoken, not by the pleas of the people, but by something far darker, a disturbance in the balance of nature. It was the recklessness of the kings and emperors who, in their greed, had dammed the rivers and chopped down the ancient forests. In their arrogance, they had ignored the old ways, the whispers of the earth and the spirits. They thought they could control the rivers, but in doing so, they had angered Longwei. The dragon, roused from his slumber, unfurled his mighty form across the sky. His roar echoed through the mountains, a sound that shook the earth itself. With each breath, the clouds swelled, and the winds grew stronger, until the storm could no longer be contained. As he soared over the land, the rains began to fall, not gently, but in a torrent that seemed to drown everything in its path. The rivers, swollen beyond their banks, surged with the fury of 1,000 storms. Mountains crumbled, villages disappeared beneath the water, and even the trees, once proud and tall, bowed to the force of the dragon's wrath. The flood lasted for days. The earth seemed to tremble beneath the endless downpour, as if it were trying to rid itself of the damage done. The villagers could do nothing but watch as the water rose, the river that had once been their life-giver now a roaring, relentless monster. They prayed to the gods, to Longwei, but the dragon's fury was all-consuming. Yet, in the heart of the flood, something miraculous happened. A single figure emerged from the raging waters, an old man, drenched but unbowed. It was the village elder, who had once spoken of the dragon's wrath with both reverence and fear. He held in his hands a simple wooden staff, carved with ancient runes. The elder approached the river, his feet sinking into the muddy ground, his gaze steady as he spoke into the storm. "Longwei," he called, his voice strong despite the chaos around him, "I know you are angry. I know we have disturbed the balance, but please, I beg you, end this suffering. Teach us what we have forgotten. Let us return to the old ways." For a long moment, there was only the sound of the storm, the wind howling, the rain pouring down, the earth groaning. But then, as if the heavens themselves paused to listen, the rain slowed, the winds calmed, and a silence fell over the land. The elder stood there, drenched but unwavering, until the dragon appeared, his great form rising from the swirling waters. Longwei's eyes, glowing with an ancient light, fixed on the elder. The dragon's voice was like the rumbling of thunder, but there was no anger in it now, only a deep sorrow. "You have forgotten the ways of the earth," Longwei said. "You have taken too much, and now the world weeps. But I will teach you again, if you are willing to listen." And so, in that moment of stillness, the dragon spoke to the elder, guiding him on the path to restore the balance that had been lost. The floodwaters slowly receded, the rains faded, and the earth began to heal. In the years that followed, the villagers, under the elder's guidance, rebuilt their homes and their lives, but they never forgot the lesson Longwei had taught them. They returned to the old ways, honoring the balance between land and water, between man and nature. The dragon's fury had passed, but its message endured. And every year, when the rains came, the villagers would gather by the river, offering their thanks to Longwei, the dragon of the great flood, who had shown them both the destructive power of nature and the path to redemption. The sun had barely risen over the ancient city, and the streets were still cloaked in the soft blue light of dawn. The city, with its ancient buildings, its deep history, and the hum of daily life, had always seemed to whisper secrets to those who dared to listen. But today, there was something different about the air, a charge, like the sky was holding its breath. It wasn't just the grand palaces or the elaborate temples that stood tall, proud, and magnificent. It was the dragons. Carved into the very bones of the city, dragons spiraled and danced across stone, wood, and jade. Their shapes were more than just decorations. They were guardians, protectors, symbols of power and grace, threaded into the very foundation of everything. Their bodies wrapped around pillars and stretched across ceilings, their eyes fierce yet wise, their scales glistening in the early light. There, in the distance, the grand bridge arched gracefully over the river. Its stone was weathered with age, but the dragons etched into its surface were as vivid as ever. Their bodies coiled, their claws sharp, their faces proud and untouchable. As the wind caught the edges of the bridge, the stones seemed to breathe life into the mighty creatures that watched over all who passed beneath them. Travelers would cross under the watchful eyes of these dragons, their hearts swelling with reverence as they passed, never daring to look away. It was said that the dragons carved into these bridges had a purpose beyond mere decoration. They were believed to keep the river's flow in balance, to guide those who traveled over the waters, and to protect the city from any who dared to harm it. The bridge, stretching from one side of the city to the other, was more than just a structure. It was a lifeline, a place where the land and water met in perfect harmony. And the dragons, fierce in their stone forms, ensured that this balance was never broken. In the heart of the city stood the temple, its golden roof reaching high into the sky, where the dragons painted in intricate patterns snaked along the edges of the walls. It was in this place that people came to pray, to seek guidance, to offer sacrifices. The temple had stood for centuries, and the dragons that adorned it were thought to have protected the city through countless storms, battles, and revolutions. Inside, the air was heavy with incense, and the flickering of candles cast soft shadows on the walls. A dragon's tail spiraled around a pillar, its body twisted and elegant, trailing up to the ceiling where its head lay above the heads of the worshippers. Its eyes, carved from jade, glowed with an inner fire, as if watching over all those who sought wisdom or comfort. Those who came to pray would bow before the dragon, not out of fear, but out of respect and reverence. They believed the dragon held the power to transform their lives, to bring them luck, to guide them on their paths. Outside, the palaces were no less awe-inspiring. The dragon motifs on their walls were not mere symbols of decoration, they were declarations of authority. Every pillar, every beam, every corner was adorned with dragons in fierce, elegant poses. They were the guardians of the emperors, the symbols of imperial power. Dragons wove through the very fabric of the palaces, and their presence lent strength to the rulers who lived within those walls. In the throne room, the dragon was larger than life. Its body twisted around the pillars, its head lifted high, watching over the emperor as he sat on his throne. The dragon was a reminder of the ruler's divine mandate, a physical embodiment of the belief that the emperor was chosen by the heavens to rule the land. To sit beneath the gaze of the dragon was to feel the weight of the cosmos upon your shoulders. It was not just a room, it was a sacred space, filled with the immense power of the celestial dragon watching over everything. But the most remarkable of all the dragon-adorned structures were the gates. The grand gates that opened to the city were guarded by dragon statues, their fierce forms carved into the massive wooden doors. The gates were a threshold between the world of the common people and the realm of the divine. The dragons carved into the gates were seen as protectors, standing watch over all who entered or left the city. At night, when the city was quiet and the stars glittered like tiny lanterns above, the dragons seemed to come alive. The soft rustling of the wind against the wood and stone brought an eerie sense of movement to their frozen forms. To the superstitious, the stillness of the night was not just silence, it was the moment when the dragons took their true form. The spirits of the dragons, the very essence of their power, were said to rise from the carvings and roam the streets, watching over the city with their fiery eyes. The people believed that the dragons lived in harmony with the natural world, that they were protectors not just of the city, but of everything within it. They kept the land fertile, the rivers flowing, and the crops growing. They brought the rain when it was needed, and held it back when the earth needed to dry. The dragons, through their carvings, were the silent but powerful force that ensured the balance of the world was maintained. And yet, as much as they were revered, the dragons were also feared. There was a reason the dragon motifs were carved into the most important places of the city. Bridges, temples, palaces, they were all symbols of power and protection, but they also served as warnings. The people knew that the dragons, though protectors, were also capable of great destruction. The storms, the floods, the earthquakes, they were all signs of the dragon's fury, and the people knew that if the balance was ever upset, the dragons would rise again in wrath. For all their beauty, the dragons were not to be trifled with. They were the embodiment of nature's raw, untamable power, and they were not to be taken lightly. The people understood this well, which is why the carvings of dragons were placed not just as symbols of power, but as a reminder to honor and respect the natural world. The dragons were not simply figures to be admired from afar, they were a living, breathing force that demanded respect, reverence, and care. As the sun set behind the city, the dragons that adorned the bridges, temples, and palaces stood silent, watching over the people. In the fading light, their eyes seemed to glow with an inner fire, as if they were not merely symbols, but something more, something alive, something ancient, something that would continue to shape the city and its people for generations to come. The courtyard was silent, save for the rustle of the wind weaving through the ancient trees. A young disciple stood in the center, his breath steady, his stance firm. Before him, the master moved with a fluid grace that seemed otherworldly, his movements both deliberate and wild, as though he were not entirely human. The master's hand curved like a claw, slicing through the air, and his body coiled and uncoiled like a living serpent. But it wasn't a serpent, it was the dragon. The disciple's heart raced as he watched, his mind caught between awe and trepidation. Every motion the master made seemed alive, as if the spirit of a dragon had taken hold of his body. There was a fierce elegance to the way he moved, a power that couldn't be contained. He stepped forward, twisted, struck out with a palm that seemed to split the air, and then retreated as smoothly as a river flowing backward. The master paused, his hand hovering midair, and the disciple felt the weight of his gaze. "A dragon never fights without purpose," the master said, his voice calm but commanding. "It moves with precision. It waits, coiling its strength, until the moment comes to strike." The disciple nodded, swallowing hard. He mimicked the stance, feeling the tension in his muscles as he tried to imitate the dragon's poised readiness. But his movements felt clumsy, lacking the seamless power that his master seemed to summon with ease. "Feel it, don't force it," the master said, stepping behind him. "The dragon is not just strength, it is wisdom. It knows when to be still, and when to unleash its might." The disciple closed his eyes, his breath slowing as he listened. He imagined the dragon, not as a creature of stories, but as something alive within him. He felt the coiling energy in his body, the potential waiting to spring forward. Slowly, he raised his hands, mimicking the sweeping arc of the dragon's tail. His feet shifted, grounding him like the great claws of the beast. For a moment, he felt it, the power, the grace, the unbreakable will. The master smiled faintly. "Better. But the dragon is more than a series of movements. It is a philosophy. It teaches us to be adaptable, to flow like water, to strike like lightning. He stepped back, and the disciple watched as the master began another sequence. This time, the movements were slow, almost meditative. His hands traced the path of a dragon rising through the clouds, his feet steady as mountains. Each step, each turn, told a story of strength, resilience, and unwavering focus. The disciple tried to follow, his movements tentative at first, but growing more confident with each passing moment. The courtyard seemed to change as they moved, the air thick with something unseen but undeniable. It was as if the spirit of the dragon itself had descended, watching, guiding, testing. "Why the dragon?" the disciple asked softly, breaking the silence. "Why do we follow its ways?" The master paused, his eyes narrowing as he looked into the distance. "The dragon is a creature of balance," he said. "It is powerful, but it does not seek destruction. It is wise, but it does not boast. It flies between the heavens and the earth, belonging to neither yet mastering both." The disciple frowned, trying to grasp the depth of his words. The master continued, his voice softer now, almost reverent. "When you move like the dragon, you are not just fighting. You are embodying its spirit, its adaptability, its strength, its grace. You learn to rise above challenges, to face them not with fear, but with clarity and purpose." As the lesson continued, the disciple began to understand. Each movement, each stance, was a reflection of the dragon's nature. The sweeping strikes mimicked its mighty tail, capable of shattering mountains. The spiraling turns captured its ability to evade, to twist through the skies with ease. Even the stillness, the moments of pause, held a power that was undeniable, a reminder that the dragon's strength lay not just in action, but in patience and control. Hours passed, the sun climbing higher into the sky, and the disciple's body ached with exertion. But he didn't stop. He felt something shifting within him, a connection to something larger than himself. Each motion became more fluid, more instinctive, as if the dragon's spirit was awakening within him. The master watched silently, his expression unreadable. But when the disciple completed the final movement, a strike that cut through the air like the dragon's claw, there was a faint nod of approval. "You're beginning to understand," the master said. "But remember, the dragon is not just about strength. It is about harmony. It teaches us to protect, not to destroy. To fight only when necessary, and always with honor." The disciple nodded, his chest swelling with a mixture of pride and humility. He looked at the master, then at the courtyard, where the stone tiles seemed to bear the marks of countless lessons, countless battles fought in silence. The dragons carved into the edges of the walls seemed to watch him, their eyes fierce yet wise, as if they too were testing him. In that moment, the disciple felt something he couldn't quite put into words. It was more than respect, more than awe, it was a sense of belonging, of understanding. He wasn't just learning movements or techniques. He was becoming something more, something greater. The dragon wasn't just a symbol or a story. It was a way of being, a force that flowed through every fiber of his being. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the courtyard, the master spoke again. "The dragon will test you," he said. "It will push you to your limits, force you to confront your fears, your weaknesses. But if you embrace its teachings, it will also guide you, strengthen you, make you unstoppable." The disciple bowed deeply, his heart pounding with a mix of exhaustion and exhilaration. He didn't have all the answers yet, but he knew one thing for certain. The dragon was no longer just a legend to him. It was alive, breathing through every movement, every thought, every step he took. And he would carry its spirit with him, not just in the courtyard, but in every moment of his life. The grand hall was silent, but for the faint rustle of silk robes and the muted clang of distant bells. Lanterns swayed gently in the breeze, their glow illuminating the intricate carvings on the golden throne at the far end. Etched into its back was the unmistakable figure of a dragon, its body coiling endlessly, its eyes fierce yet wise. Across the hall stood emissaries from distant lands, their expressions a mix of awe and apprehension. They had come seeking alliances, bearing gifts of jade, spices, and silks. Yet all their offerings seemed small in the shadow of the great dragon, whose presence filled the room without ever moving. At the center of the hall, a scroll was unfurled, a treaty written with the fluid strokes of a brush dipped in ink and reverence. It bore the Emperor's seal, the mark of the dragon's claw, its shape bold and unwavering. The emissaries exchanged nervous glances. They had heard of the dragon's might, not as a creature of myth, but as a symbol of authority and power that stretched far beyond the borders of this empire. To them, the dragon was not just an emblem, it was a silent participant in the negotiations, a reminder of the empire's strength and the wisdom that guided its decisions. The emperor rose, his robes shimmering like the scales of the dragon that adorned them. His movements were deliberate, every step echoing authority. "The dragon is a creature that understands balance," he began, his voice calm but commanding. "It does not hoard its treasure but shares its strength with those who honor its ways. We extend our hand, not as conquerors, but as stewards of harmony." The emissaries bowed low, their respect genuine. They had heard stories of how the dragon shaped not just the emperor's reign but the empire's entire approach to diplomacy. The dragon, they were told, was a bridge, a being that connected the heavens to the earth, just as the empire sought to connect its lands with those beyond. Trade routes that spanned continents bore the dragon's name, and the silk that flowed through them shimmered with its likeness. It was said that a single bolt of dragon-embroidered silk could command the loyalty of kings, its threads woven with the promise of prosperity. One emissary, an elder from a far western land, dared to raise his eyes and speak. "Your Majesty, we come seeking not just trade but wisdom. What can we learn from the dragon that guides your empire?" The emperor regarded him for a long moment, his gaze steady. "The dragon teaches us that strength lies not in isolation, but in connection. Its body winds through mountains and rivers, its breath stirs the clouds, its roar echoes across oceans. It reminds us that no land, no people, can stand alone. The treaties we offer, the silk we trade, the roads we build, these are the dragon's ways, uniting what was once divided." The hall buzzed with quiet murmurs as the words sank in. The emissaries realized they were not just engaging with a kingdom but with an ideal, a philosophy embodied in the dragon's image. To accept the emperor's terms was to align themselves with something far greater than trade or politics. It was to become part of a legacy that spanned centuries. But the dragon's role in diplomacy was not limited to treaties and trade. There were stories, whispered tales of how the dragon had intervened in moments of great peril, turning the tide of conflicts not with force, but with wisdom. One such story lingered in the minds of those present, a tale of a border dispute that had threatened to erupt into war. Two kingdoms, both claiming the same fertile valley, had sent armies to stake their claim. Tensions rose, arrows poised to fly, when a single scroll arrived from the emperor's court. It bore the seal of the dragon and a simple message: the dragon does not quarrel over rivers, for it knows they flow to the same sea. The commanders, moved by the words and the weight of the dragon's authority, chose negotiation over battle. The valley was shared, its waters feeding both lands, and peace endured. This was the dragon's gift, the ability to inspire awe, to command respect, and to remind even the fiercest rivals of their shared humanity. Its image graced the banners that flew over trade caravans, ensuring safe passage through treacherous lands. It adorned the coins exchanged in bustling markets, a silent guarantor of trust. And in the great courts of distant kingdoms, where rulers debated alliances and rivalries, the dragon's name was often invoked as a symbol of stability and foresight. The master watched silently, his expression unreadable. But when the disciple completed the final movement, a strike that cut through the air like the dragon's claw, there was a faint nod of approval. "You're beginning to understand," the master said. "But remember, the dragon is not just about strength. It is about harmony. It teaches us to protect, not to destroy. To fight only when necessary, and always with honor." The disciple nodded, his chest swelling with a mixture of pride and humility. He looked at the master, then at the courtyard, where the stone tiles seemed to bear the marks of countless lessons, countless battles fought in silence. The dragons carved into the edges of the walls seemed to watch him, their eyes fierce yet wise, as if they too were testing him. In that moment, the disciple felt something he couldn't quite put into words. It was more than respect, more than awe, it was a sense of belonging, of understanding. He wasn't just learning movements or techniques. He was becoming something more, something greater. The dragon wasn't just a symbol or a story. It was a way of being, a force that flowed through every fiber of his being. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the courtyard, the master spoke again. "The dragon will test you," he said. "It will push you to your limits, force you to confront your fears, your weaknesses. But if you embrace its teachings, it will also guide you, strengthen you, make you unstoppable." The disciple bowed deeply, his heart pounding with a mix of exhaustion and exhilaration. He didn't have all the answers yet, but he knew one thing for certain. The dragon was no longer just a legend to him. It was alive, breathing through every movement, every thought, every step he took. And he would carry its spirit with him, not just in the courtyard, but in every moment of his life. The grand hall was silent, but for the faint rustle of silk robes and the muted clang of distant bells. Lanterns swayed gently in the breeze, their glow illuminating the intricate carvings on the golden throne at the far end. Etched into its back was the unmistakable figure of a dragon, its body coiling endlessly, its eyes fierce yet wise. Across the hall stood emissaries from distant lands, their expressions a mix of awe and apprehension. They had come seeking alliances, bearing gifts of jade, spices, and silks. Yet all their offerings seemed small in the shadow of the great dragon, whose presence filled the room without ever moving. At the center of the hall, a scroll was unfurled, a treaty written with the fluid strokes of a brush dipped in ink and reverence. It bore the Emperor's seal, the mark of the dragon's claw, its shape bold and unwavering. The emissaries exchanged nervous glances. They had heard of the dragon's might, not as a creature of myth, but as a symbol of authority and power that stretched far beyond the borders of this empire. To them, the dragon was not just an emblem, it was a silent participant in the negotiations, a reminder of the empire's strength and the wisdom that guided its decisions. The emperor rose, his robes shimmering like the scales of the dragon that adorned them. His movements were deliberate, every step echoing authority. "The dragon is a creature that understands balance," he began, his voice calm but commanding. "It does not hoard its treasure but shares its strength with those who honor its ways. We extend our hand, not as conquerors, but as stewards of harmony." The emissaries bowed low, their respect genuine. They had heard stories of how the dragon shaped not just the emperor's reign but the empire's entire approach to diplomacy. The dragon, they were told, was a bridge, a being that connected the heavens to the earth, just as the empire sought to connect its lands with those beyond. Trade routes that spanned continents bore the dragon's name, and the silk that flowed through them shimmered with its likeness. It was said that a single bolt of dragon-embroidered silk could command the loyalty of kings, its threads woven with the promise of prosperity. One emissary, an elder from a far western land, dared to raise his eyes and speak. "Your Majesty, we come seeking not just trade but wisdom. What can we learn from the dragon that guides your empire?" The emperor regarded him for a long moment, his gaze steady. "The dragon teaches us that strength lies not in isolation, but in connection. Its body winds through mountains and rivers, its breath stirs the clouds, its roar echoes across oceans. It reminds us that no land, no people, can stand alone. The treaties we offer, the silk we trade, the roads we build, these are the dragon's ways, uniting what was once divided." The hall buzzed with quiet murmurs as the words sank in. The emissaries realized they were not just engaging with a kingdom but with an ideal, a philosophy embodied in the dragon's image. To accept the emperor's terms was to align themselves with something far greater than trade or politics, it was to become part of a legacy that spanned centuries. But the dragon's role in diplomacy was not limited to treaties and trade. There were stories, whispered tales of how the dragon had intervened in moments of great peril, turning the tide of conflicts not with force, but with wisdom. One such story lingered in the minds of those present, a tale of a border dispute that had threatened to erupt into war. Two kingdoms, both claiming the same fertile valley, had sent armies to stake their claim. Tensions rose, arrows poised to fly, when a single scroll arrived from the emperor's court. It bore the seal of the dragon and a simple message: the dragon does not quarrel over rivers, for it knows they flow to the same sea. The commanders, moved by the words and the weight of the dragon's authority, chose negotiation over battle. The valley was shared, its waters feeding both lands, and peace endured. This was the dragon's gift, the ability to inspire awe, to command respect, and to remind even the fiercest rivals of their shared humanity. Its image graced the banners that flew over trade caravans, ensuring safe passage through treacherous lands. It adorned the coins exchanged in bustling markets, a silent guarantor of trust. And in the great courts of distant kingdoms, where rulers debated alliances and rivalries, the dragon's name was often invoked as a symbol of stability and foresight. Yet the dragon was not just a tool of the emperor. It was a reminder of the responsibilities that came with power. To wield the dragon's authority was to embody its virtues, wisdom, strength, and the pursuit of harmony. Any ruler who failed to honor these principles risked losing not just their throne, but the respect of the world. As the audience with the emperor came to a close, the emissaries were presented with gifts: scrolls bearing the dragon's mark, silks woven with its image, and jade carvings that captured its grace and power. These were not mere tokens of goodwill, they were symbols of the bond being forged, a bond that transcended borders and cultures. As they departed, the elder emissary turned back, his eyes lingering on the dragon carved into the golden throne. He felt a sense of awe, not just for the emperor, but for the creature that had come to symbolize an entire way of being. The dragon was more than a figure of legend. It was a force that shaped the world, one alliance, one trade route, one act of wisdom at a time. Outside the hall, the sun cast long shadows over the courtyard, where a stone fountain stood. Water flowed from the mouth of a dragon, its carved scales glinting in the light. The emissaries paused, watching as the water cascaded into a pool that seemed to shimmer with the colors of the sky. It was a fitting image, a reminder of the dragon's enduring presence, a presence that flowed through every stream, every treaty, every thread of silk that bound the world together. The rain was falling in soft sheets, shimmering under the neon lights of a bustling city. Skyscrapers pierced the misty clouds, their glass facades reflecting 1,000 fleeting colors. On one building, an enormous digital screen lit up the night. It showed a dragon, not the ancient, serpentine guardian of rivers and storms, but a sleek, modern creature streaking across the stars. Its metallic scales caught the light, its wings sliced through space, and its roar was accompanied by a chorus of cheers from the crowd below. Among them stood a young boy, his eyes wide with wonder. Clutching a toy dragon with moving parts, he tugged on his father's sleeve. "Is that what dragons look like now?" he asked, his voice filled with awe. His father chuckled softly, his gaze following the glowing image as it looped again on the screen. "Not exactly," he replied, crouching down to the boy's level. "But maybe that's what they've become." Dragons had always lived in the hearts of the people, but in recent years, they had taken on new forms, ones that reflected the changing times. Where once they had curled protectively around ancient scrolls and temple walls, they now surged across digital landscapes and branding campaigns. The boy's father explained that this dragon was the mascot for a new technology company, its form reimagined to symbolize innovation and progress. But even in this sleek, futuristic guise, its essence remained unmistakable, a being of power and inspiration. Farther down the street, an art gallery hosted an exhibit titled The New Dragon. Inside, visitors wandered among paintings, sculptures, and holograms that reinterpreted the dragon for the modern age. One piece captured particular attention, a mural stretching across an entire wall, showing a dragon with a body made of flowing circuits, its eyes glowing with an electric light. The artist, a young woman with streaks of purple in her hair, stood nearby, answering questions. "Why make it out of circuits?" someone asked. She smiled, her hands gesturing as she spoke. "The dragon has always been a symbol of power and transformation. Today, our power comes from technology, from the connections we create and the energy we harness. I wanted to show how the dragon continues to evolve, just like we do." The crowd murmured in agreement. The mural seemed alive, its shimmering circuits pulsating with the rhythm of progress. But alongside these futuristic depictions, the gallery also featured pieces that honored the dragon's traditional roots. One sculpture combined old and new, a dragon carved from jade but with wings of glass etched with QR codes. The blend of materials sparked conversations, reminding visitors that while the dragon's form might change, its spirit remained timeless. Across town, another kind of dragon came to life. In a sleek theater with rows of velvet seats, a blockbuster film premiered. Its story wove ancient myths with a sci-fi twist, where dragons were no longer bound to the earth or water but soared among stars, guiding humanity through the cosmos. The film's protagonist, a young woman descended from a line of dragon tamers, discovered that the dragons were not mere beasts but guardians of wisdom hidden in the universe. As the credits rolled, the audience erupted into applause, their excitement buzzing in the air. After the screening, a reporter interviewed the director. "Why dragons?" she asked. "Why not create a new creature for this story?" The director leaned back, a thoughtful smile on his face. "Because dragons are universal. They've been with us through every age, every transformation. Even now, in a world of rockets and robots, they remind us where we come from and where we can go." Outside the theater, children ran around pretending to be space dragons, their laughter echoing in the night. Their parents watched with fond smiles, remembering the tales of their own childhoods. For them, the dragon had always been a figure of strength and wisdom, but it was heartening to see it take on new forms, inspiring a new generation. Even in the corporate world, the dragon had found its place. Logos bearing its likeness adorned everything from banks to biotech companies, each claiming a piece of the dragon's symbolism, wealth, growth, vision. At an international business summit, a panel discussed the resurgence of dragon imagery in branding. One CEO explained, "The dragon represents resilience and adaptability. It's a perfect metaphor for our times, especially in industries that thrive on change." But not everyone embraced these modern transformations. In a quiet tea house, an elderly scholar sipped from a porcelain cup adorned with a traditional dragon motif. He spoke with a younger artist, his voice tinged with nostalgia. "The dragon was once a sacred symbol," he said. "It connected us to the heavens, to nature, to the forces we could not control. Now it's become a mascot, a marketing tool. Have we lost something in the process?" The artist considered this, tracing her fingers along the dragon painted on the cup. "Perhaps," she said. "But maybe we've gained something too. The dragon hasn't disappeared, it's grown with us. It's in our art, our stories, our dreams. And in some ways, it still connects us to something greater." The scholar nodded slowly, his gaze drifting to a calligraphy scroll on the wall. It bore a single word, long, the character for dragon. Its strokes were bold yet fluid, capturing the essence of the creature it represented. "Perhaps you're right," he murmured. "The dragon always finds a way to endure." As the rain eased and the city lights dimmed, the young boy and his father returned home. The boy placed his toy dragon on the windowsill, its wings poised as if ready to take flight. He looked out at the city, its skyline glowing faintly against the horizon. Somewhere out there, dragons danced, in murals, in movies, in dreams. And though their forms had changed, their spirit was unbroken. They were still the keepers of power, the guides of transformation, the bridge between the past and the future. They lived not just in myths and legends, but in every heartbeat and every spark of inspiration. For the dragon, like the people who cherished it, was always evolving, always rising. The streets were alive with celebration, a sea of crimson and gold spilling into the night. Children clutched red envelopes, their laughter mingling with the rhythmic beats of drums and the sharp crackle of firecrackers. Above them, a dragon swayed and writhed, its long body shimmering under the glow of lanterns. But this wasn't a small village in China. It was a bustling Chinatown, halfway across the world, where the spirit of the dragon roared just as fiercely as it did in its homeland. In the crowd, an elderly woman stood with her grandson. Her hands clutched his small ones tightly, her eyes fixed on the dragon as it moved with both grace and power. "Do you see it?" she asked, her voice a soft blend of Mandarin and English. The boy nodded, his mouth agape as the dragon twisted in the air, its movements brought to life by a dozen skilled performers. "Why does the dragon dance?" he asked, his voice barely rising above the drums. She knelt down, her face illuminated by the lantern light. "The dragon dances to protect us, to bring good fortune. Even far from home, it reminds us of who we are." For the Chinese diaspora, the dragon was more than a symbol of power or prosperity. It was a thread that connected generations, a lifeline to a heritage that could otherwise feel distant in foreign lands. Through festivals, parades, and quiet rituals, the dragon found its place in new homes, weaving itself into the fabric of diverse communities. In a small Chinese cultural center nestled between urban high-rises, an artist meticulously painted a dragon on a long piece of silk. Her brushstrokes were deliberate, each one filled with reverence. Children gathered around her, their voices bubbling with questions. "Why is it so long?" asked one girl, her pigtails bobbing as she leaned closer. The artist smiled, pausing to dip her brush in red ink. "The dragon's length shows its strength and connection to the rivers and skies. It's a guardian, and it protects everyone it watches over." The children nodded solemnly, their young minds capturing fragments of a story much larger than themselves. The silk painting would later hang in the center's main hall, a reminder to the next generation of the rich traditions their ancestors carried with them across oceans. But the dragon's preservation wasn't always easy. In some parts of the world, Chinese immigrants faced prejudice and isolation. Yet even in the face of adversity, the dragon endured. In the early 20th century, when Chinese workers toiled on railroads and in laundries, they came together to celebrate their festivals. They crafted dragons from humble materials, bamboo, cloth, and paint, and paraded them through neighborhoods. The sight of the dragon was a powerful declaration. They were far from invisible, they were proud. Over time, these celebrations grew, drawing not only Chinese communities but also curious neighbors eager to learn and share in the traditions. Dragon dances became the centerpiece of cultural exchange, bridging gaps and building understanding. People of all backgrounds marveled at the artistry and effort behind the performances, captivated by the fluid motion of the dragon as it leaped and soared. In suburban homes where generations of Chinese families lived, dragons adorned walls and shelves. A father would point to a small jade dragon figurine and tell his children, "This is for strength. Whenever you feel small or unsure, remember the dragon inside you." And when those children grew, they carried the memory of that jade dragon with them, a quiet but persistent reminder of their roots. The dragon also found its way into schools and community events, where it became a symbol not just of Chinese identity but of shared heritage. In a public library's event room, a storyteller captivated an audience of families. She spun tales of the dragon kings who ruled the seas, of the carp that transformed into dragons, and of the yellow dragon that brought wisdom to the ancient emperors. Her voice was steady, yet laced with emotion, as she spoke of resilience and belonging. Among the audience was a young girl sitting next to her grandmother. The girl whispered, "Nai, do you think the dragon would like me?" Her grandmother placed a gentle hand on her cheek. "The dragon loves all who honor it. You carry its spirit in your heart." Later that day, the girl drew her own dragon, a colorful, vibrant creature with wings and a playful smile. She showed it to her grandmother, who nodded approvingly. "It's beautiful. You've brought it to life." Through art, literature, and celebration, the dragon adapted to new surroundings. Its stories mingled with those of other cultures, creating unique interpretations. In some places, dragons were depicted with traits borrowed from local mythologies, a testament to their ability to transcend boundaries and embrace diversity. In a bustling market in Kuala Lumpur's Chinatown, an elderly shopkeeper sold paper dragons alongside lanterns and calligraphy scrolls. Tourists stopped to admire the craftsmanship, and the shopkeeper eagerly shared the stories behind each design. "This one," he said, holding up a golden dragon, "represents courage. It reminds us to be fearless, even when life is uncertain." For the Chinese diaspora, the dragon was not merely an artifact of the past. It was a living, breathing part of their present, a connection to their ancestors, and a guide for their future. Whether it danced in festivals, perched on mantles, or adorned the pages of books, the dragon's presence was a source of pride and comfort. In the same bustling Chinatown, years later, the boy who once asked about the dancing dragon now stood with his own son. Together, they watched as a dragon wound its way through the streets, its scales catching the sunlight. The man placed a hand on his son's shoulder. "Do you see it?" he asked, echoing the words of his grandmother. The boy nodded, his eyes wide with wonder. "I see it. It's amazing." The dragon moved with timeless grace, its body coiling and uncoiling in harmony with the drumbeats. It wasn't just a symbol, it was a story, a legacy, a bridge between worlds. In its fluid motion, it carried the hopes and memories of countless generations, whispering to all who watched, "You are never far from home." The sound of the gongs echoed through the hills, resonating with a sense of both celebration and reverence. A dragon's head emerged from the crowd, painted in vivid reds and greens, its long body rippling like a river as the performers beneath it moved in perfect harmony. But this was not a scene from China. It was a bustling Korean village, the people gathered to honor a creature that was just as revered in their own lore. In Korea, dragons were protectors of water and life, guardians of rivers, lakes, and seas. Unlike the mighty and often imposing dragons of Western tales, Korean dragons carried a gentle majesty. They were often shown with long whiskers, antlers, and a flowing, snake-like body that seemed to drift effortlessly through the air or water. Their stories, like the dragons themselves, wove through the lives of those who lived in harmony with nature. A fisherman, old and weathered by years of toil, stood by the river one misty morning. He had heard the tales of the Amuti, the lesser dragons waiting to ascend to full dragonhood. They were said to guard treasures or offer blessings to those who were pure of heart. The man paused, gazing at the water as if expecting to catch a glimpse of shimmering scales beneath the surface. He believed the dragon's presence was a sign of abundance, and though he could never prove it, he swore his best catches came on days when the mist felt alive. Across the sea, in Japan, the dragon took on a fiercer but no less respected form. Ryu, as they were called, were deeply entwined with Shinto and Buddhist traditions. The dragon gods watched over rain, storms, and oceans, their vast power a reminder of nature's dual capacity to nurture and destroy. In an ancient temple, a monk knelt before a painted scroll of a dragon coiled around a pearl. The pearl, they said, represented wisdom and the dragon's immense knowledge of the world. The monk whispered a prayer, seeking guidance as the storm outside raged with the fury of a dragon's roar. The people of the village nearby huddled together, knowing the storm would pass, but also trusting that the dragon's rage would leave their lands fertile and their rivers replenished. Not all dragons in Japan were benevolent, however. Some were chaotic forces of nature, challenging heroes and testing their resolve. A young warrior, clad in armor that gleamed under the moonlight, gripped his sword tightly. He had heard the legends of Yamata no Orochi, the eight-headed dragon slain by the storm god Susanoo. Though his own battle was not with such a beast, he carried the spirit of that tale with him, drawing courage from the stories of those who had faced dragons and prevailed. In the lush landscapes of Vietnam, the dragon was deeply intertwined with the land's origin itself. According to legend, the Vietnamese people descended from a dragon father, Lac Long Quan, and a fairy mother, O Co. Their union was a symbol of strength and harmony, and their children, 100 of them, went on to shape the nation. A young storyteller sat beneath a sprawling banyan tree, her voice carrying over the murmurs of a gathered crowd. She recounted the tale of Lac Long Quan, his dragon form gliding through the seas as he protected his people from monstrous creatures. Her words painted vivid images of battles fought and peace restored, her listeners captivated by the idea that their very existence was born from a dragon's love. The Vietnamese dragon, unlike its counterparts in Korea and Japan, often bore a fiery essence, its presence linked to rain and agriculture. Farmers, bowing under the weight of their tools, would glance up at the sky, watching for the dragon-shaped clouds that signaled coming rains. For them, the dragon wasn't just a myth, it was life itself, entwined with their survival and prosperity. Despite their differences, these dragons shared common threads. In every culture, they were symbols of power, guardians of the natural world, and embodiments of the divine. Their stories transcended borders, their forms adapting to the needs and beliefs of the people who revered them. In a quiet room, a Korean scholar studied an ancient Chinese text, tracing the depiction of a coiled dragon with his finger. Beside him, a Japanese artisan carefully carved a dragon onto the hilt of a sword, his movements deliberate and reverent. On a nearby table, a Vietnamese ceramic dragon sat, its glazed surface reflecting the soft light of the room. Though separated by geography, these creations told a unified story, a shared reverence for a creature that transcended time and space. In modern times, these dragons continue to inspire. A child in Seoul carefully folded a piece of paper into the shape of a dragon, his imagination running wild as he gave it life with the breath of a whistle. In Kyoto, a group of dancers rehearsed their movements, their dragon costume moving as though it had a mind of its own. And in Hanoi, a family gathered to light incense before a dragon statue, their prayers mingling with the fragrant smoke that curled like the creature's mythical form. The dragons of Asia were not confined to the past. They thrived in the hearts and minds of those who carried their stories forward. Whether in the delicate lines of an ink painting, the soaring arches of a temple roof, or the flickering light of a festival lantern, the dragons lived on, a testament to the enduring power of myth and the shared humanity that binds us all. A quiet forest, dappled with sunlight filtering through the canopy, stood untouched for centuries. In its heart, a great western dragon lay coiled, scales gleaming like polished bronze, its amber eyes fixed on the horizon. Around it were scattered treasures, gold coins, goblets encrusted with jewels, and the hilt of a sword half buried in the dirt. Each item held a story of conquest and fear, of knights who dared to challenge its might and of kingdoms that paid homage to its power. The dragon's breath rumbled softly, a low growl echoing through the trees, as though it guarded not only its hoard but its pride and purpose. Thousands of miles away, a Chinese dragon soared above a river, its serpentine body rippling like the surface of the water below. It carried no treasure, no spoils of battle, only the rain clouds that followed in its wake. Its whiskers trailed in the wind, and its eyes, deep and wise, seemed to gaze not at the world but into its very soul. The farmers on the ground paused their work to bow in respect, grateful for the rains the dragon brought, for the life it bestowed with each graceful arc through the sky. Two dragons. Two worlds. Two visions of a creature so similar in essence yet so vastly different in its meaning. In the West, the dragon loomed as a creature of terror and triumph, a beast that symbolized chaos and destruction. It was the villain of countless tales, the test that heroes had to overcome. The knights who ventured into its lairs knew they faced death, yet they charged forward, driven by glory, honor, and the promise of reward. The dragon's lair was always dark, a cave dripping with menace, the air thick with the smell of sulfur and ancient stone. Each tale held a moment of breathless anticipation, a knight raising their sword, the dragon rearing back, fire spilling from its maw, the battle of strength against cunning, of mortal courage against primordial power. But in the East, the dragon was not a challenge to be conquered but a force to be revered. It embodied balance and prosperity, a guardian of rivers, mountains, and skies. It did not hoard treasures but bestowed blessings, a bridge between the heavens and the earth. Stories of Chinese dragons were not of battles but of harmony, of emperors who sought their wisdom, of sages who walked among them to learn the secrets of the cosmos. The lair of an Eastern dragon was not a den of greed but a palace beneath the waves or a hidden sanctuary among the clouds, places of beauty and mystery. In a small village near the mountains, a Western knight told tales of his homeland to a curious traveler from the East. The knight described how his people feared the dragon's shadow, how they spoke in hushed tones of its fiery wrath, its insatiable hunger for cattle, and sometimes children. He spoke of the dragon's cunning, how it would lay traps for unwary travelers or toy with them before the kill. The traveler listened intently, then shared his own tales of dragons that danced in the skies during festivals, their painted likenesses bringing joy to entire towns. His dragons didn't destroy but restored, didn't take but gave. The knight blinked in disbelief, struggling to reconcile such a creature with his own experiences. On the edges of a western battlefield, a bard sang of the last dragon-slaying hero. His voice trembled with passion as he recounted the hero's bravery, the battle that shook the heavens, and the final blow that ended the beast's tyranny. The villagers listening to his song cheered, inspired by the tale of triumph. But in a distant Chinese temple, a storyteller painted a different picture. She spoke of a dragon that guided a lost emperor back to his throne, its scales shimmering in moonlight as it offered wisdom and protection. The audience sat in silence, their hearts swelling with gratitude for a creature so noble, so selfless. The dragons of the West were bound to the earth, their wings beating storms into existence, their flames consuming all in their path. They represented a primal fear of the unknown, of nature's untamed power. To slay a dragon was to assert humanity's dominion over chaos, to claim a fragile order in a world that often seemed hostile and wild. But in the East, dragons transcended the earthly realm. They wove through the clouds, their presence a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. They were symbols of enlightenment, their wisdom as boundless as the skies they roamed. A Western painter captured a dragon's ferocity in his work, its claws ripping through the canvas, its teeth bared in a snarl. The dragon's eyes glowed with malevolence, its body coiled around a stolen crown. It was a masterpiece of tension and drama, a visual feast of terror. Meanwhile, an Eastern artist painted a dragon winding through a waterfall, its body an elegant curve of energy and grace. The dragon seemed alive, not as a beast but as a spirit, its essence flowing with the water it guarded. Both paintings spoke volumes, not just of the dragons themselves, but of the cultures that birthed them. There were moments, however, when these two visions overlapped. In the rarest of tales, a Western dragon was portrayed with wisdom, a keeper of knowledge hidden away in ancient texts. In the East, there were stories of dragons who tested the hearts of mortals, challenging them to prove their worth. These fleeting glimpses of similarity hinted at a deeper truth, that dragons, in all their forms, reflected humanity's greatest fears and highest aspirations. As the sun set on the forest where the Western dragon slept, its breath calmed, and its fiery eyes softened to a glow. Across the sea, as the Chinese dragon descended into the river, its scales sparkled with the last light of day, its form dissolving into the waves. Both dragons, so different yet so alike, carried the weight of their legends. One was a creature of conquest, the other of connection. But both stirred the hearts of those who told their tales, their mighty forms inspiring awe, fear, and wonder. The silver screen flickered to life, casting a soft glow over the darkened theater. A dragon unfurled across the scene, its body long and sinuous, its scales shimmering like liquid gold. It moved with an elegance that seemed almost otherworldly, weaving between towering mountains and cascading waterfalls. The audience held their breath, captivated by the creature's presence, not as a monster to be feared but as a being of grace and mystery. It wasn't just the dragon's physical form that enchanted, it was the sense of ancient wisdom in its eyes, the power of a mythology that had traveled across continents and generations to arrive here, in this moment. Somewhere in a bustling city, a young gamer leaned closer to the glowing screen of their console, their fingers flying over the controller. On the screen, a dragon soared through a digital realm, its every movement imbued with the spirit of Chinese legend. The dragon wasn't just a character, it was a symbol, a reminder of strength, perseverance, and the profound connection between humanity and the forces of nature. The gamer's heart raced as they guided the dragon through challenges that felt almost sacred, each success a small echo of the ancient stories that inspired the game. Across the world, Chinese dragons had transcended their origins to leave an indelible mark on global pop culture. In movies, they often appeared as harbingers of wisdom, their presence elevating the story from mere fantasy to something richer, something timeless. Whether gliding through animated skies or brought to life with breathtaking special effects, these dragons carried with them the weight of centuries-old traditions. Their whiskers swayed with purpose, their claws struck with precision, and their every movement seemed to tell a story that went far beyond the boundaries of the screen. In literature, the influence was just as profound. Pages filled with tales of dragons borrowing heavily from Chinese mythology brought readers into worlds where these creatures weren't mere beasts but guardians, mentors, or even deities. authors painted pictures of dragons guarding celestial gates, their forms etched with runes that hinted at their immense power and history. These dragons often carried themes of balance and harmony, drawing from the Eastern idea of dragons as protectors and symbols of good fortune. Readers could almost hear the rustling of scales, the low hum of an ancient roar as they turned each page. In some stories, dragons were tied to the natural world in ways that resonated deeply with readers. They flew over oceans, their tails trailing waves, or coiled around mountains, their presence inseparable from the land they protected. Unlike their Western counterparts, who often served as adversaries, these dragons became allies, their wisdom guiding the heroes toward victory or enlightenment. These portrayals, influenced by Chinese lore, expanded the way people thought about dragons, blending the mythical with the moral. But it wasn't just literature and movies that brought Chinese dragons into the spotlight. Animation studios, particularly those in Asia, embraced the dragon as a central figure in their most iconic works. Vibrant and fluid, these animated dragons became characters that lived in the hearts of viewers, their arcs reflecting universal themes of growth, courage, and self-discovery. In one scene, a dragon might be teaching a young protagonist the importance of humility. In another, it might be confronting its own past, showing viewers that even the mightiest beings carry burdens. In fashion and art, the image of the Chinese dragon became a powerful motif. Designers incorporated the dragon's serpentine form into intricate embroidery, its scales glittering against silk and velvet. Tattoos of dragons, inspired by their depictions in Chinese culture, became symbols of strength and resilience, their forms etched onto skin with reverence and precision. Paintings and murals brought dragons to life in vibrant colors, their dynamic poses suggesting movement even in stillness. Even music found ways to echo the presence of the dragon. Orchestras performed pieces that evoked the creature's majesty, their melodies rising and falling like the flight of a dragon through the clouds. In pop songs, lyrics referenced the dragon as a symbol of rebirth and power, connecting listeners to a mythology that felt both personal and universal. In classrooms, children learned about dragons not just as mythical creatures, but as cultural bridges. Teachers explained how the image of the Chinese dragon had influenced stories and media around the world, showing students how interconnected humanity's imagination could be. They watched clips of animated dragons that leaped from traditional legends into modern tales, their forms blending the old with the new. They played games where they tamed dragons or learned from them, discovering values of kindness and courage in every interaction. And yet, for all its global presence, the Chinese dragon remained a symbol of pride and identity for those who shared its origins. In vibrant parades during Lunar New Year, massive dragon puppets danced through the streets, their bodies carried by dozens of performers who moved as one. The dragon's undulating form mesmerized onlookers, its presence a reminder of the enduring power of tradition. For those watching from faraway lands, these displays were a window into a culture that had embraced the dragon as a symbol of its spirit. In Hollywood, filmmakers who sought authenticity in their dragon tales often turned to Chinese legends for inspiration. They consulted historians and artists, ensuring that the dragons in their films carried the weight of their cultural significance. These dragons didn't merely serve as visual spectacles, they became integral to the stories, their actions rooted in the philosophies and beliefs of the cultures they represented. But there was also a tension, a question of how to honor the dragon's origins while making it accessible to a global audience. In some instances, the dragon became a hybrid, its design and behavior blending elements of East and West. This fusion created something new, a dragon that could speak to the shared imagination of humanity while still hinting at its ancestral roots. Through it all, the essence of the Chinese dragon endured. Whether soaring through the clouds in a blockbuster movie, guiding a hero in a best-selling game, or gracing the pages of a beloved novel, its presence continued to inspire awe and wonder. It was more than a character or a creature, it was a symbol of what humanity could achieve when it embraced its stories, its traditions, and its creativity. And as the dragon flew through the skies of imagination, it carried with it the hopes and dreams of all who dared to believe in something greater than themselves. The moon hung low, its pale light rippling across the quiet lake, broken only by the graceful arch of a dragon's tail. The villagers watched from the shadows of the trees, their breaths hushed and their hearts pounding. The dragon wasn't there to threaten them, it had come to share its wisdom, as it had for generations. To the people, this dragon was not merely a creature, it was a guide, a voice of truth that spoke when their world felt uncertain and their paths were lost. The dragon's voice was said to echo like thunder over mountains, but tonight, it was soft, almost a whisper. When the river floods, it began, do you curse the water, or do you find a way to swim? Its amber eyes scanned the gathering, as if waiting for an answer. The villagers shifted uneasily. They knew the dragon's words were more than a riddle. It wasn't just asking, it was teaching, and they had to listen. One child, braver than most, stepped forward, her small hands clenched at her sides. We learned to swim, she said, her voice trembling but determined. The dragon's gaze settled on her, and something in its expression, an ancient, infinite patience, softened. You swim, it agreed, and you grow stronger. Adversity is not your enemy, it is your teacher. This was the way of the dragon. It never scolded, never demanded. Instead, it wove lessons into stories, its words heavy with meaning but light enough for the heart to carry. Those who listened closely found their minds sharpened, their spirits steadied, and their hearts braver than they'd been before. In the hills beyond the village, there was another tale, whispered among travelers who sought the dragon's counsel. A young warrior, wounded and lost, had once climbed to the dragon's lair, seeking vengeance for a wrong he could not let go. He had been strong, his blade sharp and his will unyielding. But the dragon did not fight him. Instead, it lay coiled in the shadow of the cave, its massive form illuminated by a single shaft of light. What do you seek? The dragon had asked, its voice carrying the weight of centuries. The warrior had drawn his sword. Justice, he spat, though his hands trembled as he spoke. The dragon tilted its head, its long whiskers trembling like reeds in a gentle breeze. And what is justice to you? The question had stopped the warrior cold. He had been so consumed by anger that he had never thought to define it. He lowered his sword, his face contorted in confusion and pain. It's righting what was wrong. The dragon's tail swept across the ground, carving an arc into the dust. And what if your righting becomes another wrong? What if the pain you carry now is passed to another? The warrior fell to his knees. He had no answer. In that silence, the dragon rose and placed one claw gently on the warrior's shoulder. Release your burden, it said. Vengeance chains the soul, but forgiveness sets it free. The warrior left the cave without his sword, his heart lighter than it had been in years. Those who heard his story understood the lesson, though not all could follow it. Forgiveness was harder than wielding a blade, but the dragon had shown it to be far more powerful. In the villages, people spoke of the dragon as a teacher who never forced its lessons. It did not appear often, and when it did, it left behind riddles and parables rather than commands. A farmer once asked the dragon how to make his crops flourish, desperate to save his family from starvation. The dragon had told him to plant not in the richest soil but in the stoniest. The farmer had been furious. How will anything grow where nothing has before? He shouted. The dragon had smiled, its teeth gleaming like ivory. Strength comes from struggle, it said. What grows in the stony soil will endure the fiercest storm. The farmer followed the advice reluctantly, and to his amazement, the crops that emerged were hardier and more plentiful than any he had ever grown. Years later, when the storms came, his field stood firm while others were washed away. Even in tales of far-off lands, dragons held a place as wise and moral guides. In one kingdom, a ruler known for his greed sought a dragon's hoard, convinced that wealth would bring him true power. When he confronted the dragon, he demanded to know the location of its treasure. The dragon only chuckled. You think gold is power? Isn't it? The king replied, his voice laced with arrogance. The dragon spread its wings, casting a shadow that covered the king and his retinue. Power is not in gold, but in the hands that use it. A wise ruler needs no hoard. A foolish one can never have enough. The king left empty-handed, his pride bruised, but his kingdom grew more prosperous in the years that followed. Perhaps he had learned that the greatest treasures were not made of gold but of wisdom and justice. Back at the lake, the dragon turned its gaze to the villagers once more. "I will leave you with one thought," it said, its voice rippling across the water. "The most precious thing you have is not what you hold in your hands, but what you carry in your heart. Guard it well." With that, it rose into the night, its body glinting in the moonlight before vanishing into the stars. The villagers stood in silence, each of them carrying the weight of the dragon's words. They didn't know when it would return, but they knew its wisdom would remain, echoing in their stories and their choices. And as the child who had dared to speak stepped back into the crowd, she felt something she couldn't quite name, a sense of wonder, of strength, and of hope. It was as if the dragon had left behind not just words, but a spark of its own spirit, lighting a fire that would guide them all through whatever storms lay ahead. The air was thick with incense, its curling smoke weaving through the dimly lit chamber. An elderly mage, his robe a deep shade of indigo embroidered with golden dragons, sat cross-legged on the polished stone floor. Before him lay an intricate talisman, its surface alive with delicate strokes of ink, forming shapes that seemed to move when the light caught them just right. In his trembling hands, he held a jade carving of a dragon, its form fierce yet elegant. He whispered a chant, his voice carrying an urgency that seemed to bend the air around him. The villagers outside waited anxiously, their faces lined with fear. A drought had gripped the land for months, turning fields into cracked earth and rivers into memories. This spell, the mage had warned, would not summon rain directly, it would awaken the spirit of the azure dragon, a guardian of the eastern skies and bringer of life-giving water. They had to trust that the dragon, once called upon, would answer their prayers. Inside, the mage closed his eyes and pressed the jade dragon to his chest. He spoke to it as if it were alive, as if it could hear him. "Mighty One," he whispered, "we are but your humble children. Bring your blessing to this parched land." The room suddenly grew colder, and a gust of wind swept through, extinguishing the candles. In the darkness, the faint sound of rushing water filled the chamber, as if a distant river had come to life. The talisman began to glow faintly, its ink shimmering with an ethereal light. The dragon had heard. Dragons were not merely symbols of power in ancient magic, they were conduits of energy, guardians of natural forces, and protectors of balance. Their presence in spells and talismans wasn't decorative, it was essential. To call upon a dragon was to tap into the primal forces of the universe, forces that could shape storms, calm seas, or even bind malevolent spirits. In one tale, a young woman named May had been tormented by a ghost that refused to leave her family's home. It wailed at night, shaking walls and shattering dishes. Desperate, May turned to an old magician who lived on the outskirts of the village. The magician handed her a small scroll bearing the image of a coiled dragon, its eyes fierce and unyielding. "This talisman," the magician said, "contains the spirit of the black dragon of the north. It will protect you, but you must be brave." That night, as the ghost began its usual torment, May held the talisman tightly and recited the incantation the magician had taught her. The air grew heavy, and a chill swept through the house. Suddenly, a deep, resonant growl echoed through the room, and the ghost froze, its translucent form trembling. Behind May, the shadow of a dragon appeared, its form towering and its eyes blazing like embers. The ghost screamed once, then dissolved into mist, never to return. The talisman, now cold in her hands, had worked. May later learned that the black dragon was not merely a protector but a judge, a being that did not tolerate imbalance or injustice. By invoking its power, she had called upon a force far greater than herself, one that demanded respect and purity of intent. Not all uses of dragon magic were so dramatic. In everyday life, people carried small charms adorned with dragon motifs to bring them luck, courage, or prosperity. Farmers wore amulets inscribed with the green dragon to ensure bountiful harvests, while sailors prayed to the dragon of the South Sea for safe passage through treacherous waters. Even children wore tiny jade pendants shaped like dragons, believing they would ward off illness and harm. But dragon magic required precision and respect. A careless spell or a poorly crafted talisman could invite disaster. One legend spoke of an ambitious sorcerer who attempted to bind the power of the golden dragon into a staff, hoping to wield its immense strength. He etched symbols onto the staff, carved from the rarest wood, and chanted ancient incantations. For a moment, the staff glowed with an otherworldly light, and the sorcerer felt invincible. Then the light grew too bright, searing his eyes. A deafening roar filled the room, and the sorcerer realized his mistake. He had summoned the dragon but failed to honor it. The staff shattered, and the dragon's spirit lashed out in fury, destroying the sorcerer's home and leaving him powerless. Those who found him later said he spoke only one word: hubris. Despite such cautionary tales, the bond between dragons and magic remained unshakable. Their energy flowed through the ink of talismans, the carved grooves of amulets, and the whispered words of spells. They were not tools but partners, demanding reverence and offering wisdom in return. One evening, a boy named Liang sat by the river, watching his grandmother prepare a spell. She drew a dragon in the sand with a stick, her movements deliberate and graceful. When she finished, she placed a candle at each corner of the drawing and lit them. "Why a dragon?" Liang asked, his voice full of curiosity. His grandmother smiled, her eyes reflecting the flickering flames. "Because dragons understand balance. They hold the power of fire and water, of wind and earth. When we ask for their help, we are asking to learn from their harmony." The boy watched as his grandmother murmured her chant, her voice blending with the sound of the river. As the candles burned low, the wind picked up, carrying the scent of rain. Later that night, a gentle drizzle began to fall, soaking the fields and bringing a smile to the faces of the villagers. Liang would grow up remembering that moment, the way the dragon's magic felt like an invisible thread connecting them to the world around them. He would pass the story on to his own children, who would carve dragons into their own talismans and call upon their strength in times of need. Through these stories and rituals, the dragons lived on, their magic not just a force to be wielded but a reminder of the balance that holds the world together. They were more than legends, they were guardians, teachers, and friends to those who dared to believe. The alchemist's chamber was silent, except for the faint bubbling of liquids in glass flasks and the occasional crackle of fire beneath a bronze cauldron. Sunlight streamed through a lattice window, catching the golden scales etched onto a massive tome spread open on a wooden table. The dragon's image on the page seemed alive, its serpentine body coiled around a pearl, its eyes sharp and watchful. The alchemist, a man with streaks of silver in his hair, leaned closer, his hands trembling as he traced the dragon's form. Legends whispered that dragons held the secret to immortality. Their breath could kindle the eternal flame, their scales were thought to contain the essence of life, and their blood was said to heal even the gravest wounds. For centuries, alchemists had sought to mimic their power, creating potions and elixirs to halt time and conquer death. The dragon was more than a symbol, it was the embodiment of their ambition, their teacher in the craft of transformation. The man reached for a vial of mercury, his movements deliberate. Mercury, known as quicksilver, was a substance that fascinated alchemists for its ability to flow like water but resist containment. They believed it mirrored the fluid nature of the dragon, elusive, untamed, and full of potential. He poured it carefully into the cauldron, whispering an incantation taught to him by his master years ago. The mixture hissed and released a faint, silvery mist. Across the centuries, the dragon's image had been intertwined with the ultimate alchemical goal, the philosopher's stone. This mythical substance was said to transmute base metals into gold, but its true purpose lay in its ability to grant eternal life. Dragons were often depicted guarding vast treasures, their hoards thought to contain the elusive stone itself. Some believed that dragons consumed a form of this stone to sustain their immense lifespans, their bodies transforming the stone's energy into boundless vitality. One tale told of an emperor who sought the secret of immortality from a dragon that lived in the mountains near his palace. The dragon, a magnificent creature with shimmering blue and silver scales, agreed to share its wisdom but demanded something in return. The emperor, desperate and arrogant, offered gold and jewels, but the dragon only laughed. "Immortality cannot be bought," it said, its voice like rolling thunder. "It must be earned through balance and understanding. Do you have the patience to learn?" The emperor nodded eagerly, and the dragon gave him a single scale. It instructed him to study the scale's pattern, promising that the answer he sought lay within. For years, the emperor devoted himself to the task, his court growing restless as he neglected his duties. But no matter how closely he examined the scale, its secrets eluded him. One night, as he sat by candlelight, frustrated and weary, the dragon appeared in his chamber. "You look at the surface, but do not see the truth," it said. "Immortality is not in the scale, but in the understanding of its essence. Your impatience blinds you." The emperor realized that his obsession had consumed him, costing him relationships and the trust of his people. He begged the dragon for guidance, and it agreed to teach him the principles of harmony and the cycles of life. Though the emperor never achieved immortality, he became a wiser and more compassionate ruler, his life enriched by the dragon's lessons. Back in the alchemist's chamber, the man watched as the mixture in his cauldron began to change. The silvery mist thickened, forming patterns in the air that resembled scales. A faint roar echoed through the room, not loud, but deep enough to make his heart race. He knew that the dragon's energy was said to be both a blessing and a test. If his intentions were pure, the experiment might succeed. But if greed or pride tainted his heart, the dragon's spirit would reject him. Alchemy was as much about the transformation of the self as it was about changing substances. The dragon, with its dual nature of destruction and renewal, embodied this principle. To create the elixir of life, one had to confront their own mortality, to understand that death was not an enemy but a part of existence. The alchemist had read stories of those who sought to cheat death but fell victim to their own ambition, consumed by fires they could not control. One such story spoke of a young alchemist named Hua, who claimed to have created the elixir of life. She drank it before a crowd, her confidence unshakable. At first, nothing happened. Then her body began to glow, her skin shimmering like a dragon's scales. The crowd gasped in awe, believing she had succeeded. But as days turned to weeks, Hua realized she was changing in ways she had not anticipated. Her senses sharpened to unbearable levels, and she could no longer touch the earth without scorching it. She had become too powerful, too separate from the world she loved. In desperation, she climbed a mountain to seek the guidance of a dragon. The dragon, a wise and ancient being, told her that immortality without wisdom was a curse. It offered her a choice, to live forever in isolation or to return to mortality and cherish the time she had left. Hua chose the latter, her lesson etched in legend. The alchemist in the chamber thought of such stories as he continued his work. He had no desire for personal glory, only the hope of extending his life enough to complete his life's mission, creating a cure for a rare illness that had taken his wife. He held the jade carving of a dragon close, seeking its guidance. As the cauldron's contents began to solidify, forming a pearl-like orb, he felt a surge of emotion. This was the moment of truth. The dragon, as always, demanded sincerity and respect. He whispered a final prayer, not for himself, but for the lives he hoped to save. The orb glowed softly, and the room grew quiet. The dragon's shadow flickered across the walls, its presence felt but unseen. The alchemist knew that the journey was far from over, but for the first time, he felt the dragon's approval. It was not immortality he had found, but a path forward, guided by the wisdom of a creature that held the balance of the world within its grasp. The old scholar's room felt alive, though no wind stirred the air. The faint aroma of incense lingered, curling upward in delicate tendrils, as if drawn to an invisible force. On the eastern wall, a grand tapestry depicted a dragon soaring among rolling clouds, its eyes fierce and its claws extended as if grasping at the flow of energy itself. This dragon was no mere decoration, it was a guardian, a guide for the energy that coursed through the house like a river seeking its way to the ocean. Feng Shui masters believed that dragons were the keepers of qi, the vital energy that connects all living things. They said dragons did not merely command qi, they understood its subtleties, shaping it into harmony where chaos threatened to take hold. The dragon on the tapestry seemed almost to move, its body twisting as sunlight streamed through the window, casting golden hues over its embroidered scales. The scholar adjusted the jade dragon figurine on his desk, aligning it carefully with the center of the room. Balance, he murmured to himself. It is always about balance. His voice carried a reverence born from experience. Years ago, his life had been tumultuous. He recalled the sleepless nights, the arguments that left his household fractured, the inexplicable unease that clung to every corner of his home. It was an elder from his village who had first introduced him to the idea of dragons and Feng Shui. "Your house fights against you," the elder had said. "It needs a dragon's wisdom to guide it." Skeptical but desperate, the scholar had invited the elder into his home. The elder's wrinkled hands traced invisible lines in the air, mapping the flow of energy as one might map a winding river. "Your chi is trapped," the elder explained, pointing to a cluttered corner and a mirror reflecting the main door. "The dragon cannot soar where obstacles bind it." The scholar, though reluctant, followed the elder's advice. He cleared the clutter, moved furniture, and placed a small golden dragon figurine near the entrance. It was a simple act, almost laughably so, yet within days, the atmosphere of his home shifted. The heavy tension lifted, arguments subsided, and for the first time in years, the air felt light. The scholar could not deny the change. Now, years later, he had become a believer, a student of the dragon's influence. He had seen how its presence could transform a space, drawing chi to flow smoothly like a gentle stream. In the practice of Feng Shui, dragons were often placed in the east, where the sun rose, symbolizing new beginnings and growth. They were positioned with intention, their heads pointed toward prosperity, their bodies curved to mimic the flow of water, a sacred element in guiding chi. The scholar thought of the dragon's pearl, often depicted clasped in its claws or held near its mouth. Feng Shui practitioners spoke of this pearl as the essence of vitality, a symbol of the dragon's power to nurture life. In homes where the dragon's imagery was placed thoughtfully, it was said that fortune would follow. Not merely wealth, but true prosperity, health, harmony, and a sense of purpose. There was one particular moment the scholar would never forget, a visit to a family plagued by misfortune. Their crops had failed, illness spread through their household, and their spirits were heavy with despair. When the scholar arrived, he immediately noticed the imbalance. Their home faced the wrong direction, with sharp angles that cut the chi like jagged rocks in a riverbed. Worst of all, the dragon figurine they had was chipped and hidden in a dusty corner, forgotten. With their permission, the scholar rearranged the space. He moved the dragon figurine to a place of honor, repaired its damage, and positioned it facing the sunrise. He placed a small fountain near the entrance to emulate flowing water and hung a crimson banner with a dragon motif to invite vibrant energy. The family followed his instructions diligently, treating the dragon's presence with respect. Weeks later, they invited him back, their faces radiant with joy. Their crops had begun to flourish, the illnesses had subsided, and the oppressive weight on their home seemed to have vanished. They credited the dragon for restoring their fortune, but the scholar knew it was the harmony created through understanding its principles. Yet the dragon was not merely a bringer of fortune, it also served as a protector. In cities, it was common to see dragon carvings on bridges or rooftops, their bodies coiled as though ready to strike. These dragons were placed to ward off harmful energy, their fierce expressions a warning to spirits that meant ill. The scholar had once seen a magnificent temple with a dragon mural so intricate that it seemed alive. It was said that the temple had survived countless disasters unscathed, a testament to the dragon's vigilance. As he reflected on these stories, the scholar returned to his own home. He adjusted the dragon tapestry on the wall, ensuring it hung straight, its presence commanding but not overwhelming. He walked to the garden, where a small stone dragon perched by a pond, its reflection shimmering in the water. The sound of the fountain's gentle flow mingled with the rustling of leaves, creating a sense of peace. He paused, closing his eyes, and felt the chi around him, a sensation subtle yet unmistakable. It moved like a breath, like the pulse of the earth itself. The dragon did not merely represent chi, it was a reminder to live in harmony with it, to respect the unseen forces that shape the world. In its image, the scholar found a teacher, a guardian, and a companion. In moments of doubt, he would gaze at the dragon, its form a constant reminder that balance was always within reach. Whether in a grand palace or a humble home, the dragon's wisdom was universal. Its power lay not in dominance, but in understanding, in the art of flowing with life's currents rather than against them. And so, the scholar smiled, his heart at ease. The dragon remained, ever watchful, its presence a quiet promise that harmony was possible, even in the most chaotic of times. The dream began in stillness. A pale mist covered the landscape, swirling as if alive. From the distance came the faint sound of rushing water, and with it, a low rumble that made the ground tremble. Out of the mist emerged a dragon, its scales shimmering with the colors of a restless sea. Its eyes glowed with an intensity that pierced through the dreamer's soul, ancient and knowing, as if it held the answers to questions the dreamer had never dared to ask. The dragon circled once, its massive body coiling in a dance that felt more like a test than a greeting. Then it stopped and stared. That gaze was heavy with purpose, demanding attention, demanding understanding. When the dreamer awoke, their heart raced, the image of the dragon burned into their memory. Dreams of dragons were never ordinary. They carried weight, layers of meaning that stretched beyond the surface. In Chinese culture, seeing a dragon in a dream was considered both a gift and a warning, a sign that something in the dreamer's life was shifting, transforming, or seeking balance. To dream of a dragon was to step into the presence of greatness, but greatness came with responsibility. An elder once told the story of a young boy who dreamt of a golden dragon flying high above a mountain range. The dragon's roar shook the heavens, and as the boy watched, it dove into a lake, its body merging with the water until it vanished completely. The boy, frightened yet mesmerized, awoke to find his home filled with a golden light that quickly faded. The elder interpreted the dream. The golden dragon is a symbol of great fortune, they said. But its descent into the water shows that you must be humble. Fortune will come, but only if you act with wisdom and restraint. Sure enough, the boy's family experienced a turn of luck. Their crops flourished, their wealth grew, and their name became known throughout the region. But when the boy, now a man, began to boast of his fortune and demand respect, the same dream returned. This time, the dragon roared and disappeared into the lake without a ripple. Shortly after, his fortune waned, leaving him with nothing but the lesson he had ignored. The dragon in dreams often reflected the dreamer's inner state. A soaring dragon symbolized ambition and the promise of success, but it also carried a reminder of discipline. A sleeping dragon, calm and unbothered, spoke of latent potential, skills and power yet to be awakened. But not all dreams of dragons were so serene. A woman once described a nightmare where a black dragon, its body coiled like a storm, loomed over her, its breath hot with fury. It spoke no words, yet its presence screamed of turmoil. She woke drenched in sweat, unable to shake the feeling of dread. When she sought the wisdom of a dream interpreter, they listened carefully and said, "The black dragon represents the chaos within you. There is anger or fear you must confront. Avoid it, and it will grow. Face it, and the dragon may guide you instead of tormenting you." Dragons in dreams often acted as mirrors, reflecting desires, fears, or hidden truths the dreamer struggled to understand. A dragon chasing someone might mean they were running from a challenge they were destined to face. A dragon offering its pearl, a radiant orb of light, was said to be the rarest of visions, signifying wisdom granted to the worthy. But such gifts were never given lightly. To accept the pearl was to accept the responsibility of using its knowledge wisely, for it carried the weight of the dragon's trust. There was an old tale about a king who dreamt of a dragon clutching its pearl tightly, refusing to let go. The king interpreted this as a sign of riches he was entitled to and ordered his people to tax the land heavily. But when famine struck and the people suffered, the dragon appeared in his dreams once more, this time roaring in rage. The king fell ill, and only when he returned the wealth to his people did his health and peace return. The dream of the dragon had been a warning, not a promise. Sometimes, the meaning of a dragon dream was tied to its environment. A dragon soaring through clear skies suggested clarity and freedom, a time when the dreamer's path was unburdened. A dragon emerging from the ocean carried the energy of untamed emotions, often pointing to deep feelings that had been submerged for too long. A dragon in a burning forest might symbolize destruction, but also renewal, a fire that cleared the old to make way for the new. For a young scholar preparing for an imperial examination, dreams of dragons were a sign of destiny. One such scholar dreamt of a jade dragon coiling around his study table, its eyes fixed on an inkbrush. The dream filled him with determination, and he poured every ounce of his energy into his studies. When he passed the exam with the highest honors, he credited the dragon for his success, though he knew it had only awakened what already lay within him. Dreams of dragons were deeply personal yet connected to universal truths. They spoke in symbols, weaving messages that could only be understood by those willing to look within. To dream of a dragon was to be invited into a conversation with oneself, guided by the wisdom of an ancient and powerful being. But not all dragons in dreams were kind. A red dragon, wild and untamed, might warn of passion veering into recklessness. A headless dragon, its body thrashing, could symbolize a loss of control or direction. These dreams, though frightening, were not curses, they were calls to action, urging the dreamer to restore balance before it was too late. The most powerful dragon dreams were those that lingered long after waking, their meaning unfolding slowly over days or even years. One man dreamt of a dragon wrapping itself around a mountain, its tail hidden but its head resting on the peak. For years, he puzzled over the dream until he faced a decision that required immense patience and perseverance. Only then did he understand, the dragon had been teaching him to embrace endurance, to hold steady even when the journey seemed endless. Each dream of a dragon carried its own story, its own lesson, whispered in the language of the subconscious. Whether they brought warnings, blessings, or challenges, the dragons that appeared in dreams left a mark on those who saw them, a sense of awe that lingered like the fading echo of a roar. There was a time when the dragon was everywhere. It soared above rooftops in intricate carvings, whispered from scrolls and calligraphy that wove spells of prosperity, and danced through celebrations in long, serpentine trails of silk and light. It was more than a creature, it was a presence, a force. People walked beneath its shadow with reverence, its image holding together traditions like invisible threads. But now, the shadows feel thinner, almost translucent. Somewhere between the hum of machinery and the buzz of neon signs, the dragon began to fade. Its roar grew quieter, replaced by the ceaseless clamor of modernization. It started subtly. A young boy once crouched by a pond, tracing patterns in the dirt as his grandmother told him stories of the dragon that slept beneath the water's surface. The dragon, she said, guarded the village, blessing its people with good harvests and rain when they needed it most. The boy loved those stories. But as he grew, factories rose on the horizon, their chimneys belching smoke that turned the skies gray. The pond dried up, paved over to make way for a road. When he thought of the dragon, he wondered if it had left, or if it had ever been there at all. Modern cities swallowed landscapes whole. Temples that once housed dragons' likenesses in stone and gold were replaced by glass towers that reflected only the rush of traffic below. The dragon, majestic and ancient, suddenly felt old-fashioned in a world obsessed with speed and progress. Tradition became a whisper, drowned out by the roar of engines and the glow of screens. Even festivals, where dragons had always danced with fire and color, began to change. A woman stood on the sidelines of a Lunar New Year parade, her child tugging at her hand. They watched a mechanical dragon, its movements stiff and cold under electric lights. She remembered the dragons of her own childhood, grand, handmade creations that swayed with the rhythm of the drums, alive with the collective spirit of the dancers. This one felt different, like a performance for tourists rather than a celebration of something sacred. The spread of Western influences added to the dragon's decline. Globalization brought new heroes, new stories. In movies, dragons were villains, fire-breathing monsters to be slain by knights. Children began to see dragons not as wise and benevolent, but as something to be feared, something to conquer. The Chinese dragon's role as a guardian, a bringer of balance, was eclipsed by these foreign depictions. It was no longer a symbol of harmony but a shadow of its former self, misinterpreted and misunderstood. Schools, too, played their part. In the rush to teach the skills of the future, technology, science, commerce, there was little room for the myths of the past. A teacher once hesitated as she flipped through her curriculum, the image of a dragon on an old textbook catching her eye. She thought of the stories her grandfather used to tell, of how the dragon taught people to live in balance with the elements. But the lesson planned called for economics, not myths, and the book was quietly set aside. Not all the changes were intentional. Some came simply because life grew faster, leaving little room for reflection. A man rushed through the streets of Shanghai, his briefcase swinging by his side. He barely noticed the faded dragon painted on a shop's shutters, its colors chipped and dull. He didn't have time to think about what it meant. He had a meeting, deadlines, a life that pulled him forward without pause. The dragon became a background detail, something glanced at but not truly seen. For those who remembered the dragon's place, the loss was a quiet ache. An elder sat on the steps of a once grand temple, its roof sagging with neglect. He recalled the festivals of his youth, when the dragon's image lit up the night, its power tangible in the cheers of the crowd. Now, the streets were empty, the temple a relic of another time. He wondered if the dragon had been forgotten or if people simply no longer needed it. But perhaps the most painful loss was in the stories themselves. Tales that had been passed down for generations grew silent as families scattered, moving from villages to cities, from one country to another. A mother in Beijing told her son a bedtime story about a dragon once, but when he asked her again the next night, she hesitated, unsure if it was worth telling. She chose a different story instead, one she'd heard from a Western book, one that seemed more modern. The dragon, once the heartbeat of Chinese culture, now felt like an echo. Yet in that echo, there was still something powerful, a reminder of what had been and what might still be. It wasn't entirely gone, just quieter, waiting for a moment to reawaken. And sometimes, it did. In the midst of all the noise and change, there were moments when the dragon's spirit flickered to life. A child who stumbled upon an old painting in a forgotten corner of a museum, its brushstrokes capturing the fluid motion of a dragon in flight. An artist who used street walls as her canvas, painting vibrant dragons that twisted and turned with new energy. A small village that rebuilt its dragon dance team, determined to keep the tradition alive, even if their audience had grown smaller. The dragon may have receded, but it hadn't disappeared. Its image still lingered, a reminder of a time when balance and wisdom mattered more than speed and progress. It waited patiently, as dragons do, knowing that even in the rush of modern life, there would come a moment when people would stop, look, and remember. And when that moment came, the dragon would be there, ready to rise once more. The year was 1979, and the air in Beijing carried the weight of something stirring beneath the surface. A group of children played in the narrow alleys of an old neighborhood, their laughter bouncing off the ancient brick walls. An old storyteller sat nearby, his frail hands wrapped around a cup of tea. He watched them, a faint smile on his lips, before calling out, "Have you ever heard about the dragon that once soared above these very skies?" The children paused, curiosity lighting up their faces. They had heard of dragons, but mostly in books or movies, their images often foreign and strange. "Our dragon?" one of them asked hesitantly. The old man nodded, his eyes glimmering with something deeper, something hopeful. That small moment, unnoticed by the world, mirrored a larger awakening happening across the country. The dragon, long overshadowed by the forces of modernization, was beginning to stir. What had once been dismissed as relics of the past started to take root in the minds of a new generation, sparking a revival that blended nostalgia with pride. In the bustling streets of Shanghai, a young artist named Mei was part of this reawakening. She stood before a towering blank wall, her paints and brushes spread out at her feet. For weeks, she had been haunted by an image, a dragon not just as a symbol of the past, but as a bridge to the future. Its scales shimmered in her imagination, each one reflecting the resilience of a culture that refused to be forgotten. As May's brush met the wall, passers-by paused, drawn to her bold strokes. The dragon emerged slowly, its body curling with both grace and power. Children gawked, pointing and whispering, while elders nodded with approval, some wiping away tears. May's dragon wasn't just a painting, it was a statement. It told the world that the dragon still lived, not in museums or dusty books, but in the hearts of those who believed. Across the country, this sentiment grew louder. Festivals began to change. Where modern influences had dulled their luster, a resurgence of traditional dragon dances took their place. In a small village in Guangdong, preparations for the Lunar New Year carried a renewed energy. Craftsmen who had long abandoned their tools now carved dragon heads with intricate detail, their hands remembering the techniques passed down by generations. Young dancers practiced tirelessly, their movements echoing the rhythm of drums that seemed to pulse with the dragon's heartbeat. At the heart of this revival was a realization: the dragon was not merely a creature of myth. It was a reflection of identity, a symbol of strength and unity. As the world looked to China for its rising influence, many within the nation began to see the dragon as more than an emblem of the past. It was a beacon of what could be. In the modern era, technology played an unexpected role in rekindling the dragon's spirit. Filmmakers and storytellers turned to the dragon, breathing new life into old tales. A blockbuster movie featured a dragon that soared above the Great Wall, not as a monster, but as a guardian, a protector of both heritage and future generations. Audiences watched in awe as the dragon roared on the big screen, its presence evoking pride and wonder. Even the digital age found its connection to the ancient symbol. Video games began to incorporate dragons as central figures, their designs inspired by Chinese mythology. Players around the world found themselves captivated by these majestic creatures, their curiosity leading them to learn about the culture that birthed them. The dragon became a global ambassador, not just a figure of legend, but a gateway to understanding. For others, the revival was deeply personal. In Chengdu, an elderly woman named Lin held a wooden box that had been passed down through her family for centuries. Inside was a small jade dragon, its surface smooth from years of touch. Lin's grandson, a teenager who spent most of his time on his phone, scoffed when she first showed it to him. But one day, he saw an image of a similar dragon in an online article about Chinese history. Something clicked. He began asking Lin questions, and soon the jade dragon became more than a relic, it became a bond between generations. The resurgence also found its way into education. Schools that once focused solely on modern skills now included lessons on traditional stories. Children sat wide-eyed as teachers described the dragon as a creature of wisdom and balance, a reminder of the harmony between humanity and nature. These lessons were not just about the past, they were about finding meaning in a world that often felt fractured. Not everyone welcomed this rediscovery. Some argued that the dragon was outdated, a distraction from progress. But for those who embraced it, the dragon was a reminder that progress did not mean abandoning roots. It meant growing from them, drawing strength from what came before. In the city of Xi'an, a young entrepreneur named Jian understood this balance. His company designed sleek, modern furniture inspired by traditional dragon motifs. At first, investors were skeptical. Who wants dragons in their living rooms? They asked. But Jian persisted. His designs captured the essence of the dragon, its elegance, its power, and soon his creations became a sensation. Customers from around the world marveled at how the dragon's spirit could be woven into something so contemporary. This revival wasn't just about preserving the past, it was about creating a dialogue between then and now. The dragon became a symbol of resilience in a changing world, a reminder that identity could evolve without being erased. In the quiet hours of the night, the old storyteller in Beijing gazed at the moon, its light casting silver across the rooftops. He thought of the children who had listened to his tales, of the growing awareness he saw in their eyes. The dragon, once a faint memory, was alive again, not just in myths, but in art, in celebrations, in the very air of a culture that refused to forget its soul. And as the storyteller closed his eyes, he could almost hear it, the low, powerful rumble of a dragon stirring, its wings stretching, its breath ready to reignite a world that had almost let it slip away. The theater was dark, the air heavy with anticipation. Families, students, and elders filled the seats, their faces lit with the soft glow of the screen as the movie began. The sound of a drum echoed first, deep and resonant, and then a low growl swept through the speakers. The image of a coiled dragon emerged, shimmering with an otherworldly light, its scales reflecting every shade of gold and emerald. For many in the audience, this was not just a creature, it was a living piece of their identity, reimagined and brought to life. On screen, the dragon unfurled its body and took to the sky, a breathtaking display of power and grace. Gasps rippled through the crowd. It wasn't the first time a dragon had appeared in a Chinese film, but this one felt different. Its eyes glinted with wisdom, its movements a perfect balance of might and fluidity. This wasn't just a visual marvel, it was a character, a presence so vivid that it seemed to breathe through the screen. Years before this moment, dragons in Chinese animation and film had been simple, often secondary elements. They were there to add a touch of tradition or mystique. But over time, filmmakers began to see their potential, realizing that these mythical beings could carry entire stories, weaving complex narratives around their legendary forms. In one of the most beloved animated features, a dragon was more than a symbol, it was a guide, a mentor to a young hero navigating the challenges of destiny. The dragon's voice was calm, almost paternal, but its power was undeniable. With each word it spoke, it seemed to remind viewers of their own inner strength. Children left theaters inspired, and parents smiled knowingly, recognizing the dragon's quiet wisdom as something they'd been taught by their own elders. Animation studios also began experimenting, combining traditional imagery with modern storytelling techniques. In one groundbreaking film, a dragon emerged from an ancient tapestry, brought to life by a young artist who didn't yet realize the depth of her connection to the past. The scenes unfolded with a mesmerizing blend of hand-drawn art and cutting-edge CGI, creating a dragon that felt both timeless and impossibly real. Audiences were mesmerized, not just by the beauty of the animation, but by the way the dragon seemed to embody something they couldn't quite put into words, a longing, a hope, a reminder of who they were. In another celebrated film, a dragon became a warrior's ally, fighting not just against external enemies, but against the doubts and fears that held them back. The dragon's movements were sharp and deliberate, every strike and leap filled with purpose. Yet, in quieter moments, it curled around the protagonist like a protective guardian, its gaze softening into something almost maternal. Viewers left the cinema feeling as if they, too, had been shielded by the dragon's embrace. But it wasn't just the big-budget films that left a mark. Short animated pieces, often created by passionate indie artists, told deeply personal stories through dragons. One short film followed a child who stumbled upon a small dragon in a forgotten corner of their village. At first, it was timid, barely more than a glowing lizard. But as the child nurtured it, the dragon grew, its wings spreading wide enough to block out the sun. When the child, now an adult, released the dragon into the sky, there wasn't a dry eye in the audience. The metaphor was clear but powerful. The dragon was their own dreams, nurtured and set free. Dragons also became the perfect medium for directors exploring themes of change and resilience. In one acclaimed movie, a dragon lay dormant beneath a city, its heartbeat syncing with the pulse of the people above. As the city faced upheaval, the dragon awoke, its roar shaking the very foundations. It wasn't there to destroy but to remind the people of their strength, their ability to rebuild. The final scene, where the dragon soared above the city's rebirth, left viewers in awe, their hearts pounding as if they'd felt the dragon's roar in their own chests. It wasn't just the visuals or stories that made these dragons unforgettable, it was the emotion they carried. In many films, the dragon was not just a character but a mirror, reflecting the struggles, hopes, and triumphs of those who watched. When a dragon fought valiantly against overwhelming odds, it reminded viewers of their own battles. When it soared freely across the sky, it whispered of possibilities, of a future that could still be shaped. As the 21st century unfolded, Chinese filmmakers began reaching out to global audiences, introducing them to dragons that were distinctly Chinese yet universally resonant. Collaborations with international studios brought these mythical creatures to screens worldwide, blending cultural specificity with a broader appeal. One such film followed a young dragon tasked with protecting the balance of nature, its journey spanning lush bamboo forests and towering mountains. The film's success wasn't just measured in box office numbers, it was seen in the way audiences from different backgrounds connected with the dragon's story, finding pieces of themselves in its struggles and triumphs. Television series also embraced dragons, weaving them into long-form narratives that allowed for deeper exploration. In one popular show, a dragon served as the linchpin of an intricate plot involving ancient prophecies and modern-day challenges. Viewers eagerly tuned in each week, not just for the action but for the moments of quiet wisdom the dragon offered, its words often quoted in online forums and fan art. Through all these representations, one thing became clear: dragons in Chinese animation and film were no longer just mythical beings. They were storytellers, guardians, and symbols of a culture both ancient and evolving. They carried with them the weight of history, but moved with the energy of something alive, something that would never fade. As the lights came up in the theater and the audience began to file out, there was a lingering sense of awe. The dragon on the screen had roared and soared, yes, but it had also connected with something deeper, something unspoken. It reminded everyone watching that dragons weren't just creatures of the past, they were alive in every story, every heartbeat, every spark of imagination that refused to be extinguished. The classroom buzzed with anticipation as the teacher wheeled in a small projector cart, its surface cluttered with books adorned with golden dragons. The children's eyes widened, catching the flicker of a painted dragon coiled across one book's cover, its fiery breath frozen mid-roar. Today, the teacher announced, her voice steady yet alive with excitement, we will meet one of the most important beings in our history, the dragon. The room fell silent. Even the whispers and giggles that usually punctuated lessons faded. For the children, dragons were more than stories. They were mysteries wrapped in clouds, protectors of rivers, rulers of the skies. The tales of dragons, passed down by their grandparents, suddenly felt within reach, brought to life by the teacher's words. The lights dimmed, and the first slide appeared. A mural from an ancient temple filled the screen, its vibrant hues defying the passage of time. The dragon in the painting curled around the heavens, its scales shimmering as though they carried the secrets of the stars. The teacher's voice softened, as if to honor the majesty of the image. This is not a monster, she said. This is wisdom, strength, and hope. The lesson wasn't just about the history of dragons, but about their meaning. The teacher asked the students to imagine being on the banks of a mighty river, watching a dragon rise from the mist, its eyes glowing with ancient knowledge. What would you ask it? She said. Hands shot up across the room, and answers tumbled out in excited bursts, questions about the future, about the secrets of the earth, and even about why adults sometimes seemed so worried. The teacher nodded at each answer, her smile hinting that there was wisdom in every child's curiosity. Later, she handed out thin sheets of rice paper, each one trembling slightly in the children's eager hands. Brushes dipped into ink pots, and the room filled with the faint scent of pigment. Paint your own dragon, the teacher instructed. But remember, a dragon is more than what you see. It's a part of who we are. The room became a flurry of concentration. Some children painted dragons with fierce, sharp eyes and long, coiled tails. Others created softer versions, dragons with round faces and playful expressions. One boy in the back hesitated, staring at the blank paper. The teacher approached quietly, kneeling beside him. What does your dragon look like? She asked gently. He shrugged. I don't know. She smiled. That's the beauty of dragons. They show themselves when you're ready. Minutes later, a soft curve of ink appeared on his paper, then a wing, then an open mouth that seemed to roar silently but powerfully. Dragons weren't just taught in art, though. In literature classes, students read poems written centuries ago, verses that described dragons with such vivid detail they felt alive. One day, the teacher read aloud a passage about a dragon soaring above a village, its shadow rippling across the rooftops like a flowing river. Her voice carried the rhythm of the text, and the students closed their eyes, picturing the scene. When she stopped, a hush lingered, as if the dragon might still be circling overhead. In music class, the legends of dragons found a new voice. The teacher tapped a drum slowly at first, the beat steady and strong. "This is the dragon's heartbeat," she explained. Then came the clash of cymbals, the wail of an arrow, and the trill of a flute. The children joined in, their laughter and shouts mixing with the rising music. By the end, it felt as if they had summoned a dragon into the room, one made of sound and spirit. One particular lesson stayed with many of the children long after the day it was taught. The teacher spoke of a dragon that lived deep beneath the ocean, its body shimmering like the surface of the water. "This dragon protects balance," she explained. "When the world is in chaos, it rises, bringing storms to remind us of what we've forgotten." Her words lingered in the air, heavy with meaning. A girl raised her hand and asked, "Is it angry?" The teacher smiled. "Not angry, but wise. Sometimes wisdom looks like a storm." Dragons also made their way into science lessons. The teacher explained how ancient people looked to nature for inspiration, seeing dragons in the curling waves of the sea or the twisting branches of a tree. "The dragon is our way of understanding the power of the natural world," she said. "It reminds us to respect what we cannot control." The children nodded, their minds weaving connections between the myths they loved and the world they lived in. During one unforgettable school festival, the students were tasked with creating a dragon dance. Over weeks, they built the dragon together, its body a patchwork of bright fabrics, its eyes glowing lanterns that seemed almost alive. On the day of the performance, the children wriggled beneath the dragon's body, lifting it high and low, weaving it through the crowd. Drums thundered, and the audience cheered, their claps echoing like rain on a river. For a moment, everyone, students, teachers, parents, felt the magic of the dragon as if it were truly soaring above them. Years later, some of those children would look back on those lessons and smile. They'd remember the stories, the paintings, and the music, but more than that, they'd remember how the dragon had made them feel. It wasn't just a figure from myth. It was a part of their imagination, their culture, their very sense of self. The dragon had taught them about bravery, curiosity, and balance, lessons they carried with them into adulthood. And somewhere, in the quiet of their memories, a dragon still stirred, waiting for the next time they would call it to life. The air was thick with the scent of incense and the faint hum of anticipation. A family stood at the base of the Longmen grottos, their heads tilted upward, staring in awe at the stone dragons carved into the cliffs. The figures seemed alive, their scales etched with such precision that they seemed to glint even in the overcast light. A young boy tugged at his father's sleeve, pointing toward a dragon whose open mouth looked ready to roar. "Is it protecting us or watching us?" the boy asked. The father smiled, but his eyes lingered on the dragon as if he wasn't entirely sure. The Longmen grottos had stood for over 1,000 years, a testament to human artistry and devotion. Visitors often spoke in hushed tones, their voices drowned out by the silent roar of the stone dragons. Legends whispered through generations claimed that these carvings held the spirits of ancient guardians, protectors of the river below. Some even believed that on stormy nights, the dragons came to life, their eyes glowing faintly as they surveyed the world they had watched over for centuries. Not far from the grottos, a small tea shop catered to weary travelers. Its wooden sign swayed gently in the breeze, a simple painting of a dragon coiled around a teapot adorning its front. Inside, a kind-faced woman poured tea with deliberate care, her movements almost ceremonial. She told the story of how her grandfather had once claimed to see the real dragon of the grottos. "It wasn't frightening," she said, her voice soft yet commanding attention. "It was beautiful. Its eyes were like molten gold, and it moved as though the wind itself carried it." Her words hung in the air, leaving even the skeptical tourists quiet, their imaginations momentarily overtaken. Across the country, dragon-themed parks beckoned visitors with promises of wonder. In one, an enormous dragon sculpture spanned the length of a lake, its body a vibrant cascade of colors that shimmered in the sunlight. Children squealed as they crossed a bridge shaped like the dragon's spine, their tiny hands gripping the railings as they looked down into the water. Lanterns shaped like dragon eggs lined the pathways, glowing softly as evening fell. The atmosphere was both festive and mysterious, the kind that made you feel like anything could happen. At the heart of the park, a dragon-themed roller coaster towered into the sky. Its tracks twisted like the creature itself, mimicking the coils of a dragon mid-flight. The ride began slowly, the ascent marked by the sound of drums that grew louder with each click of the chain. And then, as the coaster reached its peak, a deafening roar echoed, a recording of a dragon's cry, but it felt real in that moment. Riders screamed, half in fear, half in exhilaration, as the coaster plunged downward, spiraling through loops designed to mimic the unpredictable grace of a dragon's flight. In smaller towns, dragon festivals were held each year, their origins rooted in ancient traditions. Parades filled the streets, led by massive dragon puppets carried by teams of dancers. The dragons swayed and lunged, their movements perfectly synchronized with the pounding rhythm of drums and the sharp bursts of firecrackers. The crowd cheered, their faces illuminated by the glow of lanterns, each one painted with a dragon's image. It wasn't just a performance, it was a connection to something larger, something timeless. One particular village was famous for its dragon boat races. The wooden boats, carved and painted to resemble dragons, glided across the water as rowers paddled in perfect unison. The crowd on the riverbanks roared as their favorite teams raced toward the finish line. A young girl perched on her father's shoulders, her voice rising above the others. "Go, Golden Dragon," she shouted, waving a tiny flag. Her father laughed, but his eyes followed the golden boat, his own cheers blending with the cacophony. Even modern cities found ways to celebrate dragons. In the bustling streets of Shanghai, a towering skyscraper featured a rooftop restaurant named the Celestial Dragon. Its walls were lined with murals of dragons soaring through clouds, their expressions fierce yet serene. Diners marveled at the view, but their eyes often wandered to the ceiling, where a chandelier shaped like a dragon coiled above them, its scales crafted from crystal. "It's like eating beneath a guardian," one guest remarked, raising a glass in silent tribute. Yet, for all the grand attractions and spectacles, some of the most meaningful experiences were the quiet ones. In a small village temple, a lone traveler knelt before a dragon statue, its surface worn smooth by centuries of devotion. He lit a stick of incense, his hands trembling slightly as he placed it in the holder. "For guidance," he whispered, his voice barely audible. Outside, the world moved on, but inside, it felt as if time had paused, the dragon watching over him as he sought its wisdom. Children often encountered dragons in more playful ways. In one town, a local artist created a dragon-themed maze in a sprawling cornfield. Families wandered through, laughing as they tried to find the exit. At the maze's center stood a towering dragon statue, its mouth open wide as though it were laughing with them. The artist had carved its face to look more mischievous than menacing, and children often climbed onto its tail for photos, their smiles bright against the dragon's withered stone. In the end, these sights and attractions did more than entertain, they brought people together. They reminded visitors of the stories they had heard as children, of the lessons dragons had taught through their presence in myths and art. Whether through the grandeur of the Longmen grottos or the simple joy of a dragon-shaped kite soaring above a festival, the spirit of the dragon lived on. It was there in every carving, every dance, every fleeting moment when someone looked to the skies and felt the stirring of something ancient and unexplainable. The conference hall buzzed with anticipation, a sea of faces lit by the soft glow of screens. At the center of the stage stood a sleek podium, its design mirroring the curves of a dragon's body. Behind it, a massive display came alive with the image of a golden dragon, its form twisting and turning as if it were breaking free from the constraints of the screen. The crowd erupted in applause as a voice announced, "Welcome to the future of innovation." The connection wasn't subtle. The dragon, a creature of myth and power, was now a symbol of progress. Companies had embraced its image, not as a relic of the past, but as an emblem of strength, adaptability, and the audacity to pursue the impossible. In the tech world, dragons had found their place as icons of transformation. A young woman in the audience adjusted her glasses, her eyes locked on the presentation. She worked for a startup that had chosen a dragon as its logo, a bold, crimson design with wings stretched wide, encapsulating their mission to rise above and inspire. She remembered the debates in the office when they were choosing the logo. Some had argued for simplicity, a clean, modern shape. But it was the dragon that won. It's fearless, someone had said. It doesn't just survive, it soars. On the stage, the presenter introduced a new artificial intelligence system named Lung, after the Chinese dragon. The crowd murmured in appreciation. The AI was designed to learn and adapt, much like the legendary creature it was named after. As the demonstration unfolded, Lung responded to complex questions with an elegance that seemed almost human. The dragon has always been a symbol of wisdom, the presenter said, their voice steady but filled with pride. We wanted Lung to reflect that, an ally for humanity in solving the world's greatest challenges. Outside the hall, a billboard towered over the city. It displayed the image of a robotic dragon, its metallic scales shimmering under the sun. The advertisement read, "Power Unleashed, the next generation of energy solutions." The company behind it had created a breakthrough in renewable energy, using technology that mirrored the flow of a dragon's movement to harness wind and solar power with unprecedented efficiency. People walking by often paused to stare at the dragon. It seemed alive, its mechanical form exuding a sense of untamed potential. Dragons had also made their way into the world of space exploration. In one laboratory, a team of engineers huddled around a spacecraft model. They called it Jinlong, the Golden Dragon, a vessel designed for interstellar travel. Its sleek design mimicked the streamlined form of a dragon in flight. A young engineer ran her fingers over its surface, feeling the cool metal beneath her touch. She smiled, thinking of the legends her grandmother used to tell her about dragons that could traverse the heavens. Now, those stories didn't seem so far-fetched. Even in the world of consumer technology, dragons were everywhere. A popular smartphone brand had launched a special edition model adorned with a glowing dragon emblem. It wasn't just decorative, the dragon also symbolized the phone's advanced processing power, advertised as blazing fast. Customers lined up outside stores, eager to own a piece of this symbolic strength. One teenager clutched his new phone with pride, saying to his friend, "It's not just a phone, it's like having a dragon in your pocket." In the gaming industry, dragons had always been a staple, but now they represented more than just fantasy. A game development company unveiled a virtual reality experience where players could step into the role of a dragon, navigating a world filled with challenges that required strategy, creativity, and courage. The game's tagline was simple, "Think like a dragon." Players emerged from their sessions exhilarated, as if they had tapped into a primal part of themselves. "It's not just a game," one player said, his voice tinged with awe. "It makes you feel unstoppable." But the impact of dragons extended beyond products and innovations. In one bustling tech hub, a towering sculpture of a dragon stood in the central plaza. Made entirely of recycled materials, it symbolized sustainability and progress. The sculpture was interactive, its eyes lit up when someone approached, and its tail moved slightly when the wind hit it just right. A plaque at its base read, "The dragon evolves, but never forgets its roots." Progress without responsibility is not progress at all. A father and son stopped to admire the sculpture. The boy reached out to touch its metallic scales, his small fingers tracing the intricate patterns. "What does it mean?" he asked. The father knelt beside him, his voice soft but firm. "It means we have the power to create something incredible, but we also have to protect what matters." The dragon reminds us to be wise. In quieter moments, some questioned the use of dragons in such a modern context. Was it right to take a symbol so deeply rooted in cultural heritage and apply it to technology? But others argued that this evolution was fitting. The dragon, after all, was never static. It was a creature of transformation, capable of adapting to the times without losing its essence. As night fell over the city, the skyline came alive with lights. One building, shaped like a coiled dragon, stood out against the darkness. Its windows glowed in shades of gold and red, casting an almost otherworldly hue. Inside, a team of innovators worked late into the night, their screens filled with designs for a project that promised to change the world. On one wall hung a simple drawing of a dragon, its claws outstretched, its eyes fierce. Below it were the words, "Strength, Wisdom, Progress." One of the team members paused to look at the drawing, her expression thoughtful. She had always been fascinated by dragons, their dual nature as protectors and challengers. In this space, surrounded by cutting-edge technology, the dragon felt like a reminder of what they were striving for, not just advancement, but advancement with purpose. In every corner of this evolving world, dragons roared silently through innovation and design. They weren't just symbols of strength, they were symbols of what humanity could achieve when it dared to dream big. The dragon had taken flight once more, its wings spanning the horizons of progress and possibility. In the dim glow of a lantern-lit courtyard, a grandmother sat cross-legged, her wrinkled hands resting gently on the lap of a child nestled close to her. The boy's wide eyes reflected the flickering light as she spoke, her voice a thread weaving between the rustling leaves and the soft hum of the summer night. She described a dragon, a mighty, shimmering creature whose scales held the colors of the sunrise, whose breath was both a storm and a blessing, and whose presence could command rivers to change course. The boy shivered, though the night was warm. "Is it real, Grandma?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. She didn't answer directly, only smiled in a way that felt like a secret shared between generations. Across centuries and countless stories, the dragon had whispered its way into hearts and imaginations. It wasn't just the power or grandeur that made the dragon endure, it was the way it reflected something deeper, something eternal. To speak of dragons was to speak of possibility, of hope, of the untamed spirit that lives in everyone. In a bustling modern city, a mural stretched across the side of a building, its colors bold and striking. The dragon in the mural wound its way around an endless spiral of clouds, its claws outstretched, its eyes fierce yet wise. A street vendor paused to look at it, his cart laden with steaming dumplings. He chuckled softly to himself, recalling how his parents once warned him that misbehaving children might catch the attention of a dragon, not as punishment, but as a lesson in humility and courage. For some, dragons were the guardians of virtues. They stood for strength tempered with kindness, for wisdom that could see beyond the horizon. Farmers in ancient times prayed to dragons for rain, and warriors carried their emblems into battle, believing that the creature's spirit would guide and protect them. This wasn't mere folklore, it was belief woven into the very fabric of life. To see a dragon dance at a festival was to feel a surge of pride, an acknowledgement of belonging to something grand and unyielding. A young woman walked through a museum, her footsteps echoing softly against the polished floors. She stopped before an intricately carved jade dragon, its curve smooth and perfect, its expression frozen in a mix of ferocity and serenity. She touched the glass that separated her from the sculpture and thought of the dragon tattoos she had seen etched on the arms of elders back in her hometown. They had carried those dragons proudly, symbols not of rebellion but of resilience. She smiled, feeling that same resilient stir within her. There's a reason the dragon remains when other symbols fade. It evolves yet never loses its core. In ancient scrolls, dragons swam through inked waves, a reminder of the balance between chaos and order. In temples, they coiled around pillars, their presence both sacred and familiar. Even in times of change, when cities grew taller and traditions shifted, dragons found their way into the modern world without hesitation. They appeared on currency, on stamps, in the names of companies and schools. They didn't need to be explained, they simply were. A group of children crowded around a teacher in a classroom. She held up a book with a dragon embossed on the cover, its golden scales shimmering as if alive. The children leaned in closer as she began to read. Her voice rose and fell with the story of a brave young hero who had faced a dragon not to defeat it, but to learn from it. The children listened intently, their imaginations painting scenes of roaring winds, glowing eyes, and a heartbeat that shook the earth. "Why didn't the dragon fight him?" one child asked, confused but curious. The teacher smiled. Because the dragon wasn't there to hurt him. It was there to show him who he really was. The answer lingered long after the story ended. That's what dragons did, they didn't just exist in tales. They taught lessons, shaped character, and inspired awe. They were mirrors, reflecting the strength and flaws of humanity, reminding everyone that greatness wasn't about conquering but understanding. In a quiet village, a festival unfolded under a sky filled with fireworks. The centerpiece of the celebration was a massive dragon puppet, its body carried by dozens of dancers moving in perfect harmony. The dragon's head turned sharply with each beat of the drum, its eyes flashing with the light of lanterns. The crowd cheered, their faces alight with wonder. Somewhere in the throng, an elderly man watched with tears in his eyes, remembering the first time he'd seen a dragon dance as a boy. It hadn't just been a performance, it had felt like the dragon was alive, breathing life into the village itself. Time passed, and dragons moved from one generation to the next, changing forms but never losing their essence. They lived in the hearts of artists who painted them, in the hands of craftsmen who sculpted them, in the voices of storytellers who kept their tales alive. They weren't just mythical creatures, they were aspirations, reminders of what humanity could strive for. Even in fleeting moments, the dragon endured. A child drawing one in the margins of a notebook, its tail curling around hurried words. A CEO wearing a tie embroidered with tiny golden dragons, a nod to his heritage. A traveler spotting a dragon statue in a foreign land and feeling, for a brief second, a sense of home. Dragons found their way into places both grand and small, their presence a thread that connected the past to the present and, inevitably, to the future. Back in the courtyard, the grandmother finished her story. The boy was silent, his mind filled with images of scales and storms, of eyes that saw everything. "So, is the dragon real?" he asked again, his voice firmer this time. The grandmother leaned closer, her face lit by the lantern's warm glow. "As real as the courage in your heart," she said, "and as lasting as the stars above." The boy looked up, his gaze following the trail of constellations that seemed to curve and spiral like the form of a dragon. He smiled, not needing an answer anymore. In that moment, he understood. The dragon didn't just endure, it lived. In stories, in symbols, in whispers passed through time, it would always live. The monk's voice was low and steady, almost blending with the hum of the forest around him. He knelt beside the young man, their shadows stretching long under the soft glow of the setting sun. "Tell me," the monk said, his gaze fixed on the horizon, "what do you see when you think of a dragon?" The young man hesitated. He had grown up hearing tales of dragons, fearsome creatures with scales as strong as armor, breath that could summon flames, and eyes that seemed to pierce through a person's soul. "I see power," he replied finally. "Strength that no one can match. And danger." The monk smiled faintly but said nothing. Instead, he reached for a stick and began drawing in the dirt. The lines formed a serpentine creature, its body twisting elegantly, its claws poised, its expression unreadable. When the monk spoke again, his tone carried the weight of countless generations. "The dragon is not simply power. It is balance." The young man frowned. "Balance?" The stories never spoke of balance. They spoke of battles, of triumphs and terrors. The monk, as if hearing the unspoken doubt, continued. "The dragon flies between heaven and earth. It commands the clouds yet swims in the depths of rivers. Its strength is undeniable, yes, but its wisdom is what truly defines it." Wisdom. The word hung in the air like a bell's echo. There was once a farmer who prayed for rain. His crops withered under a relentless sun, his livelihood teetering on the edge of ruin. One night, in desperation, he climbed the tallest hill and called out to the dragon of the clouds. He begged, pleaded, even threatened, though his voice cracked with fear as he spoke the last words. The dragon came. Its massive form coiled in the sky, lightning flashing around it. The farmer trembled, expecting anger or perhaps indifference. Instead, the dragon's voice rumbled like distant thunder. "Why do you think I control the rain?" "You're a dragon," the farmer stammered. "Everyone knows you bring the rains." The dragon's eyes glowed softly. "Do I? Or do I guide them? Rain comes when the clouds are ready, not when I demand it. You asked for control over what cannot be controlled. What you need is patience." The farmer returned to his fields, humbled and confused. Days later, rain fell, not from the dragon's command, but as part of the natural rhythm of the world. The farmer never forgot the lesson. The dragon had not granted his wish, but it had taught him to wait, to trust. The young man looked at the drawing in the dirt, its curves and sharp edges, its sense of motion even though it was still. Patience, he said slowly, as if trying the word on for size. The monk nodded. Patience is one lesson, he said, brushing away the drawing with his hand. But there are more. The dragon teaches us to see, truly see. There was another story, one that had been passed down in whispers. A scholar sought the dragon's wisdom, traveling far and wide until he found it resting in a hidden valley. The scholar was brimming with questions about the universe, about life and death, about the nature of truth itself. The dragon listened, its tail flicking lazily. When the scholar finished, it said, "I will answer, but first, you must pass a test." The dragon's challenge was simple: find the single most important object in the valley. The scholar searched for hours, his mind racing. Was it the sparkling stream? The ancient trees? The stones shaped like faces? Each time he returned with an answer, the dragon shook its head. Finally, exhausted, the scholar sank to the ground. He closed his eyes, letting the sounds of the valley wash over him, the rustling leaves, the bubbling water, the chirping of unseen creatures. When he opened his eyes again, he understood. He returned to the dragon and bowed deeply. "The most important thing in the valley," he said, "is the valley itself." The dragon smiled. "Now you are ready to learn." The monk looked at the young man, whose expression had shifted from skepticism to something softer, more thoughtful. "The dragon," the monk said, "reminds us to see the whole, not just the parts. To look beyond what is in front of us and grasp the connection of all things." The forest grew darker as the sun dipped lower, but neither of them moved. The young man thought of his own life, of how he often rushed to conclusions, sought answers without understanding the questions. "And strength?" he asked finally. "What does the dragon say about that?" The monk's face grew solemn. He traced another dragon in the dirt, this one smaller, less imposing. "Strength is not in size or force," he said. "It is in knowing when to use it and when to hold back." Another story came to life in the monk's words. A king once sought the dragon's help to win a war. He offered treasures and titles, but the dragon refused. "Why do you need this war?" it asked. The king scoffed. "Because my enemies are weak, and I must show them my power." The dragon's gaze burned into the king. "If they are weak, your power is already known. And if they are not weak, your power will never be enough." The king did not heed the dragon's wisdom, and though he won his battles, he lost his kingdom. His people, tired of war, abandoned him. The dragon had taught him, though he refused to learn, true strength lies in restraint and choosing battles wisely. The young man stared at the second dragon drawn in the dirt, smaller but somehow more complete. His mind churned with the monk's words and the stories they carried. Patience, vision, strength. Each lesson a thread, weaving a tapestry he could only begin to understand. As the first stars appeared in the sky, the monk rose. "The dragon's lessons are not always easy," he said. "But they are worth remembering." The young man stood too, brushing the dirt from his hands. "And what if I forget?" The monk smiled, pointing to the sky where constellations were just beginning to take shape. "The dragon is always there," he said, "waiting for you to see." The forest was quiet, too quiet. The kind of silence that felt heavy, as if the earth itself was holding its breath. May stood at the edge of the river, her boots sinking into the damp soil. The water, once clear enough to see every pebble at its bottom, was now murky and slow, clogged with the waste of careless hands. A faint breeze rustled the dying leaves, carrying the faintest echo of a roar, deep, mournful, and ancient. She had heard the stories as a child, tales whispered by her grandmother beside a crackling fire. The dragon of the mountain streams, protector of rivers and skies, could sense every wound inflicted upon the land. "It is not an angry dragon," her grandmother had said. "It is a grieving one. And grief can shake mountains." May closed her eyes and let the memory wash over her. Her grandmother's words, once fanciful and distant, felt different now. Real. Urgent. She had seen too much: dying forests, poisoned rivers, skies thick with smog, to dismiss them. Somewhere in the depths of her heart, she felt the dragon stirring. A crack of thunder jolted her back to the present. But the sky was clear, the storm nowhere in sight. Another sound followed, low and guttural, rising from the earth itself. May's breath hitched. She turned toward the forest, where shadows moved unnaturally, as if the trees were alive, bending, twisting. Something was coming. Her first instinct was to run, but she couldn't. The pull of the forest was too strong, and her feet felt rooted to the ground. The shadows thickened, forming a massive, sinuous shape. A pair of glowing eyes pierced the darkness, their gaze ancient and knowing. The dragon. Not a creature of scales and fire, but of earth and water, leaves and stone. Its body shimmered with the textures of the natural world: a flowing river, a jagged mountain, a cloud heavy with rain. "You have come," it said, though its mouth did not move. Its voice was the rustling of trees, the rush of wind through a canyon. "Why?" May swallowed hard, her voice trembling. "The river is dying. The forest is fading. I thought you might help." The dragon tilted its head, studying her. "Help," it echoed. "Did I poison the river? Did I fell the trees? Did I forget the balance?" May's heart sank. Shame burned her cheeks. "No," she whispered. "We did." The dragon's eyes softened, though its presence remained immense, overwhelming. "And now you see. Too late for the river. Too late for the trees. Or so you believe." May fell to her knees, tears spilling freely. "What can we do?" she pleaded. "We've ruined everything." The dragon moved closer, its body coiling around her in a protective circle. "Not ruined. Wounded," it said. "And wounds can heal, if tended with care." May looked up, hope flickering in her chest like a fragile flame. "How?" The dragon's body shimmered, shifting through scenes of nature's power and fragility. A forest burned, yet green shoots emerged from the ashes. A river dried to a trickle, then surged again after the rains. "Learn from me," it said. "I am the cycle. I am destruction, but also renewal. You have forgotten this, but you can remember." The dragon's words struck a chord deep within her. She thought of the countless ways humans had severed themselves from the natural world, treating it as a resource to be used, rather than a partner to be cherished. The dragon wasn't just a symbol of nature, it was nature itself, alive and enduring, but not invincible. "There is a story you must carry," the dragon continued. "Tell it to others, not with words alone, but with actions. Let them see the river in its sorrow, the forest in its silence. Let them feel the earth's pain." The scene shifted again. May saw herself planting trees, one sapling at a time. She saw children learning to clean the riverbanks, their laughter filling the air. She saw rooftops covered in green, cities humming with renewable energy, people walking hand in hand with the land instead of trampling it. The dragon's image faded, replaced by visions of humanity's potential, not as destroyers, but as caretakers. When the dragon spoke again, its voice was quieter, almost a whisper. "I am not your savior. You are. If you listen, if you care, if you act, the earth will heal. But if you forget again, I will grieve, and my grief will be endless." The dragon began to dissolve into the forest, its body blending with the trees and sky. "Wait," May called. "Will I see you again?" The dragon's eyes lingered, glowing faintly in the shadows. "I am always here," it said. "In every leaf, every drop of rain, every breath of wind. When you see me, it means you are looking." The dragon vanished, leaving May alone with the sound of the river and her racing heart. She sat there for a long time, her mind spinning with the dragon's words. She thought of her grandmother, of the stories that had once seemed like mere folklore. She thought of the people in her town, of their weary faces and resigned shrugs when they talked about the state of the world. She thought of the dragon's parting words, "When you see me, it means you are looking." That night, she returned to the village with a fire in her heart. She gathered the elders, the children, the workers, and the dreamers. She told them about the dragon, not in terms of scales and magic, but as a force that lived within the land, within all of them. She spoke of healing, of balance, of remembering the partnership between humanity and nature. At first, there were skeptics. But as the weeks turned into months, something shifted. People began to plant trees, clean the river, tend to the wounded earth. They worked not as conquerors, but as caregivers. And in the quiet moments, when the wind rustled the leaves or the rain kissed their faces, they swore they could feel the dragon's presence, watching, guiding, enduring. May often returned to the forest, standing by the river as it slowly regained its clarity. She would close her eyes, listening to the hum of life around her. And sometimes, if the wind was just right, she thought she could hear it again, the faint, mournful roar of the dragon. Only now, it didn't sound like grief. It sounded like hope. The dragon soared above the crowd, its brilliant reds and golds glinting under the sun. Children squealed with delight as it twisted and turned, its long, sinuous body held aloft by the rhythmic movements of dancers beneath the silk. Drums thundered, and the air hummed with excitement. It wasn't just a performance, it was a heartbeat, connecting the crowd in a shared rhythm. People from every corner of the world stood shoulder to shoulder, eyes wide, faces lit with wonder. Among them was Samuel, a traveler from England who had always thought dragons were fire-breathing beasts, the stuff of medieval tales and grim legends. And there, just a few feet away, stood Lian, a teacher from Guangzhou, who had grown up with stories of dragons as wise, benevolent creatures, guardians of rivers and bringers of rain. Neither of them spoke the other's language fluently, but as they watched the dragon dance together, their smiles bridged the gap, words unnecessary. The dragon's image, once bound to specific lands and traditions, had transcended its origins. In the shared gaze of Samuel and Lian, it wasn't just a Chinese dragon or a European one, it was both and neither, a symbol bigger than any one culture. It carried pieces of every story ever told about it, pieces that somehow fit together, forming a mosaic of myths and meanings. Samuel had first encountered dragons as a boy, reading tales of knights and fiery monsters. They were fierce and terrifying, symbols of chaos to be conquered. Yet here, in the heart of the festival, this dragon was something entirely different. Its movements weren't menacing but graceful, its presence uplifting rather than foreboding. It felt alive, as if it were more than silk and bamboo, as if it carried centuries of wisdom in its every twist and turn. Beside him, Lian clapped in time with the drums, her heart swelling with pride. She had always known this dragon, not just as a creature of legend, but as a part of her identity, woven into the fabric of her culture. It was strange, and somehow beautiful, to see others embrace it too, to witness the ways they marveled at its dance, its symbolism, its grace. For her, it was a thread connecting her to her ancestors. And yet, in moments like this, it also felt like a bridge, spanning across countries and continents, uniting people who had never met before. As the performance ended, the crowd erupted into applause. The dragon paused, its head bowing in a final, dramatic gesture. Then, it was carried off, leaving a sense of wonder in its wake. People lingered, chatting, laughing, snapping photos. Samuel turned to Lian, hesitant but curious. "What does it mean?" he asked, gesturing to the space where the dragon had been. "The dragon, I mean." Lian thought for a moment. How could she distill centuries of mythology into a single answer? She smiled softly. "It means many things," she said. "Strength, wisdom, luck. But most of all, balance. Harmony between people, nature, and the heavens." Samuel nodded, his brow furrowed in thought. "It's funny," he said. "Where I'm from, dragons are usually scary. Something you fight. But here, it's so different. It feels so kind." Lian chuckled. "Dragons are like stories," she said. They change depending on who tells them. But no matter where they come from, they're always powerful. Their conversation flowed easily after that, despite the occasional stumble over words. They compared tales of dragons, Samuel's fiery beasts, and Lien's river spirits, and marveled at how such different stories could feel connected. By the time they parted ways, they had exchanged phone numbers and promises to share more stories. As the festival continued, the dragon appeared again, this time painted on lanterns and embroidered on clothing. In one corner, an artist carefully sculpted a dragon from clay, her hands shaping its elegant curves with practiced precision. A group of children clustered around her, their faces rapt as she explained how the dragon's body represented different animals, a snake's body, a deer's antlers, a carp's scales. The children, hailing from various countries, listened with wide eyes, their young minds soaking in every detail. Elsewhere, a vendor sold dragon-shaped kites, their vibrant colors catching the wind and soaring high above the crowds. Families from different cultural backgrounds tried their hand at flying them, laughing as the kites dipped and swirled. A little girl from India ran alongside a boy from Kenya, their laughter ringing out as they held onto the same string, the dragon kite climbing higher with each gust of wind. The dragon's influence extended beyond the festival. In a nearby museum, an exhibit showcased dragon myths from around the world, drawing parallels between them. A plaque described how Chinese dragons were seen as benevolent, while European dragons were often feared. Yet, it also pointed out common threads: their immense power, their connection to the elements, their role as gatekeepers to the unknown. Visitors wandered through the exhibit, their expressions ranging from awe to curiosity. A father explained to his son how dragons in Norse mythology guarded treasure, while a grandmother told her granddaughter about the Long, the Chinese dragon that brought rain to parched lands. For many, it was the first time they saw how their own culture's stories fit into a larger tapestry. That night, as fireworks lit up the sky, the dragon returned for one final performance. This time, it was joined by other dragons, one modeled after European depictions, with wings and fire-breathing jaws, another inspired by Japanese myths, sleek and serpentine. They moved together, a breathtaking display of unity in their diversity. The crowd watched in stunned silence, their hearts pounding in unison. In that moment, the dragon was no longer just a creature of legend. It was a symbol of connection, a reminder that myths, no matter how different they seemed, could unite rather than divide. It was a bridge between past and present, between cultures and continents, between fear and wonder. As the dragons danced beneath the stars, the crowd became one. It didn't matter where they were from or what language they spoke. For that brief, shining moment, they all believed in the same thing: a dragon, vast and timeless, carrying the hopes and dreams of the world. The dragon was carved into the ancient stone with such precision that even after centuries of wind and rain, it seemed alive. Its eyes, etched with delicate detail, stared out as if they could see into the soul of anyone who dared meet their gaze. Standing before it, May felt a strange pull, like the dragon was whispering to her, not in words, but in a language older than memory. The weight of time hung thick in the air, and yet, the carving didn't feel like a relic of the past. It felt timeless. May had always thought of dragons as stories, no more real than the fairy tales her grandmother used to tell her at bedtime. But here, surrounded by the ancient temple ruins, she began to question that. It wasn't the physical presence of the dragon carving that stirred her, it was the feeling it evoked, a sense of connection to something far greater than herself. She reached out to touch the stone, half expecting it to hum with life. As her fingers brushed the cool surface, she thought of the stories her grandmother used to share. The dragon wasn't just a mythical creature, it was a guardian, a guide, a keeper of wisdom. Her grandmother always said that the dragon didn't belong to the past or the present, it moved through time like the wind, carrying the dreams and fears of those who believed in it. May closed her eyes, letting her thoughts drift. She imagined the people who had once knelt here, centuries ago, seeking guidance from the dragon's gaze. Farmers praying for rain, emperors asking for wisdom, families wishing for protection. And then she thought of the children she had seen earlier that week, their faces lit with joy as they watched a dragon dance at the New Year's festival. The same stories, the same hope, carried forward in time. In another part of the world, a young boy named Arjun sat in his school library, flipping through a book about Chinese mythology. He had stumbled upon it by accident, but now he couldn't look away. The illustrations of dragons, with their long, coiled bodies and fierce yet kind eyes, captivated him. They looked nothing like the dragons from his own culture, which were fiery and winged, but there was something familiar about them. They felt welcoming. Arjun traced one of the illustrations with his finger, imagining what it would be like to meet such a creature. He thought about what he might ask it, how to be brave, maybe, or how to protect the people he loved. The dragon seemed like it would know the answers. He didn't tell anyone about the book, not even his friends. It felt too personal, like the dragon had chosen him. Later that night, as he lay in bed, he stared at the ceiling and thought about the stories he'd read. They weren't just tales of magic, they were lessons, he realized. Lessons about strength, kindness, and balance. The dragon wasn't just a symbol of power, it was a reminder that true power came from harmony. He fell asleep with the image of the dragon in his mind, feeling a little braver than he had before. Halfway across the globe, in a bustling tech hub in Shanghai, a group of engineers worked late into the night. On their screens, the prototype of a new AI assistant came to life. Its interface featured a sleek, minimalist design, a glowing dragon curling gracefully across the screen. The team had chosen the dragon not just for its aesthetic appeal, but for what it represented: progress, innovation, and the wisdom to wield them responsibly. One of the engineers, Li Wei, leaned back in his chair and stared at the glowing dragon. He thought about how far technology had come, how it had the power to shape the future in ways people once thought impossible. And yet, despite all the advancements, they had chosen to look back to the dragon, a creature of myth, for inspiration. It was a strange paradox, he thought, but also a beautiful one. The dragon wasn't just a symbol of the past, it was a bridge to the future. Later that evening, Li Wei walked home through the quiet streets of the city. The air was crisp, and the lights of skyscrapers twinkled like stars. As he passed a mural of a dragon painted on the side of a building, he paused. The dragon's body twisted and turned, its scales shimmering under the streetlights. It looked as though it might leap off the wall at any moment. He smiled, feeling a sense of pride. The dragon wasn't just a relic of history, it was alive, woven into the fabric of everyday life. In a small village, an elder sat with her grandchildren around a fire. The youngest child, a boy with wide eyes and an insatiable curiosity, asked, "Why do we still tell stories about dragons? Aren't they just old tales?" The elder chuckled, her voice warm and steady. "They're more than tales," she said. "Dragons are like mirrors. They show us who we are, who we were, and who we can become. They remind us to be strong but also kind, to respect the world around us and the people in it." The boy frowned, trying to make sense of her words. "But why a dragon? Why not something real?" "Because dragons are everything and nothing," she replied. "They don't belong to one place or time. They're in the air we breathe, the rivers that flow, the dreams we dare to dream. They're real in the ways that matter most." As the fire crackled and the children's laughter echoed into the night, the elder looked up at the stars. She thought of the countless generations who had sat around fires just like this, sharing the same stories, passing them from one heart to the next. And she thought of the generations yet to come, who would find new meanings in the old tales, who would carry the dragon's legacy forward. The dragon wasn't just a creature of the past. It was a thread, weaving through time, connecting people across ages and cultures. It lived in stone carvings and modern screens, and the dreams of children and the innovations of scientists. It wasn't bound by history, it was history, alive and breathing, moving forward with each passing day. And as long as there were stories to tell, the dragon would endure. The wind howled through the mountains, carrying with it the faint cries of eagles and the whispers of leaves dancing on ancient trees. Standing on a cliff's edge, a young woman named Ling gazed out into the endless horizon. The world before her stretched vast and untamed, the sky painted in hues of gold and crimson as the sun sank into the embrace of the earth. But her eyes weren't on the sunset, they searched the skies for something else, something elusive yet ever-present. Her heart raced as she thought of the stories her father had told her as a child. He spoke of dragons that roamed these lands long before humans had laid claim to them. These dragons, he said, never truly vanished, they simply ascended to the heavens, becoming one with the winds and stars. The dragon's flight never ends, he had whispered, his voice filled with wonder. It carries our hopes, our dreams, and our fears, soaring where we cannot follow. Ling didn't fully understand those words then, but now, standing here, she could almost feel it, the pull of something greater, something eternal. Her breath caught as a sudden gust of wind swept around her, lifting her hair and filling her ears with a sound that wasn't quite the wind. It was deeper, resonant, almost like the beating of wings. For a moment, she closed her eyes and let herself believe. Underscore 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 underscore. Halfway across the world, in a quiet library, an aging scholar flipped through the pages of an ancient manuscript. The brittle paper crackled under his careful touch, the faint smell of ink and time rising from the yellowed pages. The text spoke of dragons as eternal beings, not confined by the laws of the mortal world. They were said to embody the forces of nature, thunder, rain, the unyielding strength of mountains, and the ceaseless flow of rivers. The scholar paused, his finger resting on a faded illustration of a dragon coiled around a celestial orb. It struck him how the dragon seemed almost alive, its eyes holding a timeless wisdom that transcended the centuries. He leaned back in his chair and looked out the window, where storm brewed on the horizon. Lightning forked across the sky, illuminating the world for the briefest of moments. In that flash, he saw it, not with his eyes, but with his heart, a dragon weaving through the storm, its body glistening like silver against the darkened clouds. He thought of how often the dragon appeared in myths around the world, taking on different forms yet always resonating with the same essence. Was it a coincidence, he wondered, or was there something more, a universal truth that humanity had grasped, even if only in whispers? He didn't have the answers, but as the storm raged on, he felt a strange sense of comfort. The dragon, he realized, wasn't just a symbol, it was a promise. A promise that some things could endure, unbroken, through time and change. Underscore 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 underscore. In the bustling streets of Hong Kong, a dragon danced. Its body, made of silk and bamboo, undulated with graceful precision, carried by a team of performers whose movements were perfectly synchronized. The crowd erupted in cheers as the dragon twisted and turned, its golden scales shimmering under the lantern light. Among the spectators was a little boy, no older than 7, perched on his father's shoulders. His eyes were wide with wonder as he reached out a small hand toward the dragon, as if trying to touch its magic. The boy's father chuckled softly. "Do you know why we love the dragon so much?" he asked, his voice barely audible over the drumbeats. The boy shook his head, his gaze never leaving the dancing dragon. "Why?" he asked, his voice filled with awe. "Because the dragon reminds us that we are all part of something bigger," his father replied. "It teaches us to be strong and wise, but also kind and humble. It's not just a creature, it's a guide." The boy didn't fully understand his father's words, but he felt their weight. As the dragon moved closer, its head dipping low as if to meet his gaze, he giggled and reached out again. For a fleeting moment, he imagined the dragon looking right at him, its eyes gleaming with ancient knowledge. And though it was only a performance, the boy felt as if he had touched something real, something everlasting. Underscore 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 underscore. High in the Himalayan mountains, a lone monk sat in meditation. The air was thin and biting cold, but he remained still, his thoughts focused on the image of a dragon. It wasn't a physical dragon that he saw, but a vision, vast, luminous, and ever-changing. It flowed like water, roared like fire, and soared like the wind. In its presence, the monk felt small, yet he also felt infinite, as if the dragon carried a part of him within its endless flight. The monk's lips curved into a faint smile. He had spent years studying the texts and traditions, but it was only now, in the silence of the mountains, that he understood. The dragon wasn't bound by the stories that described it, it was the stories themselves. It was the thread that wove people together, across time and space, uniting them in shared wonder and wisdom. He opened his eyes, his breath visible in the icy air. The sun was rising, casting the peaks in hues of gold and pink. In that moment, he felt the dragon's presence all around him, in the light, in the wind, in the very rhythm of his heartbeat. It wasn't something he needed to see or touch. It simply was. Underscore 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 underscore. And so, the dragon continues its endless flight. It moves through stories told around fires and whispers carried by the wind. It lives in the laughter of children, the dreams of the curious, and the quiet reflections of the wise. It is at once a guardian and a guide, a reminder of strength and harmony, a bridge between the known and the unknown. Its wings beat with the rhythm of the world, carrying with them the hopes and fears of those who believe. And even for those who don't, the dragon leaves its mark, a flicker of inspiration, a moment of awe, a glimpse of something greater. The flight of the dragon has no end, for it is not bound by time or space. It soars in the skies, swims in the seas, and rests in the hearts of those who dare to dream. And in its endless journey, it carries with it the promise that some stories, some truths, are forever.